I've pressed the go live button, and now we are live. Yeah, post this and share stuff. Yeah, now live. Links in share stuff. Come back when you've ready to be back on. That'll happen eventually. Alright. Click this watch now button so that I count as one of my viewers. Make sure I get my mobile live dashboard up. Keep drinking my tea. Alright. Hey y'all, how's it going? This is mostly the VOD people, because I know people aren't actually watching just yet. Which is fine. I don't expect anything else. Ooh, new 2xKO stuff. So yeah, this is mostly for the VOD watchers. As the title of the stream shows, I might forget to mention it in the in the VOD title when this goes up on YouTube. I am sick right now. It's partially a cold. It's partially allergies. This is allergy season for where I live. That's when all the pollen comes out. So, I'm a bit nasally. My voice ain't doing so hot. I'll be coughing and sneezing throughout. Oh my god, this tea is heavenly. This is simply amazing. This is the best. Shameless plug. Rock on, rock on. Just making sure people can actually see this. Alright. Yeah, I'll wait a bit, let people stream in so I can have a little bit of tea. And then, in maybe 2 minutes, I'll start this up, and we will finish episode 2 today. So, last Monday, it has in fact been that long since I've last streamed. I do apologize. Last Monday was the last higurashi stream, and a lot of stuff happened. It was a nice little bonus. My Mondays are free for the couple weeks. Oh, that's nice. That is amazing. Just, well, things are going down. Yeah, sorry I haven't been live as frequently as I should have been. I didn't end up streaming on Tuesday because I had a big assignment due. Same for Thursday, actually. I was like, hey, I already did a higurashi stream this week. I can probably get away with missing one so that I can get this assignment in. It was a rough assignment, I will say. It didn't need all that time. Journal for human behavior on tracking specific elements of human behavior and how they relate to events in our life. Essentially tracing events in a sociological and psychological lens. It was a pretty interesting assignment. It just took a very long time. Very large page requirement. And then Friday, y'all won't actually know this unless you somehow coincidentally are following the NC State Esports Instagram. But there was a massive, massive LAN event for League of Legends and for a bunch of other games this past weekend. Hosted at NC State school. So Friday was League of Legends Day for this one. So it was a bunch of League of Legends players from a bunch of schools across the country. Or, not across the country, sorry. Across the state, across the area. I know there were a bunch of UNCs there. UNC Charlotte was playing, UNC Chapel Hill. High Point, Wake Tech. Couple other teams that had League of Legends. Just stream opened a few times, hope they all count. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it. I'm still a little sick. So a lot of people won't tend to be watching this, so I do appreciate you doing that for me. I'm not sure if anything's counting right now, actually. Oh no, it says I have 3 viewers, so there's some human beings here. But yeah, Friday was this big LAN event. I played League of Legends all day. We ended up going undefeated outside of one team. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I've spoken about you on my podcast, actually, as my one quote-unquote real viewer. My one, like, actual human being viewer that isn't a personal friend or a family member that's just, like, found me randomly, not through me shamelessly plugging myself. So I appreciate you showing up every time I stream Higurashi. It means a lot. Ah. But yeah, that's just where I've been all week. After Friday, we ended up getting second place after going undefeated. I won 20 whole bucks, which I should get later this week. After that, I it was a rough one on Saturday. That's when I really started feeling sick. I just didn't get out of bed that whole day for the most part. Sunday was the same. Higurashi's worth the follow. It really is. I'm not gonna lie. After episode 1, I was a little mixed, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm falling in love with the story every single time I stream it. Ryukishi is just my singular fucking goat. I'm watching Joseph Anderson stream Yumi Neko at the same time. He's going through episode 4 right now of that one. And it's just insane to me that the same person has made both of these stories that are, like, not completely opposite genres. They have a lot of the... They have similar trappings, as it were. Similar conceits, literally. Oh, this tea is so good. But they're so different, like, in terms of how they're written, how they're set up. Higurashi's so slice of life focused, and it's... Slice of life is done really well. Do I upload VODs of the stream? I do. I have a YouTube channel under the same name. It's Sensarena34, where all these VODs are going. So, I know people can't stick around the whole time, and I know that, you know, it's a little messed up to end up in Higurashi midway through. So if you just look up Sensarena34 on YouTube, the profile picture is a dog, and it's only the Higurashi VODs, so you don't have to sift through my League VODs for my other streams. There's a way to have that connected to my Twitch. I'll probably figure that out after stream today. Today's stream should be a bit of a shorter one because Monday's stream, the last one, got the link. Not on me? Actually, I can just find it. View my channel. There we go. 6 whole subscribers! Holy fuck! Alright. And I can just post that. Right here. Yeah, so here's the Higurashi VODs. Higurashi Live 1. Chat is killing your entire friend group, Riz. I bow my head in shame. This fucking... He's my goat, dude. I fucking love Ryukishi. The fucking twist with Mion Shion and the toy store, that shit had me... That was insanity. That was amazing. I've never seen anything like it. That's a lie. I've seen shit like it, but it was really good. And I do, in fact, get jump scared by big women 40 times in this fucking highlight. It's a little embarrassing. Minion Sonozaki. Are we calling her Shinyon Sonozaki in shame? In contrast. But yeah, every time Ryukishi makes the sprites large, I fucking lose it. It's scary. It scares me every time. But yeah, there's a way to connect that. Oh yeah, right here. I'll do that after the stream. I'm not gonna Google Pion Sonozaki because, honestly, knowing Ryukishi, there's like a 40% chance you're not joshing me. It has been 8 fucking minutes. Alright. let's get this show on the road. So last time, we did episodes 7 through 9. It was a bit of a shorter stream. The key selling points. People are starting to die. We, went into the hidden room, the hidden storage shed for the church where all the ritual torture tools were, where people are getting eaten. We broke in with us, Shion, the girl who I always forget her fucking name. I'm sorry to the 2 stands of this girl that exist, and Tomitake. We all broke in and looked around on the night of the Watsunagashi, the festival. Learned some town history. Learned that this has been going on for centuries. Nothing really too major. We kind of knew, for the most part, what was going on. On the same night, Tomitake ends up dead. He ends up dead in the same way as he did episode 1, actually, which is a very key point. He scratches open his own... He tears out his own throat with his fingers, which is related to some drug, we think. I don't know how reliable that scene is. But the key thing is, we actually find the girl in this episode. She is burned to death in an oil drum, I believe, in the middle of the forest, like a precinct away. Or a province, whatever they call them. She's, like, stuffed in an oil barrel and burned. So we actually know where she is and what ends up happening to her. So if this is what's been happening to all the quote-unquote demoned away people, then that's okay. But the theory is that no, this is just 2 killings, which means there's going to be 2 demonings away. Which makes us, the main character, and Shion really fucking scared, because we're on the chopping block. The big linchpin of last episode that's going to lead us into the conceit for the rest of the stream is the mayor of town has disappeared, and we find out at the very end of episode 9 that that is because, or we believe that that is because, Shion has confided in the mayor. And the mayor was like, okay, I'll do something about this. I'll keep you safe. You're not going to disappear. And then the next thing we know, he's gone. He's vanished. We never see him again. The problem is, we did the same thing. In a moment of weakness, we confided our situation to Rika. Poor decision, by the way. She's like 5. Like, let's be on God here. What is she gonna do? Just because she's a fucking Furude kid does not mean that she has the power to sway the whole town. If we're going by the conspiracy theory. Not conspiracy theory like lizards. Conspiracy theory like the theory that this is not a physical curse, that this is the town working against people that betrays it. So, we find out that the mayor died due to this confiding. So now we're gonna find out what happened to Rika, because it really is, yeah, the hell's Rika gonna do? She's gonna fucking meep and show up burned in an oil barrel, apparently. So we're gonna keep it going, and what's probably gonna happen is we're gonna find Rika dead, or we're never gonna see her again. Which is a shame. She's probably my second favorite character so far. Yeah, we read these tips. Alright, so. Tea is done. Works as a nice little introduction. Let's get this show on the road. Hopefully, we're hoping, chat, Rika is not dead, because she's great. We love Rika in this chat room. But if she is, it's not great. It's not ideal. And I do apologize if my voice is different or if I'm coughing or sneezing a lot. Yeah, this episode. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just how it is. Alright. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. Doesn't she live at the church? I'm surprised she has one. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. That's interesting. Keiichi, are you calling someone at this hour? It's late, it's being rude to the other person. That doesn't matter right now. I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up, come on, pick up. Just gonna ring, probably. It is the middle of the night. Rika's like 4, she needs her beauty sleep. The time was 11 p.m. 11 p.m.? It's not that late. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ring gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, and even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. Great way to get your ass beat by an 80s mom. Yes! Don't call people in the middle of the fucking night. Because it's ringing for the other person, yeah, but it's ringing for you as well, you know? God. It is the 80s, isn't it? This is 84, 85? I don't remember the exact date. I know Umineko is 86. And this is like a year or two before. So, yeah, Keiichi should be getting fucking beat right now. But nope, he's just gonna get away with this shit. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Okay, he's gonna stop it and then call again. I was like, holy shit, he's just gonna let it ring for half an hour? God, his mom's gonna beat his ass. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. Dude, you're insufferable. I kept calling, over and over, again and again. I kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. It's the middle of the night, dude. I think I kept trying for about 30... I shouldn't have said anything, dude. You're awful. Yet, she was not picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she got scared of picking up the receiver? That's a reasonable one. You're being a fucking creep right now, Cage. Usually you have a bit of common sense. No, that couldn't possibly be it. Be a little more self-aware today, man. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Your thought process is awful today, man. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? She lives at the church. Shit, I've never even asked where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Her last name was Furude. It's a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, rummaged around the drawer with a phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. Tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Gage Mabara. If you don't know, then just ask, forehead. Ask someone who does know. It is that easy, huh? Oh, that's it. Reina's gotta know. I looked up Reina's phone number in the contact list. Reina Ryuga. There she was. Man, we gotta bring back the phone book. That must be so nice.
Moshi.
Hello?
Ryugu
This is Ryugu. This is the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. We've never seen Reina's parents. This is interesting. Must have been Reina's dad. I am calling in the middle of the night. It needs to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. This is Maebara. Sorry, Reina's around? Reina's taking a bath. Oh, she's done. Reina! There's a friend of yours on the phone. Oh, right. Reina. Riga was a real name, wasn't it? I guess in English this isn't as large of a difference. The difference between Reina and being a key cast member in Tekken 8. But in the Japanese phonetic spelling is probably a bit different. Or a bit more significantly different. Was her real name, wasn't it? I gotten so used to calling her Reina that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard. Hello? This is Reina. It's me, Cage. Sorry for calling so late. Huh? Cage, what do you need at a time like this? Well, actually, I want to know where Rika-chan's house is. So the problem is, if Reina's involved in the conspiracy, then she now knows that he knows. So this is a huge red flag, and she's going to set him off on a wild goose chase. Reina seemed a little appalled that I call her for something like this at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she caught on to how urgent my need was. Okay. Sure. You know the assembly hall on the grounds of the Furude Shrine? There's a two-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lives. I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived in the shrine grounds, I just have to take a look around. Yeah, it's not full city. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologies to your dad for me, too, would you? Okay, but, Chica, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives? Reina asked in an unusually sharp way. Halted me before I could hang up the phone. She's probably doing a no iris thing right now, huh? Hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him. Kitch? Good. If you're still listening, could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this? Reina affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Reina, can't I tell her? We know how this went last time. He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed. Keiichi-kun, Reina's being serious. Please answer me. Reina asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Reina was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. If I told Reina, then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Reina, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but yes? Reina's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, no matter what you say, I'll believe you. That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika is in danger. You mean like a premonition, or do you have some reason to believe she's in danger? That's not the line of questioning that most friends would have. I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Reina about this. Still, I think listening to her convoy soothed my pointless impatience. I don't have much reason, but yet I still hesitated. I told Rika that we'd snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom she and I confessed before that, had already disappeared. So it's possible that Rika also didn't know how to explain this to Reina. While I was tongue-tied, Reina spoke up. Sorry for asking something so weird. I thought about it, and it isn't like you need to be sure. Reina laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. So, either acting like classic Reina, or she's just being completely normal. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Reina continued in a cheerful, yet still quite purposeful voice. You're worried about her friends. I don't think you need a reason to go and check on them. Even if Rika was asleep, you'd end up waking her up. If that's why you did it, then none of us will get mad. Reina, thank you. Okay then, Gage. Just one thing. If this one thing is sus, then we're all dead. You called Rika's house, right? Then you just couldn't get through, so that's why you asked me where her house is? Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. It was half an hour, dude. Don't put yourself up at this point. She could just be sleeping and not notice. Rika's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing even if she was asleep. Sadako is there too. Sadako is there too? Oh shit. So there's no way either of them would notice. God damn it. Okay, chat. Rika, nice and all. I could probably get over if she fucking died, right? She's only like my second favorite character. Third favorite character in this narrative right now. Sadako! Sadako's my fucking goat! I love that character. Reina would survive most slasher movies. Reina could survive most movies, period, dude. She'd see the sun exploding and be like, holy shit, no, my cute shit. And she'd blow it up herself. She'd moe punch it away. She's just the goat. But yeah, if Sadako died too, I'd be inconsolable. I don't know what I'd do. Sadako? You mean she's living with Rika? That's the first thing you fucking hook onto? Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called that much and no one answered, then something's definitely wrong. Reina understood the situation wasn't normal. Far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. You really shouldn't doubt Reina. She has beaten your ass. More than is comparable. It made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Reina acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all just being the result of my own needless fear went out the window. I'll go to Rika's house right now. Will you come with me? Now this is bad. I can show you the way. Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you. No, wait. I'll come get you at your house. You just wait there and tell your family you're coming with me to Rika's house, okay? So this is set up for an alibi. Okay. Let my conspiracy brain run for a second. This is set up for an alibi. She's making it so that if she kills him, or if the town kills him or whatever, the parents don't immediately call the police. They're like, oh, they must have stayed at a friend's house. Reina's with them. They can talk to Reina. And they'll have an excuse right then and there. Will that be okay? We might lose time if you come here. Did you call Michan too? She's really dependable at times like the They're working together. Michan's gonna work with them to fucking kill people. And we know Mion's so embroiled in the conspiracy. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call. My thoughts froze from that's my goat, catch on. Shion had just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, would not be uninvolved. So wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano? Apologies to the Takano simps out there. I always forget her name. I apologize. She's forgettable, and she always dies. And also the mayor's disappearance. Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me. That's all Reina said before hurriedly hanging up. So we don't even have the time to protest. Now is not the time to be doubting me. Now is the perfect time to be doubting me on. I need to make sure Rika was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Reina wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. I'm surprised that your parents aren't awake and aware, considering you've been ringing the phone for half a fucking hour, dude. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. It is June, after all, that's fair. She said that Rika and Sadako lived together, right? Then it wasn't only Rika. Sadako wasn't there either. Took you long enough. Jesus Christ. Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. This is the homophobic Keiichi arc, chat. That can't be. Sadako is... She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there were a reason for Rika to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Sadako. Yeah, Sadako is my... Keiichi-kun. Reina was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. Hey, Reina, let's get going. Keiichi-kun. I thought I told you to wait at your house. Why do you care? Reina's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just figured it'd be faster to meet up here. Keiichi, don't you get it? Reina shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Reina like this. We didn't see Reina like this in the other timeline either. Because even while she was fucking around trying to kill us, quote unquote, she was all happy-go-lucky still. Or she was a little bit more floaty. She's very grounded here. Do I get it? What's the problem? Reina seemed to notice she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, then continued it as if admonishing me. But her expression didn't soften at all. That's a softening! Keiichi-kun, the whole village is in uproar now the elder disappeared, right? Yeah. Now you're telling me that Rika and Sadako aren't where they're supposed to be, right? Yeah. That about sums it up. Then you need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out alone in the middle of the night? This feels like a cover, but this is the most caring, like directly caring we've actually seen her be. I began to understand where Reina's anger was coming from. You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So then in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did. Okay, out the window. She's still setting up an alibi. I'm a doubter. Reina was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation, because she's setting it up. Ever since the night of the Watsunagashi, every night someone has died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano and Tomitake met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika and Sadako were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little weird at the moment. In fact, it was extremely strange. Reina had even anticipated our own disappearances, and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed of my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry, I didn't tell them yet. Okay, then let's go tell them together. With Reina beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. She doesn't care that they're losing time. She's too level-headed. It has to be a setup, I'm telling you. The moon seems strangely high in the sky, a sky that was uselessly vast and cold. So that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Reina had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Reina caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika and Sadako's disappearance. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm gonna get really mad if this is a joke. It is 11:30 after all. Mion was clearly displeased. This was a joke. It wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika and Sadako disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest. Mii-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It'd be a joke, after all. We need to go make sure whether it is a joke. Sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Reina, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside. Illumination? Because it's minion? Of course. All part of the Ryukishi's masterful writer. Okay, why'd you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika's house at a time like this? Mion asked me the same thing I had trouble explaining to Reina. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling ambiguously. I definitely understood she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream while I was snoozing, and I just couldn't get it out of my head. So did Rika get kidnapped in the dream? Well, it was more of a vague feeling, sort of thing. If Rika had answered the phone, I would have called you and Reina after that. Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like soundly admitting we stole into the ritual storehouse together that night. This is a good call. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her, though. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika and Sadako were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved, and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really been acting any different these past couple days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. This is very different. Cora, how's it going? I'm a little sick today, so I do apologize for anything going on. We're about to go find out if some kids are dead. Alright. It was only because of what I heard from Shion Noishi-san that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. Yeah, this episode is different from the last episode because at this point in the last episode, we were already getting huge red flags from Reina and Mion. They were already starting to do their creepy shit, right? Vibe. It's a fucking sick ass vibe. We're finishing the episode today, so someone's gonna end up dead. Probably more than a couple people. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Cage. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask me about the night of the Wachinagashi? Good stuff. Start thinking. In such a harsh tone at that. Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Noishi's descriptions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. Okay, so the theory is the loop is changing every time to get him closer to the truth. Which means that if events line up a lot more with episode 2 in episode 3, and this is the big thing that changes, then they're reading our thoughts, and they're changing the episodes. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she'd done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me answers to any of my questions. Went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes all the way up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead. So this is the Furude Shrine. You've been! Like 3 times, dude. Everyone comes and goes as they please, as if it were a park, but this place is actually a grand estate owned by the Furude family. So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time, huh? 10 or 20 years ago would have looked the exact same. Then wouldn't that mean that the Furude family is really old? With a history going back for generations? Yeah. They're gone. That's odd. Reina said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Reina? I thought she was talking about family. Rika and Sadako always leave their bicycles here. See? They're gone. Their bikes are gone? It is 11:30 and these kids are like 4. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Couldn't they have parked them somewhere else? Could they have brought them up the stairs, maybe? Those girls couldn't do that, Keiichi-kun. Just as she said, I couldn't imagine Rika and Sadako lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes was proof they disappeared. Alright, let's go. The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. I do hope they're not dead. They're probably my 2 favorite characters. I love this main 3. I love Shion. Oishi is also great, but Sadako and Rika add so much spice to the atmosphere. I'd hate it if we found them dead here. We passed through the Red Arc and came out on the shrine grounds, which were covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Wachinagashi had never happened. So, where's the house they live in? Over here. Come with me. Now we're urgent. Okay. Reina took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind. This is a new sprite, I think? This is a new sprite. This is definitely a new sprite, 100%. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab 2-story shack that looked like a warehouse. It does. Yeah. The lights are off. Are they sleeping? Odd expression. Let's knock. No urgency in their expressions. Reina and Mion neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I'd expected. Rika-chan! Sadako-chan! Are you there? Reina shouted towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder and louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any activity in the house at all. They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up. Mion banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into their surroundings. They would have had to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That wasn't happening. There was no response. Mion stopped, slamming her fist on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts. I could feel the blood draining from my face. It's locked. I wonder if we can get in somehow. Reina showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. The second-story windows wouldn't be locked. I'll give them a try. Yeah, climb this. Okay, a ladder. Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. Good attention to detail, and these redrawn sprites. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place. Nice of her. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. Who does? Yeah. My inexperience with them exposed. I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor. Michan, I'm going to go check the main house. Just be sure, okay? I'll be right back. Reina darted away. What? A main house? Okay. That's interesting. It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Right. Rika-chan's parents, they passed away, huh? They were the victims of the third set of murders and disappearances. Her dad, I believe, was the priest that died to illness, and her mom was the suicide note lady that we believe is in the swamp. At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Sadako living here too? Sadako's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oishiro-sama's curse. Sadako's parents are the second-year victims. What the hell? Yeah. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared. Satoshi. I've heard that name before. This is the first we're hearing of Satoshi. We learned about him around the same time in last episode. I remember. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse. Ever since then, Sadako and Rika have been living in this shack. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Reina said main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life. I think she tried that at first. Said it was hard because they reminded her of her parents. That's kind of sad. I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of this. Rika and Sadako. They have it hard, huh? Have it harder if you find... She's cursed. Huh? Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice. It sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. What the hell? I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again. Mion, what did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, still holding the ladder, brought her head up to look at me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around and around like a raging sea. Bubbles floated the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mion, why are you making that face? I intended to follow up with that with, you're going too far with this joke, and give her a smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me. Sadako Hojo, she's been cursed by Oishiro-sama. Mion answers with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. The only people who fell from the park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive. Then she was sent to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly, and the aunt was killed the night of the Wasugashi by some deviant, who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere in her head and different shape by the end of it. Then Satoshi, who always protected her, suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Someone made him disappear, even though he wasn't abusing her. The police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi wasn't the kind of person to do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone else's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. He worked so hard he nearly ground his bones to dust for his one and only little sister. And yet someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for, and yet someone made him disappear. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was never rewarded, that Satoshi. How ungrateful that child is. Sudden mic shift? She's cursed. All who get near her suffer the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Sadako's fault that Rika disappeared too. Holy fuck! That's some really good voice acting work, but Jesus Christ. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard I could feel through the ladder. Almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was. Calm down, Mion! I don't know what you're talking about! Wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder, it's falling! Help me. Help! Can Reina smack some sense into this girl? Just then, heard the sound of many people running towards us. Many people? Oh, hey, over here. I barely knew he said help me out, right. 4 or 5 adults led by Reina ran over here with flashlights. Gage, Michan, sorry it took so long. Borrow the key. That's helpful. Oh, nice one. Seems all the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place was... It was Mion, yeah. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then the person muttering to themselves just a second ago. Just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away, for Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a key ring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor. Rika's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house. It's Rika-chan and Sadako's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika's property anyway. No one complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang! Bam, clatter, clatter, bang. Shutter opened up for the first time in a very long while. Reina located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. Followed her in. Rika! Sadako! If you're here, please say something. We climbed a narrow staircase. Looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow the scent of the two of them filled the... That's just a bit of weird dialogue, Ryukishi. Like, come on, man. This was definitely where Rika and Sadako lived. Oh! We get sprites for this. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. It's pretty small. Dressers, cupboards, and like were packed in the space. In the corner was a huge pile of clothes that seemed to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and all were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted out from all of it. It was strange they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults climbing the stairs one at a time began to make a fuss, talk amongst themselves. So? Not here? Yeah, they're not here. This is definitely weird. The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. And today, even Rika and Sadako had... Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down. I don't want to believe it, but the mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated. The adult's faces paled at Mion's declaration. My Reina's did as well, yeah. Let's see, they could have gone nearby for some tea or something, then accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might just not be able to wake them up at all, too. Let's eliminate that possibility first. Makino, please go around to all the houses near the street. Keitaro, go look near Ojika Lake. Okamura, Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. This is in character. We know that she's heir to the family dynasty, and she's also, or was priorly, the ringleader for the illegal side of the protests. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her age. We'll remain here and call up anyone we can think of on the phone. Okay, everyone, you have your orders. Got it. The adults roared in reply and pounded down the stairs. Wow, Michan. You're not only chairperson of the school, but you're Mizawa, too. No time for jokes. Step aside. This old man's using the phone. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Reina gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all this. My feelings were a bit more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Shion and Noishi had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika and Sadako are safe. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting where they might have gone somewhere in the room? Still, though, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. If I tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, I might be able to speculate. But there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never even been here before, yeah. No way for me to know it was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi. Stop thinking and start looking. For something. Search of something. I tried pulling open dresser drawers and open the windows. Didn't uncover anything meaningful. Reina, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Reina, I don't think you'll find Rika by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet under the sink. I just thought they might be hiding. Interesting place to use that sound effect. As we were searching out noisy outside, villagers were quickly assembling here and there, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion herself had called. Makes sense. I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out to the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults, and all of them looked pretty uneasy. Suddenly noticed that the old people at the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion, is it true that Rika and Sadako aren't anywhere to be found? The villagers formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if telling them to calm down. First, check every house, according to the Town Council's Notification Division, and see if they're visiting anyone. After all, they could be fast asleep in someone's house and totally unaware they were looking. It would definitely be hard for someone to wake Rika up if she'd eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults. We should divide up the work, too. We'll go around to all the places we went last night. We'll look for the mayor. We'll go look around the damn construction site best we can. You guys go search around the school? Alright, let's get a move on. Come on, let's go. Surprised how many voice actors they pulled for this shit. All you were up all night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please do your best. Impressive. With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. Figured I should scatter as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting further and further from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark at this time. However, it didn't feel that way. Why was that? It's because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So no one else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. This ain't a chapter break. We've only been at it for half an hour. If that. But yeah, no, this is scary. But this might actually be a relief for Akechi. Because 2 people died, which means 2 people are slated to disappear. If we don't end up finding Rika and Sadako, let me refresh this. There we go. Then there's a very good chance that we won't disappear, because 2 people already disappeared. Alright. Suddenly my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and I knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano and Tomitake, then the mayor, now even Rika and Sadako had been sacrificed. And word of it was spreading everywhere. That theory does not hold up because the mayor already disappeared. We're already over capacity. That's bad news. The strength of my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me if I was a worrywart. Reina would just be glad we did, and they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was the view I could see was... That was what the view I could see was telling me. Pardon. Oh, I do apologize. Fall on my knees, my arms both bent forward on the ground, and I clawed out of my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling was sorrow or frustration. Is this my fault? I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin. I just told Rika about it. They had nothing to do with this, but Rika and Sadako... They had to have been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would have each have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start, yet I lost out. Cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this present moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who was making the noise, despondent as I was. Probably Reina looking after us. She tends to do that. Yep. Gage? Gage? Are you okay? It was Reina. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pain. Jesus! Fuck! Chat. I really should not be so fucking scared every time he makes the sprites larger. But it happens every time. One of these days I'll get used to it, but that day is not fucking today. He's gotta stop doing it! Stop it! Stop. Okay. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better.
俺が
I...
全
This is all my
悪い
fault.
俺のせいで
It's because of me.
俺のせい
It's
で
my fault.
圭一君が
Keish's fault?
何も悪
You
い
didn't do
わけ
anything
自分をど
Please
うか
don't
責
blame
めない
yourself
で
for
ね
this. I could tell Reina was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keich, you know why they disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Yeah, this is an interrogation. Because it was an emergency, Reina ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure she was safe. But now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Reina would start to wonder the why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika and Sadako had disappeared, but I couldn't let Reina disappear either. This is kind.
圭一君
Keich,
こんな
if
風
you
通
stay
しの
here
いい
out
と
in the
ころに
wind,
ず
you
っ
can
と
catch a cold. Reina sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
子供たち
They
は
told
ね
us that the children should go back
もう
home to
解
sleep.
散して
Reina showed me her
家で
watch as
寝
she
ろっ
said
て
that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Jesus Christ, man. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
もう寝ない
If we
で
don't sleep soon, we'll
明
have
日
trouble
の
getting up
学
for
校に
school
差し
tomorrow.
支え大人たちだっ
Even the
て
adults are really worn out
夕
since
べ
they
も
were up
一
searching
晩
for the
中
mayor
今
last
夜は
night.
少し
They're
早
saying
めに
they'd
解
break up a
散
little
するっ
earlier
て
tonight. I was a little upset they weren't allotting as much time to this as they were to the mayor's search. But that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
大丈夫
It's alright.
さっきね
The police arrived a little
今
while ago.
どんど
Look,
ん
there's
街から
police cars
応援
coming
の
to the
パト
village
カー
right
が
now.
来てるよ
Hearing that remark, I looked down the village to see that there were indeed more cars than what would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All the incidents that occurred right after the Watsunogashi were seen as the product of the curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika and Sadako, too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery. Was there another line of text there? Yeah. Declared a mystery and then disappear from memory. That's kind of fucked up. Imagine you disappear and no one cares. No one remembers. They all just choose to forget. It's tragic. Rika's face, her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Sadako's smile, her energetic fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I'd be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over. It just wouldn't be enough. Couldn't hold back the tears, my own sheer stupidity.
圭一
I
君
don't
が
know what you're blaming
何
yourself
を
for,
自分に
Gage.
責めているかわから
But you
ない
should
けれど
stop. I wasn't
もう
about to
やめ
deny
よ
it. I just couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Reina out of this. If she found out, she would become
頼
involved.
む
Please,
放っ
Reina.
ておいてくれ
Could
な
you
いか
just leave me alone?
俺きっと
Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to
うち
sleep.
に帰ったって
If I couldn't get to
眠れ
sleep,
ない
then I at least wanted to search for Rika and Sadako until I collapsed. The entire village was looking. They hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. But I had to. I had to.
俺のせいで
They disappeared
消えてしまったんだ
because of me.
他の探して
I
くれてる
couldn't
人たちよ
possibly
り
go
も
to sleep while other people were out
先
there
になん
searching.
か
I'd said that to
眠
myself
れる
in
ものか
self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Reina was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumbling. I realized I had misspoke.
圭一君の
It's
せいなの
Keiichi's fault? Okay, if she's part of the conspiracy, she's gonna catch on.
どうしてそう
Why
思
do
う
you
の
think
か
that?
な
Why?
かな
That can't be. Kate, you're not at fault. I was happy that Reina said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo in the night, then even Reina would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my crime. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the storehouse in the night, then even Reina could disappear. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling Reina. And at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Reina might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
圭一君が
Gage, I know that
と
you
て
always
も
have your
仲間
friends
を
in
自
your
分
heart.
を傷
I
つけ
can
たく
really
なる気
understand
持
what
ち
you
も
like
よ
if
く
you
わ
wanted
か
to
るん
kick
だけど
yourself. Reina knows
レナ
that.
は圭
That
一
it's
君の
not
せいじゃない
Cage's
って
fault.
圭一君が
You
悪
didn't
く
do
ないっ
anything
て
wrong, Cage. And
知って
I
る
know
から
that.
知ってるって
You know that? The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe, did I say something that caused her to figure it out? This is bad. Now Reina's gonna disappear. Reina's gonna disappear. And Reina, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
平一くん、
Kitch,
ひょっとして
are you thinking that
レナ
Reina
も
might
消えちゃう
disappear
か
too?
もしれないって思ってるのかな。
How does she even have an inkling? How does...
お社様のたたりで。
Because of Oishiro-sama's curse? She put more force in her hand rubbing my head. This is suspect. I don't like this.
だったら
You
安
don't
心
need to worry
して
about
レナ
that.
は消え
Reina
たりし
isn't
ない
going
よ
anywhere.
絶対に。
I promise. What?
どうして消えないなんて
How can you say that with
自
such
信を持って言え
confidence?
るんだよ。
I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, the sacrifice wouldn't be Reina. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're gonna erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion, and Rika and Sadako for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us last. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They kill those we're close to. And after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us too. That must be what they're doing. Reina, please
Reina.
don't disappear. Please don't. Not while I'm still here. I couldn't conceal the sobs welling up within me.
ほら、
Come on,
平
Cage.
一くんに
Crying
涙
doesn't
な
suit
みんな
you.
のところに行こう。
Let's go back to the
婦
others.
人会の人
The
たちが
housewives
ね
are、cooking some
お味
miso
噌汁
soup for
飲む
us.
と
It'll
温まっ
warm
て
you
落
up
ち着
and
くよ
calm。you down. Reina prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. That's really kind, actually. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village till a little while ago. And the dreary looks in their faces, though, hadn't come up with anything yet.
ケイちゃん、
Okay, where'd you go?
ケイちゃんまで
I
い
was
なく
worried
な
she
ったのかと
disappeared too.
すまん。
Sorry. Mion held out some miso for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
みーちゃん、
Mia-chan,
どう？
how is it?
何か手
Did
が
you
かりはあ
find
っ
any
た？
clues? Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
全然ない。
None at all.
学校が終わってか
School
ら
ended,
家に
they went
二
home.
人で自
Then
転
the
車
two
に
of
乗
them
って
went
どこ
somewhere
か
on their
に行ってしか
bicycles.
も
Moreover,
二人が自
no one
転車に乗
ever
った
saw them
姿
riding
は
their bikes.
全く
So,
目撃されていないし、
when it gets dark out in Namizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from their town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that no one had seen Rika and Sadako riding their bikes.
昨日の
It
村
was
長
the
の
same
時
as
と同
last
じ
night with the
お手
mayor.
上げだよ。
There's no hope. I recollected an accident there. Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I spent the time hunched over in indecision, all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
ケイちゃんも
Kei-chan, I know it's
辛い
hard.
だろうけど、
Well,
今
let's
夜
turn in
さ
for
っ
the night.
き今
We
夜
just
は
decided
解
we
散
should
しよ
break
う
up
っ
the
てな
search
こ
for
れを
now.
飲んだらもう
Drink
終
this,
わ
let's
り。
call it
終わり。
quits.
Is なのか。
Is this the end?
あ、
Oh,
もちろん終
no,
わりじゃ
no,
ない
of
よ。
course
明る
not.
くなったら
Once
警
it's bright
察
out
も
again,
増
we'll
援
do
を
a
入
thorough
れて
search
徹
with the
底的
police.
に沖宮の方に
They
行っ
could
て
have
る可
gone
能性
to
もあるからね。
Okonomiya, too.
村長の件も
People
含
are
め
even
て
saying we should go through all of
秩父市
Shishibone
全
City,
体で目
investigating
撃
whether
情
there are
報
any
がないか
witnesses
ら
for
洗う
both
って
the
言って
girls
る。
and the mayor.
それよりも
Anyway,
ケイ
what
ちゃんだよ。
happened, Kei-chan? This might be a new sprite.
どこに行
What
ってたん
happened?
だ
Where did you
いつ
go
の
off
間
to?
にかい
You
なくなっ
vanished
ちゃう
all
か
of a
ら
sudden. I was really worried.
心配したんだよ。
Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to
すまん。
respond. Sorry.
気をつける。
I'll be more careful.
何もなかった。
Nothing happened.
怪しい人
There
に
wasn't
監
anyone
視されてる
suspicious
とか。
spying on or stalking
付け
you,
狙われ
nothing
てる
like
と
that.
か。
Mion demanded
そういう
with
の
a
はなかった。
serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I'd been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin. And I must bear it alone. God, we're in a rough fucking spot, huh?
何もないよ。
Nothing.
でも気
I'll
を
be
つける。
careful either way. This is worse than episode 1. Like, episode 1, we were isolated because our friends were being really suspicious and showing a lot of fucking death flags for us and trying to kill us, you know? We couldn't trust our friends. And yeah, that really sucks for Keiichi. But knowing this, knowing that you're isolated from your friends because if you confide in them, then they're going to die, that's fucking terrible, man. This is awful. Just imagine that, man.
すまん。
Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved. He can't confide in his friends.
おや
おいし
おやおや
Oh my my
美味しい
my. I
匂
knew
い
I
が
smelled
漂
something
って
good
きて
coming from
こ
over
れは
here.
ぜひご
I'd be
商
much
売に
obliged
預
if you
かり
allowed
たい
me
で
to have
す
some.
ね
We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. Don't do our goat like this. He does not deserve this. It was Oishi, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically, in a way unfitting given the situation.
大して残ってない
There's
で
not
す
much
それ
left,
でもよ
but
け
he
れ
can
ば
have
勝
some if
手
you
にどう
want.
ぞ
Mion didn't like Oishi very much. Her cold attitude didn't seem to bother Oishi in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face. That's a good analogy. I haven't used that one before.
ありゃ
Well,
味
now,
噌汁の
miso
お
soup
残りっ
leftovers have
て
been too much salt for my taste.
参ったな
Confound it.
君たちはいただ
Would
き
you
ま
all
す
like any? He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか
So, have the police gotten
警
hold of any
察の
clues?
方では
Rita's smile
何
was
か手
warm
がかり
enough to
はつかめ
replace
ま
the
した
miso
か
soup.
大丈夫で
Don't
す
you
よ
worry, little miss.
ご安心
Everything's
ちゃ
fine.
ん
We're
と
searching for
探
them
してる
real good.
うん
He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, no progress. That was an annoying way of beating around the bush. That's his trademark, though. Can't really be mad. In any
もう
case,
本当に遅い時間
really
で
has
す
gotten
どう
late,
ぞ
huh?
若い皆
All
さ
you
んはお
youngsters
帰
should
り
get
に
on
なっ
home,
とや
get
つ
some
体
sleep.
に
You'll
触
be
り
back
ま
for
す
your
よ
health otherwise.
そうだよレイちゃ
Yeah.
んもレナも
Okay, Reina, get some
あと
sleep.
は税金で
These
働い
guys
て
got
る
our
おっさんた
tax
ちがやっ
money.
てく
They'll
れる
handle
か
it from here.
私たちだ
We're
って税金
taxpayers
払
too,
っ
you
て
know.
うん
I feel like a
蕎麦
soba
屋さんが
noodle
自
chef
分
eating
の
my own
作ったそ
soba.
ば食ってるみたいな気分
I really wasn't in the mood for laughter.
な
In fact, Oishi was the only one laughing like an idiot.
じゃあ
Okay,
本当に
seriously,
よろしくお願いします
please, do
ね
your
帰ろう
best.
ケイチ君
let's go home,
明
Cage.
日が辛
It'll
く
be
な
harder
る
to
よ
wake up tomorrow if we don't.
そうです
Yeah,
そうで
that's
す
right.
なんなら
I
お
can
二
always bring
人
you
をお送
home
り
if
して
you
もいい
need.
まあじゃあ
Kuma,
車を
why
回
don't
し
you
てあ
bring
げ
the
て
car around?
結構です
No
俺た
thanks.
ち
We came on our
自転車で
bicycles,
来てるん
so
で
ご
no
安
need
心
to
私た
worry.
ち
We came in
は
a
自
truck.
転車も
We'll
詰
just
め
throw
ま
the
す
bikes in
よ
the back. We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Reina nodded. Beat you to the punch.
せっかくだから
Okay, if you
お
insist,
世
we'd
話
appreciate
に
it.
なろうよ
Okay. Keiichi, I know it's 2 in the fucking morning, but you need more of a survival instinct. If you're running with the police in their truck, you're not going to disappear tonight.
私たちだけ
It's
で
probably
帰
safer
る
than
よ
if we
り
went back alone.
きっと
When I
安
thought
全
about
ね
it carefully, I realized that Reina's idea was extremely rational because you're gonna
Oh,
disappear
but-
otherwise.
行きま
Jesus,
しょう行き
dude.
ましょう
Reina's on top of things this episode. She is on point. She's gonna keep us alive, huh? Now it's decided. Let's get a move on.
じゃあね
Okay,
お
bye.
やすみ
Good
レ
night.
ナもケイちゃん
Reina,
も
Kei-chan. She's not running with us? Okay.
み
Yep.
ーちゃんも早めに
Michan,
休ん
you
で
go to bed
ね
soon too, okay?
おやすみ
Good night. I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Oyasumi. Oh, I was wondering where I heard that word before. It is the, Oyasumi just means good night. I read Oyasumi Pun Pun. And to this day, I still think it is one of the best mangas, or honestly, best works of media I've ever experienced. That thing is art. That is amazing. I'm a huge Pun Pun stan. That was a work that destroyed me for like a month. I didn't think about anything else. It's really good, but I wouldn't recommend reading it. Anyway, Rika and Sadako have not been found. My unease was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Reina showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi could haul them up to their truck. He prompted us to get in the back seat. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down onto a seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft. It was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on.
では
Ladies
お嬢
first.
さんの家
We'll
から
start with the little
行きます
Mrs.
住
Sass.
所はどちら
Where do you live? Thank
私
you.
の
My
家は
house
で
is,
すね
well,
えっと
and they're just gonna do all that. Cut to black. Appreciate you not giving us all the fucking address details. Reina's voice grew distant. Felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. Now isn't that an astounding experience?
前原
Hello?
さん
Maibra, you asleep back
完
there?
全に眠っちゃってますか
When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Wish was giving me light slaps to the cheek. Man, didn't feel good at all. So I woke up immediately. I'm sorry, just fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? This is
すみませ
a
ん
can of coffee. Okay.
すっ
My
かり
first
寝込んじゃっ
instinct
て
was, what the fuck? He's holding us at gunpoint.
ぬるいですの
It's
で
lukewarm by
甘い
now,
カフ
but
ェオレ
coffee
な
à
ら
latte is good
常温
even
で
at
も
room
結
temperature.
構飲めますよ
Not really. It's kind of. I'm not a fan. I'm more a tea guy.
ど
Oh,
うも
thanks. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy. Oh, it's sweet coffee? I've never actually tried canned coffee before. I should really give it a try, honestly. I mean, this is all the endorsement I need. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee at all, yeah. Oishi, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Are we going to get an interrogation? Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. Reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. I was already too late by the time I realized I made a mistake. Today, of all days, didn't look like I was going to be able to get away. I had a feeling that until Luigi heard what he wanted to, he would not let me go. Please, don't get all formal on me. I'm not going to eat you or anything. Maibara-san. Luigi gulped down the last of his coffee, stretched wide, showed me how relaxed he was. That only served to heighten my nervousness.
俺に
What do you need from me?
よ
Need? Oh no, nothing really. You're gonna evade the question at this point? God, what an unreadable man.
私からは用は
Well,
ない
I
ん
don't
で
need
す
you for
前
anything.
原さんか
I
ら
just thought that you
私
might
に用
need
がある
something
んじゃ
from
ない
me,
かと思いましてね
Maibara-san.
別に
I don't
用は
I
な
don't
かっ
need
た
あ
anything.
りゃ
Oh, I see.
本当に
Really?
あるんじゃな
Are
い
you
ですか
sure there's nothing?
うん
There's only one side door in the backseat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Uishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. That's your right, Uishi, despite my reticence. I have never heard this word used ever. What the fuck? Reticence. I'm gonna Google that. The quality of being reticent or reserved. The traditional emotional reticence of the British. You know, somehow I'm a doubter. Relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. In the car, man! Come on. The cries of the higurashi outside seemed to be growing longer and louder. To an amount of time that almost seemed infinite.
前原さん
Here
か
I
ら
was
相
sure
談
that
し
you
た
had
いこと
something you
が
wanted to talk to me
きっとあっ
about.
たと思ってたんで
He's
す
got a
け
sharp
ど
eye.
ね
Oishi exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did he know? What did he know? And what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in this case.
どう
I
して
wonder
こ
how
ん
all
な
this
こ
ended
とに
up
なっちゃ
happening.
ったんでしょう
Oishi addressed me in a
ね
low tone as if he were talking to himself. Oh, but from our perspective, he's fucking hardcore grilling us because we know that it's our fault. How all this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to
富
know.
武二郎さん
You know
と
Jiro
高野
Tomitake
さ
and
ん
Mio Takano-san,
お祭
right?
りの
I know you
時
two, because I personally
園
witnessed
崎
you
俊
with
さ
them
ん
during
を
the festival
含め
along
て
with
4人
Shion
で行っ
Sano-san.
その富
Do you
武
know
さ
how
んと高野さん
Tomitake and Takano are doing right now?
実は
They've actually,
お
well,
亡くなりになっ
passed
気の
away.
毒な死
They
に
met
方
very
でした
untimely deaths. We should probably play that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew. That didn't display the extreme reaction he had expected of
お
me.
や
Oh, what's
ひょっとし
this?
て
Did you
ご
already
存知で
know?
した
Unfortunately for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yeah.
じゃあ
Oh, so then did you
こっち
also
も富
know
武さん
the
と
reason
高野さん
Tomitake
が
and Takano were
語
cursed
りに
like
は
that?
何でもですね
People are saying that apparently
入っち
they
ゃ
went
い
into
けない
some
禁
forbidden
断の
building.
建物に入ったからだって言
The
われて
storehouse
るん
for
です
ritual
よ
influence. That forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened.
村長さん
Do you know
や
about
古
the
手理香
rumors
さん
that
も
say the mayor and Rika
その
Furude
せい
were
でた
cursed
たりに
because of
遭わ
that
れた
too?
んだという噂は
That
ご
would mean
存知で
it was mine and Shion's fault, yeah. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did.
最後で
What did they call
言い
it?
ました
Our
っけ
ritual
あ
storehouse?
そこの鍵
They're
を
saying it
簡
was
易
bad
なものに
luck.
付け替えた
The
か
lock
ら
would have
俗に
been
入
replaced
ら
by a
れたん
simpler
だ
one,
ってい
which
う
made it
ケチ
easier
が
for
ついてるら
thieves
し
to
い
get
んですよ
inside. What? This was news to me.
一昨年くらい
Until
ま
last
で
year,
は
out of these
最
big
後には
bars
で
and
っ
a
かい神
huge
主ってと
padlock
ころ
on
が
it.
ほら
I mean, you know, ever since the
神
priest's
主夫
wife
妻
passed
が
away,
お亡くな
Rika
り
has
にな
been
られて
managing the place, right?
神抜きが
Apparently,
もっ
she
と
talked to
大
the mayor
変だ
saying
か
she
ら
wanted to replace it with a
もっ
lighter,
と
more
軽い
simple
簡単な
padlock
錠
because the
前に
bars
付
were
け
too
替えて
heavy for
ほ
her
し
to
い
get
と
in.
村長さんに相
I
談し
didn't
た
know
らしい
anything
んで
about
す
those
よ
big bars he was talking about, but the lock certainly had been a simple one. It's a pretty cheap one, too. Didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
リカさんはあの
Rika is a small
今
girl,
錆
after
び
all.
つい
Bars
て
are heavy
重く
with
なっ
rust
た
and they
神
must have
抜き
caused her a lot
は
of trouble.
で
So the
村
mayor
長
hired
さ
a
んが
craftsman
職
to
人
replace
を
the
手
lock
配して
with a lock and
簡
a
単
simple
な
padlock,
南京錠で
so she
鍵
could
が
open
で
it
きる
with the
よ
key.
それが
So,
どう
how does
して
that mean it
ケ
was
チがつく
bad
ことに
luck?
なるんですか
つ
Here's
ま
what
り
I'm saying.
前の厳重
Thieves
な
couldn't
錠
get in
前
with that
な
old
ら
tight lock.
俗
The
に
mayor
は
and Rika
忍び
replaced the cheap
困る
lock
な
and a key on their own, so thieves broke in.
こ
Apparently,
ういう
that's how it's
話
going
そ
down.
んな
The
話
estimation's a
そう
bit.
いう話
Letting
が
that
まかり
slide,
通
certain members of the village delivered
一
punishment
部の
upon
村
thieves
人
who
たち
stole
が
social
最後
storehouse,
に
as well as
忍
the
び
mayor
込んだ
Rika, who
族と
changed the lock.
俗に破られるような鍵に変えた村長とリカさんを
Who
罰し
changed
た
the
ん
lock?
だ
Oh, this is a different avenue actually, because we did end up telling these people, but this is they could have just disappeared because of this. This could be completely unrelated.
なんて
At least those
話
are
が
the
あったり
whispers
な
that
かっ
seem
た
to be
り
going
してるん
around.
です前原さん
Maibara-san,
どう思い
what
ます
do you think? What do I think? I don't really know what you mean by certain members of the
御
village.
三家ってご
Are you
存知
familiar with the three families?
綿流しの
Representatives
祭
from
り
each
の
of them
開
gave
会
short
式典
addresses
で
at the Watagashi Festival's opening ceremony. Did you see them?
祭りには
I
途
came
中から
partway
来たから
through, so I don't
御
really.
三家っ
The
て
three
のは
families are the three oldest
平見
families
沢
in
具体
Yamazawa.
的に
To
言う
give
と
actual names, Kimiyoshi,
君吉家
Sonozaki's, and
園
Furuka's.
崎家
Um,
古出家の3つの子
this is Mion's family. They're the Yakuza, pretty much. This is Rika's family. They're the church people. And this is the Kimiyoshis. They are the mayor, who disappeared.
本当
They
に
each have
古
quite
い
the
家
lineage,
大
it
昔
seems.
から
Long ago, so that
村の
everything in the
君
village
は
was
御
decided by
三
a
家が
council
合
of
議し
three
て決める
families.
んだという
Kimiyoshi, old man Kimiyoshi, me and the mayor's family, Sozaki family. If you're just gonna say it anyway, I might as well just stop talking, huh? So the Furude family is Rika's family.
園
Now.
崎家が
After the
戦後
war,
に
the
一気に
Sonozaki
勢力
family
を
expanded
か
their
け例の
influence.
ダム
Practically
闘争
speaking,
で
after leading the fight against
反ダ
construction
ム
and
の
the dam
旗
conflict,
頭に
they
なっ
jumped
て
to
か
the
らは
top
事
of the
実上
hierarchy in Yamazawa.
でもですね
You see, though, in
古い
accordance to the
し
old
きたり
ways,
に
they
した
still
の
decide
は
important
今
village
でも重
matters
要な
only
村の
after
方針は御三
consulting
家
the
で
three
5だ
families.
から
That's
綿
why the
流
leaders
し
of
の
the three families
開
each
会
have
挨
their own
拶は
address at the start of the
御三家の当
Wasugashi.
主つまり
In other words,
村長
Sumari,
園崎家
the
の
mayor,
現
the
当
old
主の
lady
ばあさん
currently in charge of the
そ
Sozaki
して
family, and the
古
last
関
remaining
の
members of
最
the
後の
Furude
一人
family, Rika.
園崎家が
Heard the
大した
Sozaki was
家柄
fairly
だと
high
いう
up there,
話
so
は聞
Rika's
かされて
family
たけど
was just as old
あ
and
あご存知
influential.
の通り親族
Well,
は
as you're
全
aware,
く
she
おられま
has
せん
no
から
relatives.
古関は
In
事
reality, the
実上
Furude holds pretty
全く
much
勢力
no
を持った
influence
だ
right now. However,
リ
it
カ
seems
さ
people
ん個人に
gravitate
は
towards
求
Rika
心
on a
力がある
personal
よ
level.
うで
And here, many of the
村のお
village's
年寄りに
elderly
は
have
往
blind
診
faith
する
in her.
方が多いと聞い
It
ていま
was
す
certainly true that Rika had an odd sort of charisma among the elderly. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
その
So,
御
what
三
are
家
you
っての
telling
が
me about all this
何だって言うんで
three
すか
family stuff for? Oh, she paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette? Come on. I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not
わ
enough.
からないから聞
I'm
いてるん
asking
です
because I don't understand. Come on, man. Uishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another puff of
御
smoke.
三家の人
Members of the three
間が
families are
相次
disappearing
いで
one
消さ
after
れ
the
てる
other.
んですどういうわけか
That's what
ね
I'm talking about.
南沢の内
I've
側
read
の
those spaces.
古い飲酒か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと読んでいるんです
So,
が
Jesus Christ.
それ以上のことはさっ
Whoa,
ぱ
have y'all
り
ever had that experience where you like cough and then hiccup, so it's like your body does a screenshot? It's kind of fucked up. Whew. Based on old traditions inherited in Yamazawa, but I don't know much beyond
そ
that.
んなの
I don't know
俺だ
anything
っ
about
て
it either.
ですから
That's
か
why
ら
I'm asking.
君吉家
Leaders of the Kimiyoshi
古
and
出
Furude
家の
families
当主
have
が消え
disappeared,
たん
so
で
maybe
す
the
から
leaders of the Sonozaki
君は
family.
園崎家の当主が消えるんじゃないかな
That's a valid avenue of question.
なんて
Well, that's just a random
思っ
idea
たり
bouncing
思わ
around
な
my
か
head
っ
at
た
the
りしたり
moment.
するなんちゃって
Just kidding, really. The leader of the
園崎家の当主
Sonozaki
って
family. Who is
当
that?
主は
The current leader is the old lady of the main
園
house,
崎
but it
本家のおばあ
wouldn't
ちゃ
be
んなん
correct
で
to
す
say that
が
practically all the rights of leadership
実質上
have
の
been
当
transferred
主
to
権
her
限は
granddaughter, Mio.
もう孫娘の
The visits of
ミオ
Mion
ンさん
giving
に
prompt
移行して
directions
い
lead
ると見
also
て
searching
間
for
違い
Rika
ない
sprung
でしょ
back to mind.
ミオンが
Mion? No.
消える
She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. Oh, my hair's on end. That's
嫌
insane.
でしょ
Nobody wants that, right?
当たり
Of
前
course not.
そんなの
We can't allow
許
that.
せんものが
Uishi grabbed my shoulders with both hands.
では協
Then
力
help
を
us,
前原さん
Maibara-san. This is a classic Oishi turnaround.
園崎ミオン
If
さ
there's
んにつ
anything
い
you've
て
noticed about Mion
最
lately,
近気づい
please
た
tell
こ
me. I was
と
going
何でも
along
いい
with
から
it.
話してく
By
だ
the
さ
time
い
I'd realized that it was too late, Uishi brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. Can't turn my eyes away from his. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but it started to really bother him, so he let me go and leaned in.
もしもーし
Hello?
はいはい
Yep,
感
loud
度
and clear.
良好
Whew, saved by the ringer. Of course. It's not like I could use this
そ
opening
う
to
です
escape.
ねはいは
I
い
see.
では
Yeah,
戻りま
alright.
しょう
Let's head back.
はいはい
Yeah, alright. Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd been freed, the tension in my body dissipated.
そろそろ戻らない
Looks
とい
like
け
I
ない
need to get going. We were just
こ
getting
れ
to
か
the
ら
good
がい
part,
いところ
too.
だったんですが
It's
残念
too
です
bad.
ね
I wish he flung open the door, exited, and walked around the front to the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could
前
leave?
原さん
You
は
really care about your
友
friends,
達思い
Barbara.
の今
An
時
admirable
斬
trait
新な
for a
若
kid to
者
have
で
in
す
this day and age.
友人のことを
I
警察
totally
に
understand
喋
that it
る
feels
と
like you'd be
何だ
betraying
か
him if
裏
you
切っ
told the
ている
police
よ
anything.
前原さん
Maibara-san,
一晩差
it's
し
the
上
middle
げ
of
ま
the
すか
night,
ら
so get a good night's
ゆっ
sleep
くり
and
お
think
休み
about
前
it.
原さんの
Alright?
ほんのち
Just
ょ
a
っと
little
の
bit of
勇気
courage from
が
you might end up
結
being what
局
saves many
大
of
勢
your
の
friends
友
in
人
the
を
end.
救うことにつながるかもし
Do
れ
you
な
want
い
to say the sacrifices surprises wouldn't stop with Rika and Sadako.
分かってる
You
と
know
思い
this
ま
already,
す
but every
が
night since Wasanagashi, something
私
has
これま
happened.
では
In the past, the crystal
毎
only occurred
年
once per
1
year, but this
回だ
time
っ
it's
た
been
た
going
た
on
り
for
が
days.
本当に
What
景
a
気にと
prosperous
し
year
て
this has
そ
been.
んなの
I don't think you
景
can
気がい
call
いなん
that
て言いません
prosperous at the end of the day. The night before last, last night, now
明日
today.
の晩も
There's no proof that something
起
won't
こら
happen
ない
tomorrow
そ
as
れを
well.
未然に防
It's our
ぐ
job
の
to
が
prevent
私
such
たち
things
の仕
before
事
they
です
happen,
が
but for that, we
そ
need
れ
your
には前原さ
cooperation,
んの
my
協
princess.
力が不可欠なんで
I
す
looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy to care right now. Oh, yeah! Beat me to it, huh?
今
Well,
日
you're
はも
probably
う
tired.
もう
It's already
3
3 in the
時ど
morning.
うぞ
Please,
ご
get
ゆっ
yourself a good
はい
rest. Yes,
で
sir.
は失礼し
I'll
ま
be
す
going now. When I was about to get out of the truck as if to deliver a parting blow, Oishi said, in a raised voice,
私
I'll be coming by every
前
day
原さ
until
ん
we
が
feel like
話す気に
talking,
なって
alright?
取り調べ室で
I
自
don't
白を
believe
強
forcing
要
you
っ
to
て
confess
の
in interrogation room is
もう
really in
時代じ
fashion
ゃな
these
いと思いま
days.
す
I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Are our parents awake? Let's see. Then walked over to the staircase. Alright. When he goes to bed, it's probably an episode break. If it's not, I'm going to take a piss. That was where I lost consciousness. Yeah, that checks out. No episode break? What's going on? Okay. Chapter break, pardon. Alright, so Rika and Sadako are gone. And we have a couple theories that might actually put us in the clear. Alright, we have tips here. I'm going to take a piss first. I'll be right back, and we'll do some theorizing, and we'll read the tips. Sorry for taking a bit longer than I usually do. Ended up taking a shit. Nothing for it. Let me get some gum. I had 2 teas today to try to soothe my throat a little bit because I knew I'd be streaming. But my breath just smells like tea now, so I'm going to have some gum. Alright, so what we know is, first off, Sadako and Rika are gone. That's a definite. Second off, we have an alternate theory from Oishi that actually exonerates us entirely, right? Because the mayor is part of the big 3 families, and Rika is part of the big 3 families, and Sadako is just in the way, right? So maybe we did not kill a 12-year-old indirectly. Here's hoping. Yippee! I don't want that on my conscience, that's for sure. Let me refresh this. Feel free to talk to me, by the way, if you have any ideas. I'd really appreciate it. Having a conversation, so just talking to myself. It's fine, though. Anyway. Snap my fingers. That alternate theory is one that I'm actually willing to believe in, right? Because absent of last episode, all the information that we have from this episode points to that potentially being the case, right? Let's see if the tips change that at all. But I'm willing to put stock in that theory, because I'd rather Keiichi is not a murderer for fucking talking to people. Another 2 scrapbooks. All right. The Sonozaki family. The scrapbooks are written by Takana, the girl who died. She's a bit of a nerd, if that's the term. The Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oryo, who still has that seat today. That's the grandmother. Oryo has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude, seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter. It's rumored it has to do with disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. That's interesting. Extremely interesting, because we know Mion lives in the house. Shion lives in the city outside of town. Mion lives in the Sonozaki family compound. So if Shion lives with her parents, like her actual biological parents, then that makes sense. They must have been disowned from the family for something or other. And that's why Shion has an anti-Sonozaki family view, because she grew up with her parents. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required of being the next leader. Yeah, that checks out. However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins, and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution. It's probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as the leaders of the past did. This is interesting prose. What the hell does that mean? We're not lending stock to the theory that half the people in Hinamizawa are just fucking like actual demons, are we? That seems a little bit not idiotic, but hopeful, I guess? I'll say hopeful. The elderly leader of the Sonozaki family. So we're learning more about Sonozaki family dynamics here. Yep, postal worker hasn't seen anything either. The Sonozaki main house has their seal hanging from the mailbox so that anyone can stamp their mail and parcels with it and drop it in. That's rather careless of them. So when was she last seen? She was last seen at the Wasagashi opening ceremony greetings. She returned home right after that. Well, she's pretty old. Well, I heard she goes out a few times a week to take lessons, right? Have you found anything out about that? Every Monday she goes to the assembly hall to practice the Taishigoto. But she didn't go this week. I don't know what a Taishigoto is. Let's Google it. Taishigoto? Oh, they're the cool-ass, funky Japanese harps. They look like this, and they're really cool. They make a cool sound. If you guys should Google a video if you haven't seen them. They're really neat. Any calls to say she wasn't gonna be there? Has anyone confirmed it? Nope, nobody. She apparently takes some days off every once in a while, so no one thought it was too strange. Tomorrow, why don't we pretend we're at the town hall and call around 10 o'clock? Please figure out whether she's at home. 10 o'clock? Got it. Ever since I started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawa traditions had something to do with all this, he'd been keeping careful eye on the 3 families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshis and the leader of the Furudes had disappeared. There's only one leader left. Oryo Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozakis. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hadn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of the Watsunagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she gone as well? According to Mion, she had fallen ill and sleeping off. I wonder if she's really sleeping. Let's take a look at her face and her pulse. You can say that again. 2 of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette smoke. Wish. About the search warrants for the Sonozaki main house in the British Shrine. You think we'll actually get them? I wish she didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke. The surroundings now as foggy as his mind. That's a rough one, buddy. Alright. It will be interesting to see if Oryu Sonozaki is still alive. Because if she's not, the next head is Mion. We know how that's going to go. The Hidden Demon. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon, this thing, is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character in names is a right reserved for the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, you can see in the current Sonozaki family leader's name, Oryu, is written with this character, which you can actually see as the... Ooh! Trap! Small break after this tip. There's a crime warning at my university. Let's see what it is in a second. Written with this character. This, and only this, is proof that she's a legitimate leader of the Sonozakis. In the same way, Mion, its successor, contains this in her name. Mi being written as this. Okay. It also goes for Oryu's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who didn't end up succeeding her. So that before their zoning, Kane's name was written as this for demon, although it's changed afterward to this that still reads as the same way. Incidentally, saw the first character of the mayor Kiichiro's name originally meant demon, which can also be read as Ki. Okay. Should be said that the names using the character aren't limited to the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can find the last names of the three families as well. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are a split-up version of this if you read in reverse and top to bottom. So the Furudes, who've been in Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written as this. This is all like hiragana grammar. It's gonna fly over everyone's head here. I think with the addition of the demon's horn, this becomes the character. Okay. In the case of the Sonozaki can't find any reference because it's ingrained into their first name. Okay. They were the clan responsible for running the ceremony, so they included the contents of the ceremony to their last name. The Zaki is a conjunction of slice and human... Really? Fucking Sonozaki is literally cutting humans? That's fucking stupid. That's cool. In other words, those who slice open the gut. Huh! That was a neat little grammar lesson. Yeah. That is the end of this tip. Let me, go to my email here. Because there is a crime warning for NC State. Let's see what's up. Password will be expiring soon? That sucks. I wonder if it'll just let me put in the same password. Oh, it doesn't show here. That's unfortunate. I got a little text message about it, so let me, let me go read this out to everyone. A crime warning has been issued. Or, well, I can just go to Wolf Alert. Emergency information for NC State University. Alright, crime warning as of 3 minutes ago. Let's see. Oh, a motor theft at Varsity Drive parking lot. Between 5 on... fucking 2 weeks ago? So this car has been missing for potentially 2 weeks. They took a red Hyundai Sonata. Oh, the vehicle was recovered. 3 subjects, all black, male black. Huh! That's interesting. We do love criminal profiling, though. It's always fun. So apparently 3 people took a car, potentially 2 weeks ago. And they just tracked it down now. That's pretty cool. Well, this was Crime Alert with your boy. Let's keep this up, and let's finish reading the tips and keep going. Quest are done. Let me spit on my gum. Alright. I'm back. How'd it go? Did you find any clues? Officers shook their heads in disappointment. Can't say I'm surprised, I will say. Alright, let me get back to the dashboard so that I can see people chatting. Please talk to me. It makes my job so much easier. Exhaustion was plainly showing in everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them have gotten a wink of sleep since the day of the Wasanagashi. Feel free to ask questions if you have them. The story's fucking weird. Like, I'm the one that sat through all of it. I severely doubt that y'all have been the people keeping up with my VODs. There are 2 people that have been doing that. And to those 2 people, I appreciate you. Alright. Chief, let the youngest of us take a nap and then switch them out. We got a long stretch ahead of us after all. Let's not push ourselves too hard. Rest up so we can take it easy as we go. I've been telling them to sleep in shifts. No one seems willing to sleep though. Could you tell them yourself, Fuishi? Oh, I don't need to force yourselves. Komiyama, please let everyone sleep in shifts, starting with the youngest. Komiyama, please do that. After the chief told him as well, Komiyama left his seat. So, Chief, still no good on a request, huh? It's just a rumor among the villagers in the first place, you know? It's gonna be difficult without more concrete evidence. This is about the warrants, probably. Even when that evidence might be tucked away in there? We need evidence that evidence is tucked away. Chief, don't start speaking riddles to me now. We have witnesses that say 4 people who died went into the forbidden ritual storehouse without permission. This is all reliable information. You might call it information, but they're really only rumors. They're not concrete evidence. Well, it's true that we don't have any pictures of the 4 of them sneaking with cloth tied around their heads. Anyway, those 4 saw something inside the storehouse. Something important enough that they'd be erased. Important enough that they'd be erased? What would that be? Exactly. That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking in the first place. God damn. Anything pointing out the Sotozaki family's connections to violent organizations would be a major contender. Like a pile of tokarevs or a secret poppy production facility. These are guns, I think? The secret Sotozaki family fortune would also be pretty difficult to discard. Look, Oishi, I know how you feel, but that storehouse is a sacred building that belongs to the Fude Shrine. We need to have proper consideration for the locals when we're dealing with it. Heard there was an hour-long call made from Congress Sotozaki to the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down? Anyway, as long as you don't have suitable evidence, we don't get a search warrant for the storehouse. That goes for the Sotozaki main house, too. Especially considering that's the jurisdiction of both Section 4 and the Professional Police's Crime Division Prevention. Crime Prevention Division, pardon. Goodness gracious. We're only an hour in, but I'm already starting to get foggy. It's because I'm sick, chat. I apologize. We need careful prep first. If you say you need prep, then why don't you just let me talk with him directly? She gets you on his head for Section 4, right? For crime prevention, it's sucker. It seemed like they'd be quicker to talk if I sat down at the mahjong table. Chief, you have a visitor. Yikes. Pushing the employee who got him right out of the way was an old man who looked like Yakuza, given his crested kimono and hakama. I don't know what these words mean. You have to forgive me. Did he not get enough of this over the phone? I am Congressman Sotozaki. I demand to know who's responsible for this. This instant. Hello, I'm the Division Chief Takasugi. I don't need your name. I can have you demoted on a whim. You wouldn't even be enough. Bring out the one called Oishi or whatever. They're tracking him down. They're trying to silence my goat. He's too powerful. He deserves punishment for requesting a search warrant in a sacred Fude Shrine. Let me have my vitamin gummies right quick. I'm actually running out, chat. I only have enough for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have an odd number somehow. I'm 6, so I should probably have a bonus. Alright. I'll have enough more vitamin gummies for 3 days. He deserves punishment for requesting a search warrant in the sacred Fude Shrine. I sincerely apologize. Oishi is currently out on investigation. I'll take his place to check you out. So please have a seat. The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room. Listen here, the Fude Shrine spent 2,600 years under the imperial calendar, and 2,500 more beyond that. It is sacred, a sanctuary that must never be defiled. For the 800,000 gods, Oishiro-sama and the spirits of our ancestors in the shrine, the holy shrine protects the resolve from when the sun comes up to when it sets, and from the moon rises to when it falls. Who is the idiot who wanted to set foot in there? Besides, the rights of religion is the most revered right of the people of this country, the Constitution. You dare to be so bold as to sully that using your own investigations as negligence as pretext? This is a solid-ass argument. I will not allow it. Are you listening, you lying scum? I'm angry now, so you're not getting off the hook that easy. Crazy voice acting chops from this guy, though. Were you hearing this? He's going, oh. I cannot do that, chap. I apologize. Not right now. Alright, so let's keep it up with episode 11. Frankly, chat, I want to hear your opinion on this. I'm mad hungry. Do I take a break after this episode to get food, or do I power through? I saw the ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika and Sadako were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. This is interesting. This might be the first time that our parents have been in the loop. Usually, they're kind of outside the realm. So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them? Until about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them? Rika and Sadako, I mean. Take a fucking guess, Mom! Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. Some toast would hit right now, I'm not gonna lie. When was the last time I just had normal ass bread? It really didn't have any taste. It's probably Randa knocking on our door. Just then we heard the chime go ding dong. Looked at the clock and it was about 5 minutes past our regular meeting time with Randa. It was her at the door. Almost assuredly, yep.
おはよ
Good morning.
う。少しは眠
Did you
れ
get
た
any
かな
sleep? Did you?
何時間寝
I
れたん
think
だ
I
ろう
slept for
な
a few
多分
hours. You could probably count them on a
鶏の
chicken's
足でも
toes,
数えられ
though.
るぐらいだと思う
Randa seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Yeah, that was a not very haughty Randa laugh. Usually she's like, hee 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 hee. You know?
学校
Are you going to
行くか
school?
うん。
Yeah.
その方が
I
ね
think it would be better that way.
きっとい
She
いと
said,
思うの。
smiling, albeit stiffly. Randa's probably worrying her heart out about this too as well. Even so, she still wanted to go to school.
今日をお
If
休
you
み
stay
し
home
た
today, I
ら
think you'll just be worrying
きっと
nonstop and sleeping.
私
I don't want that.
だから
So let's go to school together.
分かった
Alright.
ちょっと待っててく
Wait
れ
just a moment.
すぐ支度する
I'll
か
get
ら
ready. I was just a little bit happy about Randa mustering that much consideration for me. Aww. Oh, you're so cute. Went to the place where we usually meet with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん
I guess Michan couldn't wake up today,
あ
huh?
そうか
Oh,
あ
that's
いつに
right.
とって
For
は
her, it
昨
wasn't
日
just
一昨日
yesterday.
の晩
She
も
was up all night looking
村
for
長
the
さんを
mayor the
探
night
して
before
徹
last,
夜して
too.
るんだよな
We waited for a bit anyway. Time passed till it got to the point where it was okay for us to go alone, and we exchanged
どうする
glances. What do we do?
もう少し待
Wait
つ
a little
か
longer? At that point, my brain, which had been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after another. And next, it might be the Sonozakis. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be. Of course not, right?
行こう。
Let's go.
今日は寝かせておい
Let's
てあ
let
げよう
her
よ。
sleep for today. Rena gave me a pat on the back.
ミオン
Mion, she's still
本当に
here,
いるよな
right?
何か言った
Did
か
you
な
say something?
Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
nothing.
独り言。
Just talking to myself.
行こうぜ
Let's get moving. The two of us head to school by ourselves. Ah, you gotta see some funky mouse movements, chat, because I have cuddled up in my blankie. I have my mouse on my lap so that I don't have to reach over, and I can keep my hands... Actually, let me set up so that I can have my hands under my blanket. Ah, and I can still click through. That is the joy of the visual novel day. I get to cuddle up and be all nice and warm. It is freezing in my dorm room all the time. Bunch of classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Yeah, that checks out. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようご
Good
ざいます
morning.
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原君
Maebara, good
Oh,
morning.
Ryugu-kun.
Ryugu, good
おは
morning.
よ
Good morning.
先生か
Your
ら
teacher has
大切
something
なお
important to
話
say,
があ
so
る
I
か
head
ら
straight to the
い
classroom.
いかね
Alright? Raina and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's kind of scary, yeah. Disappearances... Crimes only become real when you can see their effects, you know? You can hear about a disappearance on the radio, but to feel it like this, to see the change in your real life, just gives it weight. That's what I felt like. It's scary. Even scarier if people are willing to talk to me about it in the stream chat.
おはようござい
Good
ます。
morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that have been spreading for a while all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came with our teacher as well. This was not a normal
ま
morning.
ず、
First, the principal has something
校長
important to tell
先生、
everyone.
校長先生、
Go ahead,
どう
Mr.
ぞ。
Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the die.
もう知って
I'm
い
sure
る
some of
生
you
徒
already
も
know
おるだろ
this. Classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika and Sadako's empty seats. Principal briefly and simply declared that they had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now that by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom. I heard a kid crying. Yeah, that's what a fucking sob is. They steadily spread through the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい。
Okay,
皆さん
everyone.
注目注
Pay
目。
attention.
今日から当分
From
の
today
間
on, your parents or
登下
guardians
校
will
は
be
保
taking
護
you to
者の
school.
か保護者の方
For
の
those of
都
you whose
合が
parents
つき
can't
に
do
く
so,
い
you'll be
生
coming
徒
here
は
in
プリン
groups.
トを作
I
り
made a
ましたの
handout,
で
so read it carefully
よ
and
く読み
be sure to show it to your
いいですね。
parents, alright? Understand? Teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. She could just cancel school today, yeah. However, Raina told me the school was like a nursery for students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be cancelled.
では授業
Well
を
then,
始めま
let's
す
begin the
委員
lesson.
長
Class president,
わ
she's
あお休みですね
absent, I see.
では日着
Then whoever's on day duty, let me hear it.
起立
Rise. Feeling I want to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because their lives have been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which is just a rumor till now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Raina brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was just the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね
I'm sleepy.
まあで
Yeah.
ももう
I
そん
don't
な
feel
に
like
気になら
sleeping
なくな
anymore,
って
though.
むしろ
In
今
fact,
寝れ
I'm
るくら
jealous
い
of
の
the
図
people that
太い
can
神
sleep
経
at
が
a time
羨
like
ましい
this. They've got nerves of steel. You're
そう
right.
かもね
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Raina's bento box didn't have its usual luster, because she makes it herself. Was to be expected. Raina was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand. Since it's not like she would have gotten up early this
遠慮な
morning.
くつっつけよ
Grab
今
anything
日
you
は素
want.
直
Go
に俺
ahead.
の
You
弁
can
当の
admit
方
my
が立
bento's
派な
better
のを認め
today.
ろ
Okay,
じゃあ
I'll have some.
シソチーズのちくわ巻き
I
な
don't
ん
know
て
what those words
面
are.
白
That's
い
家な
interesting.
のだって
Right, yours might have
今日
already
のは
been
レトル
food.
ト
It's
だろ
pretty
うけ
good too.
どなかなかうまいぞ
Those two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom. It seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二
Just
人
the
だ
two
け
of
でお
us sharing
弁
our
当
lunches
付
like
き合っ
this.
て
It's
ると
sort of
なん
like
だか
something.
そのなんだかだ
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess
ご
up.
めんそ
Sorry.
の
I meant, well,
悪かった
I'm sorry.
うん
No, it's okay.
仕方ない
It's
よ
not your fault. Our chopsticks stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore. Chat, side tangent to break the tension. Chopsticks are so hard to use. I have been using chopsticks every Wednesday because I have been getting sushi from the school store for Sushi Wednesdays every Wednesday. It's a little tradition of mine. You know, keep up with the normalcy. Make sure that I'm eating lunch at a certain time. It gives you chopsticks, and I've been trying to use the chopsticks. It's hard, man. It's really tough. I don't know. I guess I'd have to be born, or not born. I guess I would have had to use the knowledge since birth to, you know, do it like they do. Couldn't keep up anymore.
リカちゃんとサト
Rika,
コ
Sadaka.
どこに行ったんだ
Wonder
ろう
where they
な
went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I just came right out and said it. Heard Raina catch her breath.
昨日ね
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of
ケイチ君がいなく
things,
なって
so I'll tell you what I
る間
know,
に
okay?
昨べはすまなか
Sorry
った
again about last
頼む
night. Go ahead. At that time, since they arrived for support, Raina was helping the ladies' society cook the miso soup. They had reported all the information the voters had gathered, and Raina said she
で
overheard.
も
They
結
didn't know
局
anything
何も
important,
わからなか
did
った
they?
学校が終わってか
Rika and
ら家
Sadako
に
went
帰
home
って
after school, and then apparently
二
went
人で
somewhere on
自
their
転車に
bikes.
乗っ
But
て
other
どこ
than
かへ行っ
that,
たらしいということ以外
Miana
は
told me yesterday.
全く
We'd had no clues.
うん
Yeah.
警察の
The
人も
police also said they
家
probably
に
went
帰
on
っ
their
てから
bikes
す
to
ぐ
go
に
play
自
somewhere
転
as
車
soon
で
as they
遊
got
びに
home.
家に帰って
If
か
they were
ら
going
す
out
ぐ
to
に
play
自
somewhere on
転
their
車で
bikes or
遊
after
びに
getting
行くと
home,
ころだ
they
っ
might
た
have
ら
gone somewhere in the
だから
town. So I guess they
沖
concluded they
宮
disappeared
の
while
町
in
でいなくなっ
Okinomiya.
て警察は明
The
るく
police
な
were
って
saying
か
how they
ら
were going to
捜
expand their
査
search
範囲
of
を
Okinomiya
沖
in the
宮にも
morning.
広げるって言ってた
Alright. That does make sense, yeah. In town, it makes sense why I couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking it, just a gut feeling at the end of the day. Lean back in my chair a little bit. I revealed something to Rika that was likely very important to her that day. Then, Rika told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. I have more viewers than I did last time around, so for context, we confessed to Rika that we broke into the storehouse with an extended dog analogy. We were trying to avoid saying that it was us at first. You know, we were doing the classic, I have a friend that's ETC. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been her way of saying this was a race against time. Oh, damn it. I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up, huh? Anyway, I don't think Rika was in a situation where she would have just gone off to play. Pardon, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに
I don't think
行くわけないと
I
思う
don't
んだ
think she'd go into town.
ケイチ君もそう思う
You
わ
think so too, Kage?
レナもそう
I
リカ
agree.
ちゃんもサト
Rika
コ
and
ちゃん
Sadako
も
must have disappeared
南
in
沢でいなくな
Hinamizawa.
ったに違い
I
ないの
look back at Reina, a little startled. Yeah, this is a little odd. I could hear the conviction in those words. What evidence do you have that we don't? Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway. Interesting.
お弁当箱を洗
I'm
っ
going
て
to
く
go
るね
rinse this out. She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Reina didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed out onto our bentos. During that time, Reina didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak. She's actually with us this time. She's confiding our secret.
リカちゃんと
The
サ
whole
トコ
thing
ちゃ
about
んは
Rika and Sadako
街
going
に
to
遊
town
び
and
に
playing
行って
and
なん
disappearing,
だか腑に落
that
ちな
didn't
くて
make sense for some reason, so I decided to
私なり
investigate
に
by
いろいろ聞い
myself.
たり
聞いた
Who'd you
No.
ask? What did you ask them
婦
about?
人会のお
I
ば
asked
さ
the
んたちに
Ladies
い
Society
ろいろ
all
昨
kinds
日のお
of
味噌
things.
汁
There's a lot of
お
tofu in the
豆腐
miso
がいっ
soup
ぱい
from
入ってたり
yesterday,
ト
remember?
ミタ豆腐
The old
店
lady
のお
from
ば
the
あちゃんも来て
Tomita
たの
Tofu shop came too. The Tomita Tofu shop. Interesting. I don't care. Little cruel. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing around the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃん
The
ね
old lady says she remembers
昨日
Sadako
学校
stopping
の
to buy
帰り道
tofu
に
there on her way home
サ
from
トコちゃ
school.
んがお店に寄
Oh,
って
okay.
豆腐
Tofu.
学校の帰り
Well,
道
it's on the
に
way home,
それ
right?
が
How
何
was
か
that
手
a
が
clue?
かりになるのか
いいから聞いて
Just
リカちゃん
listen.
の
Do
家
you
に行
remember
った
when we
時
went
の
to
こ
Rika
と
Chan's house?
覚えて
Brenda
るか
stepped away
な
from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika's room.
ガス台にお
There was
鍋
a
が
pot
か
on
け
her
てあっ
gas
て
cooker, and there was
その
miso
中にお
soup in
味
it.
噌汁が中にはお
I think there
豆
was
腐が
probably around half of it
残り
inside.
の半
The
分は
rest was in the
冷蔵庫
refrigerator.
の中にあったの冷ややっこ
Okay.
にするつ
They
も
must
り
have
だ
been
った
planning to
んだ
make
ね
chilled tofu.
お皿に開け
It
て
was on a plate
ラ
in
ップがか
plastic
けてあ
wrap.
った
As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through the room.
でもレナ
Still, Rena, why
それが何だ
why
っ
does
て言
this
うんだ
matter?
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun,
お味噌汁
when
の
you
お
make
豆腐
miso
って
soup, you put the
本当
tofu
に最
in
後の最後
last.
つまり
That means
お料理してたリカちゃん
Sumari
もしくはサ
that
トコちゃん
Rika-chan
は
or Sadako,
お夕
whoever
飯
was
の時
cooking,
間の直
was
前
standing
まで
there
あ
making
そこに
it
立
up
って料理
until
をして
right
いたことに
before
なる
dinner
の
time.
夕食
Right
の
up
時間
until
の
dinner
直
time?
前まで
Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コ
The
ーナー
trash in
の
the
ゴミを見た
countertop bin
ら
was put in there
す
really
ぐ
awkwardly
食事やお
too.
弁当は
Rika makes
ほ
most
と
of
ん
their
ど
food
リカ
lunches,
ちゃん
but
が作って
occasionally
るん
Sadako
だから
does it
その
too.
晩は
So Sadako was
サト
cooking
コちゃ
that
んがお
night.
料理
それってつ
So
ま
that
り
means
サトコに関
that
しては
Sadako
遊びに
didn't
行か
go
ず
somewhere to play.
夕食の準備をしてたっ
She
て
was
ことなの
preparing
か
dinner. That's a huge clue. What the hell? Yeah.
それで私
Then I took a look at the rice
つい
cooker,
炊飯釜
and there
に
was rice for two
二人
still in
分
there.
ってことは
So she made dinner for both of
二
them,
人
but
分の夕
neither
飯
of
は
them
作ったけ
ate
ど
it.
二人とも夕飯
Slight
は
tangent,
食べない
chat. I would love a rice cooker. I'm not gonna lie. I think that I have a lot of days where I just don't eat because well, that's a lot. I have a days where I don't eat a lot. I'll have 1 or 2 meals a day because I don't like what the dining halls have to offer. The food just isn't good. Or the food at the dining halls is at the dining halls that are too far away or the ones that close earlier. So, just being able to buy like a bulk, like 2-pound bag of rice and then just put it in a rice cooker, that sounds really nice. They had dinner for both of them and neither
そう
ate
いうことか
it. Is that it? Raina nodded.
それで
So
次に
next I looked in the
そう
fridge.
した
There
ら
was some chilled tofu
残り
made from the
半
other
分の
half
お
they
とそれ
brought.
だけじゃない
That's not all
お夕
either.
飯用に
There were
作
a
った
whole
お
bunch
か
of
ずも
plates
何
with
種
side
類か
dishes
あ
for
って
dinner, and all
そ
of
れ
them
ら
were
に
in
はみんな
plastic
ラップ
wrap.
がされていた
You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time, using them in breakfast or lunch. Yeah, that's a common practice.
そう
That's right.
Wrap it
You
in.
use plastic wrap to
食べ
save
残した
leftovers for
冷蔵
later.
庫
So
に
the
入れた
fact
と
that
い
they
う
were in
こ
the
とは
fridge means they
少
didn't
なくと
plan
も
on eating
そ
them
の
that
晩のうちには
night.
食べない
えっと
Is
そういう
that
こと
what
に
it
なるのか
means?
ケイチ君もっ
Keiichi-kun,
とよく考えて
please think a little
お
harder.
夕飯を
Their dinner was
全く
untouched
気
and
づけずど
wrapped
ういう
up.
ことだ
What
と
do you
思
think
う
that
えっ
means?
と
Well,
じゃあ
that means
夕
they
食を食べる
didn't
必
need
要が
to
なくなったわ
eat
けだ
dinner anymore. That's really interesting.
外食とか
So they would have
出前と
gone
かで
out to eat or ordered
そ
takeout.
れも突
It
然
must have
に
been
ね
really sudden
前も
too.
って決
If
ま
they had
っていたら
decided to do that
お料
beforehand,
理
they
に
wouldn't
な
have
って
made
しまう
anything.
そして
But there
お
was
夕
dinner
食
for
は
the
2
two
つ
of
つま
them.
りサ
That
トコちゃ
means
んは
that when
二人で
Sadako
食
was
事が
making
で
their
きると
dinner, they
本当
really
に
thought
直
they were
前ま
going to
で
eat
そう
it
思って
until right
料
before
理を
they
していた
didn't.
じゃあ
So then, the
二人
theory
で
about the
遊
two
び
of
に
them
行ってい
going
な
out
く
to
なったと
play
い
and
う
then
のは
disappearing is
間違いじゃな
wrong.
いか。
そう
Yep.
つまり
They
いなくなったの
disappeared
も
after
お夕
making
飯が
dinner
できて
and right
夕
before
食に
they
至るが
ate
多
it.
分
Probably around
7時
7
頃くらい
o'clock.
そんな時間に
Where would they have
食事もせ
gone
ずに
at a time like
二人は
that by
どこへ行ったん
themselves
だ
without eating?
当然そこに
That's
行き着く
obviously
よ
where
ね
this is leading.
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun,
覚
do
えて
you
るか
remember
折りたたみ
on
机
their
が
fold-out
置いてあっ
table
て
there were things like soy
その
sauce
上
and a
に
chopstick
お醤
holder?
油やはしたて
There
なんか
might
が
have been
置いてあっ
something.
た
Yeah,
の
they mentioned it earlier. I didn't remember. Talked about when
お
we talked
醤
about
油の
quaint
小瓶
living.
ね
The container for the soy sauce.
空っぽだった
It
の
was empty.
もう一滴
There
も
wasn't
入って
even
な
a
かった
drop
これじゃあ
left.
冷ややっこは美味
Chilled
しくない
tofu
よ
wouldn't
ね
taste good without it. Yeah, tofu's kind of bland and tasteless. You gotta sauce it up.
だから私
So I looked under their
流しの
sink for
下
the
にあ
larger
る
bottle of soy
醤
sauce
油
they
よく
have.
そんなところにあ
You
るって
sure
知って
know a
る
lot
な
about where they keep stuff, huh? I bet Rika
私も
Chan's
リ
house
カ
and
ちゃん
cooked for
の
them
家に行っ
before.
てお料理
Rita
したこ
cleared
と
her
あっ
throat,
たか
her
ら
face returning to a more serious expression.
でね
Then when I opened the cabinet,
流し
the
の
big
下を
bottle
開
of
け
soy
てみたら
sauce wasn't there at
醤
all.
油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの
The mystery of the missing soy sauce, huh?
醤油の大
It
瓶が
wasn't
ない
there.
って
What
どういう意
does
味に
that
なるん
mean?
だ
ここから先は
Everything
全
I'm
部
gonna say from here on
レナ
is
の
just
想像だ
Reina's
からねだか
idea.
ら最後ま
So
で
please listen till the end without saying
口を
anything.
挟まずに
It's
聞いていて
just
ね
a theory. A Reina theory. Last night, Sadako was making dinner like normal. Rika usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Sadako put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed they were out of soy sauce. So Rika, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. Okay, that makes sense.
俺
I don't
ご近所
really
付き合い
know my
って
neighbors that
よ
well.
く
Would
わから
people
ないんだ
really be willing to just
醤油なんかって
give her soy
分け
sauce?
てもらえるものなのか
うん
Yeah, it's not all
ひ
that
なみ
uncommon
沢で
in
はそんなに
Hinamizawa.
珍しいことじゃないよ
So Rika rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Sadako waited, though, Rika didn't come back. So then Sadako-chan called up the house where Rika was going. I miss this face. Wonderful creature. We love Sadako in this house. Her youthful fucking gremlin energy brings a lot of good to this generally not as gremlin-y vibe. Like, we've been listening to this background track for too long. It's fucking scary, man. So then Sadako called up the house where Rika was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that? Then the other person must have replied with something like
うち
this.
に食事
We
の
have
用
plenty
意
of
が
food
ある
here,
から
so you should come too,
さとこちゃんも
Sadako-chan.
リカちゃんはもう
Rika
食
has
べて
already
るき
eaten.
っと
I think that's
そん
how
な
they
感じ
called
で呼
her
び出した
out
んだと
there.
思う
Sadako called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Your buddy making you dinner, then you just leave. She put it in the fridge so you could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Sensible. Then Sadako got into her bike too and headed for the house where Rika was. Okay, but
すでにこの時
this
点
is
でお
already
かしい
pretty
食
strange.
事ってね
You don't normally make
突
so
然
much
やって
food
き
that
た
you can
人
give
に
to
振
people
る舞え
who
るほど
suddenly
多め
arrive
に
at
作
your
るものじゃ
house.
ないんだよ
A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that you could feed 2 extra people. Yeah.
たまたま偶
Could it
然
have
作り
just
すぎ
been
た
a
ことだって
coincidence that they
考
made too
え
much
られ
that
るだ
day?
ろう
それでも
It's still
絶対に考
unthinkable.
えられない
Reina flatly denied
だって
it, since
Rika-chanは
Rika knew that
さとこち
Sadako
ゃ
had
んが
worked
頑張っ
really
て作っ
hard
た
to
お
make
夕
dinner
飯
for
は
them, didn't she?
どんなにお夕飯を
No
勧め
matter
ら
what
れ
kind
た
of food she was offered, she wouldn't let
さとこちゃん
Sadako's
のお夕
dinner
飯
go to
を無駄に
waste.
するようなこと
This
を
is
するわ
all
けが
only
ない
circumstantial evidence and Reina's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to top this situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレ
Then,
ナ
Reina,
リカちゃんは
where did Rika
どこ
go
へ醤油を
to
もらいに
get
行ったんだ
soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Sadako wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So, who was it? Reina slowly shook her head. Could be anything, yeah. My first thought is the Sonozaki household. That's all for Reina's
あ
guesses.
くまでも
These
想
are
像
all
だ
just
からね
ideas, okay?
警察の人とか
Please
に
keep them
は
a secret from the
内緒に
police.
隠すことはな
What
い
is
じゃ
there
ん
to hide?
仮に半
Even
分
if
しか会
only
ってない
half
と
what
し
you
て
say
も
is right, it should be a good
きっ
clue
と
for
ヒン
all
トには
this.
なると思うぞ
ケイチ君
ケイチ
これっ
君
て南沢の人を疑うって意味だよ
This all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa.
確信もないの
We
に
can't suspect anyone without a
Milano
really good
stone
reason,
tabanai.
okay? Saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Reina cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. There are only 12 episodes in this chapter, or 12 chapters in this episode. So, it's chapter 11. Things have got to heat up a lot in the next hour. Let's think about this in my own way. Reina had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So it should be something that only I, who knew far more than Reina did, could deduce. I wish you said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Reina might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Someone saw us going in there. For the culprit, breaking the taboo was crime punishable by death. So they took matters in their own hands, yeah. So that night, Tomitake and Takano were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. We haven't seen Shion yet. I kind of miss her. Night Goober, UK time. It is fucking like 5-6 hours ahead for you right now. It is 11 for you, Cora. You should have been in bed like 2-3 hours ago. You need to take better care of yourself, Cora. But I hope you have a wonderful night. I'll see you later. This VOD's going up on YouTube. I appreciate you sticking around. It means a lot. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika, to whom I had confessed my sin. It's 10:38. You're only 4 hours ahead? Huh. It's because of daylight savings. I'm an hour later. Yeah, that checks out. Try and be the... I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Core. And yeah, just, let me know whenever y'all are doing stuff. I'm always down to hop on. And by always down to hop on, I mean half the time I'm in class. But feel free to hit me up and try to figure out my schedule. I know I've been absent a lot. Next time you set up a tournament and I can actually make it, I'll show up and I'll pub sit on for the whole thing. That's a promise. It's the least I can do, really. Alright. Next, I went for Rika, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then, what about Sadako? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Sadako, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Shut the fuck up, Keiji! This is not productive to your investigation. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? Pardon. If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could tolerate it, you know? I could tolerate being fucking stabbed to death in a back alley and eaten by a bunch of cultish townspeople. But killing my friends as well? That's a little too far. Fucking hell. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those who confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely, though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Interesting. Maybe that was because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just being careless. It's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be... was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but I just couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood, though, was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. Bells are ringing. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would someone else disappear tonight? If no one else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight, for sure. And then put an end to all this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, making us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. Maebara-kun, lunch break's over. Back to the classroom, please. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was as quiet as the streets at night. The streets are pretty loud. The cries of the higurashi are fucking screeching, mate. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. Even while leaving, no one said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers, silently marching through the mountains. That is what mountaineers do, I will say. As we went, one left and then another, and in the end, it was just Reina and me. I was supposed to escort Reina all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone. It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Keiichi-kun. It's still light out anyway. I'll be fine. I see. Then be careful, okay? Yeah. Huh? Isn't that a policeman? Reina pointed towards my... Oh, Oishi! There was a car stopped in front of him. From out of that car came Oishi-san. Making good on his promise, he must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Reina, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours. But what do the police want with you? Reina's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika's disappearance, she never asked me why. She could have been suspecting me ever since then. That would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the
俺
truth.
は犯人じゃない
I'm not the culprit.
そんなの知っ
I
て
know
るよ
that.
でも
That said,
事
I
件に
can't say that I'm totally
何の
uninvolved
関わ
with
り
this
もない
incident.
とは
Rena simply
言い切れない
listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I'd insinuate that was related to the incident, she didn't look at me like if she was looking at something dirty.
今度話す
I'll
よ
tell you next time. Okay,
待ってるね
I'm looking forward to it.
じゃあ
Get
早く行
going
き
then.
な
Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away. That was an interesting little interaction. Leaving me alone with Uishi, who walked over.
どうも
Hello,
どうもおかえ
hello!
りな
Welcome
さい
home,
前
my
原
son.
どうも
ご家
Hello.
族は
Looks like
お留守
your
みたいです
parents
ね
aren't here.
いやは
My,
や困ってい
my.
たんです
Was I in a
よ
bit of a spot? He came out all the way to my house. I can only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they'd be back late.
親父の仕事の
I
関
think
係
Dad
で
got called out
出
on
かけるは
business.
遅い
I
と
don't
思い
think
ま
he'll
す
be
よ
back till later.
そう
I
です それ
see.
はそれ
Well,
は
that's
好都合
convenient,
で
I
す親
suppose.
御さんに
We can
変
do
な
this
思
without
い
giving your
を
parents
させ
any
ずにすみ
strange
ます
ideas. Uishi pushed my back, prompting me to walk. Seemed he wanted me to get in the car.
警察に連
Or
行す
take
る
me
ん
to
で
the
すか
police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything at the end of the day. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
あいえいえ
No,
立
no,
ち
I
話
just
も
don't want
な
to
んで
sit
す
around
から
talking. We can just talk in the
車
car. That's all.
さあさあ
Come
どう
now,
ぞ
don't
ど
be
う
shy.
ぞ
He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept it in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner. There was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned rarely.
ありゃ
Oh, was it too
切りましょう
cold? I'll
か
turn the car off. He turned off the engine and it became quiet, and the voices of the higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, stuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. It is really hard to fucking spell out the sound that cicadas make. It sounds to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. What a fucking line! Holy shit. Shakespeare could never. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented. The days have been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the higurashi. This is something I was talking about in my social research class, actually. We're talking about interviews. My dude said, yeah, this is something that you'll see in the movies a lot, and it's a real thing. If you, like, give a probing question, and you're not getting the information you want, like, you think that there's more that can be said, you can just sit in silence and maintain eye contact, and generally the person will just talk on their own, you know? They'll volunteer the information themselves. Because people just hate sitting in silence. It's agonizing to them. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方は
How's the investigation going?
そうさ
The
何の
investigation
です
of
か
what?
最近は
There
い
have
っぱ
been
い
so
やりす
many.
ぎて
Which
ど
do
れ
you
のことや
mean?
ら
全部です
All of them.
いいですよ
Well, alright then.
本当は報道
They're
関係
officially
の
secret
敷かれた
investigations
秘
are
密
under
捜
immediate
査なんで
blackout,
す
but
が
I'll let you in on them.
じゃあ
Then shall
最
we start
初
from
の
the
事
first
件からいき
incident?
ます
The freak deaths of Tomitaki and Takano on the night of the
こっちは
Washigarashi.
お恥ず
On
か
this
しい
one,
から
embarrassingly
さ
enough,
っぱり
we
進
have
展
not
な
made
し
any
です
progress at
ま
all.
ずは
First of all,
とにかく集団
Tomitaki.
で
There are
暴行を受
indications
け
of
た
his body
形
that he
跡
was
はある
assaulted
の
by
で
a group
す
of
が
people. We have no
自分
explanation
の
for him
喉を
falling
か
out
き
of
破
his
る
throat
な
and
んて
dying.
異常な死に方何らかの
We suspect an
薬
overdose
物
from
中
a
毒を
stimulant
疑
or
っている
something,
ん
but
で
we
す
didn't
が
detect
検
anything.
出は
高野さんは
What about
どんな
Takano?
同じくさ
The
っぱり
same, we're in
で
the
す
dark.
焼死したような
Autopsies
検
from
視
those who
が
are burnt to
非
death
常
are
に困難でして
real tough. Yeah, even more so in the 80s.
首を絞め
We
られ
believe
た
she was
後
doused in
に
gasoline
ガソリ
after
ン
she
の
was
管
strangled.
轄が岐阜
That one
県
falls
さん
under
で
the
ね
Gifu Prefecture's police
こ
department,
ちら
though.
さん
They haven't been very
自分たち
cooperative,
の
even though
縄
it
張り
happened
の
in our
事件
territory.
と
Oh, that's not
これ
really
は
relevant,
関係ない
though.
話です
So
ね
the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died. Yeah, thanks, Sherlock.
ですが
Nonetheless,
犯行時間はお祭りが終わった直後だろ
the
う
times
と
when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival
高
ended.
野さんの方は
It's been uncertain in
ちょっ
Takano's
とあ
case,
やふやです
but the likely prospect is that she was murdered about the same time as
ほぼ同
Tomitaki,
じ
then
時
dumped in the
刻に
mountains in
どう
Gifu.
してわざわ
Why
ざ
are they
東
bringing
京
a
の
dead
山ま
body
で
all the way up to
死
the
体を富
mountains?
武さんも同じように遠く
They
へ
should
運
just
べ
brought
ばよかった
Tomitaki
の
there
に
too. Yeah, if they were going through all the work.
ありゃ
Oh my.
前原さん
Mybra,
あ
you're
な
quite
た
sharp, you know
も
that?
ちろん
Of course, I do
私
believe
も
that
そ
is
こは
something
注
we need
目
to
す
be
べき点
attentive of.
他にもい
There
く
are
つ
a
か不
bunch
審
of
点
other
はありま
suspicious
すが
things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point.
村長さんの方
How
はど
about
うです
the
か
mayor?
何か手がか
Have
り
there
は
been
あり
any
ましたか
clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me.
失踪された
We
一
investigate
日
his
の
movements
足
from the
取
day
り
he
を手がかりに
disappeared.
なるような
We
も
didn't
のは
find
見つかり
anything
ま
that
せ
could
んでした
provide any
が
clues, but I'll
一
tell you
応
about it
お
anyway.
話ししましょう
The
か
mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Gross.
古い生まれの方って
People who've
非
lived a
常
long
にプ
time
ライ
have
ド
an
が高いんで
unusual
すよ
amount of
そ
pride.
れで
So the
村
mayor
長
hadn't been
さん
telling anyone that he was going to a
誰にも内緒
proctologist at a
で獅子骨
university
市街
hospital in
にある
Shishimon.
失踪当
On the day he
日
disappeared, he had an appointment for a
村
checkup,
長
so
さ
he
ん
went out
は
first
診
thing in the
察の
morning.
予約が取ってあっ
Even
たん
I knew
で
the big hospitals
朝
had
一で出か
really
けら
long
れま
wait
した
times. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わっ
His
た
exam
のは
ended
午
at
後
1
その
p.m.
後
After
病
that,
院
he had
内
a
の
light
レス
meal
ト
at the
ランで
hospital
軽
restaurant
食
and
を
passed
取
his
ら
time
れ
reading a
この
magazine.
辺りのこ
We
と
know this
は
because of a receipt we found in his
自宅
wallet
に
at
あっ
his
たお財
house.
布の中のレシートで分かってます
He left his wallet at his house? And that's interesting. There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕
That day,
方
he
か
had
ら
planned to
神
go
社
to a
の集
meeting in
会
the
場
assembly
で
hall in the
はい
evening.
それで
He was supposed to
余裕を
return
持
home
っ
with
てお
plenty
帰
of time
り
to
になる
spare,
は
but while
ず
he
だ
was
っ
on the train
たん
coming
で
back,
す
there was an
が
accident.
どうもそれ
Seems
で
it
足
delayed
の
him a
目
bit,
を
and he
食っ
only
て
got
しま
back
っ
to
た
his
ら
house
しい
right before the meeting was
ご家
scheduled to
族が
start.
大
His
慌てで
family
神社
went
の
us a
集
very
会場に
hectic
出か
manner,
けて
leaving
いく
during the
村
assembly
長さ
hall
ん
at
を
the
も
shrine.
会合っての
What
は
was the
何だったん
the
ですか
meeting about?
確か
He disappeared on his way
その
back
会合
home,
の
right?
会合は御
Three
三家
families
と
in the
町
essential
会
members
の
of the
主
town
要役
assembly
員
were
が
at the
集まって
meeting.
今年も起こ
We
って
think
し
they were
まった
discussing how
連
to
続
deal with
怪
the
事件
serial
の対
killer
応に
freak
つい
death
て協
incidents
議
that
した
had
もの
happened
と思い
again
ます
this year. That's fair. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety. And yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh?
どうなさいました
What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my voice sounded. What did you figure out? What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I realized for only a split second. Oh, remember, Gitch. You just realized something very important. I have no clue what he could be thinking of. The night of the Watanagashi. It's when everything started, yeah. That night, Takano Tomitake died. The next morning, word of the incident spread throughout Hinomizawa, and they planned to talk about it during that evening meeting. Yeah, this is all information we know so far. The mayor had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital, and ate something. I assume not at Angel Beat, or whatever this store's called. Then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. Mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of the Watanagashi, until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, no one found out that he went to the hospital alone, he ate alone, and he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean? I'm curious as well. Why does that matter? He just figured it out. I sure haven't.
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan, what should I
ど
do?
うした
What's
話せ
wrong?
俺
Tell
たちの
me.
間
We're
で
not keeping secrets from
隠
each
し
other,
事はな
right?
しだろ
Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him
私
everything.
のおじいちゃんに
I told him
打ち明けたんです
everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything.
村長さんに
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the
あ
ritual
の
storehouse.
誰かにそれを見られ
Also,
て
that someone saw us and was out to get us.
あ
Right?
それで
What then?
君吉のお
Old
じ
man
いちゃん
Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned
本
away.
当に
He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does that mean? Hey, Kitch, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. What the fuck? The mayor left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everybody left. No one saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. What the fuck? Which meant, Maibara-san, are you alright? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner. The timeline doesn't add up. Yeah! Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, meaning that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it blended together until nothing made sense. I was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Maibara-san, are you in there? Yeah. Oishi lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long? I tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara-san. My mind had become a gigantic, oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think. Okay, is Shion setting us up? If she lied about that, first off, she's a really good fucking actor. Second off, was it bait to try to get us to say that we confided in someone to track that person down? Because Rika disappeared after we told her. Now, don't clam up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I don't think you're the culprit or anything. Wish he gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck to the original storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices. There wasn't anything. As soon as I says it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know? Even the mayor and Rika, who switched the lock in the door, were sacrificed. He still believes in the switch the lock in the door theory. Okay. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Soishi's goal all along, but then again, that didn't matter. There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with anyone. Was that really all? That was really all? There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent, like a pile of psychoactive drugs. Maybe a secret poppy workshop? Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there. There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I had seen some crazy thing didn't really matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened. We put in a request for a search warrant, thinking there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. It's a sabotage of the century. Instead of being an insult to religious figures and something about the rights and relations of the Constitution. Jeez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse to ask you since you went in. There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tomitake and Takano were only killed as punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have an answer for that only part. I suppose I won't bother hiding any anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. What?! Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that will protect you but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know. There was something wrong with what he was saying. Yeah, Shion! You alone? You alone. Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? I'm saying that you alone have been left alive. Right? Out of the four people who tiptoed in the storehouse for ritual influence, I mean, the only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was Jiro Tomitake and Mion Takano died that night. And Shion disappeared the next day. Shion disappeared? Yesterday? What the fuck? Only you are so safe and sound. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know. Shion disappeared? It's impossible! I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. I was doing a theory where Shion was working with the perpetrators here. And she took our information and did all that shit, but I didn't care about any of that. Tomitake died, Takano died, and Shion disappeared too. If Shion disappeared too, then... God, what the hell? My theory's out the window. When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about? Oh, well, no. I thought you were long since aware of this. This is the first I've heard of it. Shion disappeared? When? Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after the Watsunegashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand! Shion spends the night at his relative's house, depending on her mood any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was at the moment. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher was pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about any of that. I'm asking you when Shion disappeared. I told you. It was the day after Watsunegashi. The fluids in my body reversed direction. Lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see warped and twisted. I just couldn't endure it. Hang on. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? That night, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. I didn't even think about that! Who the hell called? What the fuck? She encouraged me. Rather, we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
学校
She
は
took
平
breaks
気
from
で
class
休
like it was
む
nothing,
し
and her family would
それを
listen
自
to
宅に知
school
らせ
songs,
て
so
も
they
と
must
りあ
have
え
been
ず
bothered
そ
calling
ん
me.
なこんな
It
で
ended up being quite a while for
彼
her to
女が失
realize she
踪したことに
disappeared.
気づくのに
I
だ
felt
い
a
ぶ時間
stabbing
がかかっ
pain
たん
like
ですよ
needles being pushed in my pores. Started on my back and began spreading through the rest of me. When it had been completely covered, the surface of my skin began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら
Don't
覚
you
えてます
remember?
綿流しの
We
次の
talked to
日
the
に
library the day after
私あ
Watson
の時
Higurashi.
シオンさん
Shion
もいま
was
したよ
there
ね
then.
あれが最
That
後
was the
の目
last
撃
we
な
saw
んで
her.
すあの後
No one
彼女
knows
の
where
取
she's
材
been
はか
since.
そんなバ
That's
そんなバカ
that
な
can't be. That day, Ushi had only caught me and Shion bounded away, allowing the Shion to go to work. Didn't she call me that
エ
night?
ンジェルモート
Her
ってい
job was at a
うファ
restaurant
ミ
called
レスのバイ
Angel
トですよ
Mort,
ね
right?
あの日から
She hasn't
無
been
断
there
で
since that
今日
day.
に至る
She's
ま
been
で
completely
全
absent
て
ever
お店
since.
の人も
First
連
at the
絡
restaurant
を
couldn't
取
get
ろ
in
うに
touch
も
with
取
her.
れ
He
ず
was really worried.
そんなバ
That
カな
can't
そ
be.
んなバカな
Can't
状
be.
況証
It's
拠
only
だけです
circumstantial
ね
evidence,
図書館
but
でお別
after
れし
she
てか
left us
ら
at the
バイ
library,
ト
but
先に向
before
かっ
she
この
made to
間に
work,
失踪したと考
it's
え
appropriate
る
to
のが
consider her
妥
having
当でしょう
disappeared
ね
during that time. Right after Shion ran away without me?
ご存知なかったみたい
It
です
seems that you didn't
ね
know.
なら
Maybe if you had said something
先に
earlier,
話
this
せ
would
ば
have gone
も
more
う
quickly.
これで
Now you
あと
understand,
は
right? You're
あ
the
なた
only
だ
one
けなんです
left.
あなただけ
You're the
が
only survivor the
最
forest
後に
slipped into the
忍び込ん
storehouse.
だ4人の生き残
Okay,
りなん
I
で
was
す
saying that shit needed to heat up in the next hour. Shit has heated up in the next hour. It couldn't be. It just couldn't
次
be.
に何か
If
起こ
something
る
else
とす
happens,
れ
it would
ば
happen to you.
前原さ
I
ん
need you to understand that. My bad.
どうかご理解を
Can't be, can't be, can't be. She had already disappeared? That couldn't be, couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion.
シオンさんはと
Shion
っ
has
くに
long
失踪してるんです
since disappeared.
次はあなた
Next
な
will
ん
be
です
you.
よ
Then who was on the phone? Who was on the fucking phone, man? Who's on the phone?
そんな
It can't be. Crazy voice acting shots from Keiichi here. You know, Uishi's like, it seems I've caught a lead with his fucking gremlin-ass grin. I hate that motherfucker in a lot of ways. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was blank. Couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late. I should have some ramen or something for dinner. Your classic pork bone ramen. He was talking about it, and now I kind of want to try it. I'm not going to lie. You have some water. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling. Hands on the clock were pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had disappeared? Would she still call me? Where they were calling from and who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I'd been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Kitch. Oh, fucker. Uishi admitted himself, didn't he, that Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Uishi didn't know about and been there since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't, nor to hide. That must have been why Uishi couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then, my right hand moved its own volition, slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting helped me calm down.
都合よく考えすぎる
Don't
なよ
just convince yourself of
My
the most
bad,
convenient
Keiichi.
possibility, Keiichi, my brother. He's finally thinking. He might live this episode yet. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi.
ケイチ
If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would be really scary for me, yeah. However, as the last survivor, the people who went in the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. So, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Mm-hmm. Keiichi's mind's finally catching up with the reader. Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Just who else? Why? Why would Mion? I thought back to the thing about the Sonozaki family that I heard from Oishi and Shion. Mia was always entangled in the incidents in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched in my head. Ah, courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it'll ring tonight. It would be so easy to just run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I can't run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice, it has to be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. There's the phone. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after the Watson higurashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, people had disappeared. Their corpses haven't been found. I didn't even think they were alive. So if it really was Shion at the other end, then didn't that mean she was... Oh, sorry. She was calling me from another world? That couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ring. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. What would I do after I answered? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled, try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was that the person on the other phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme. But just make sure to be careful, that would be the safest option. Made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomotaki and Takano? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika and Sadako? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Yeah, pick it up, Keiichi. Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion. Ah, Kei-chan, it's me. It's Shion. My momentary convenient and all but fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking. Get ready for this. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home. I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? Oh, I failed. I let her in a fatal piece of information that I was the only one in my house. Well, no, they're not really. Yeah, anyway, have you heard about Rika and Sadako? No, what happened after that? Were they found? Nah, they weren't found. Okay, please don't lose hope. If Uishi hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at her considerate words. Instead, now that I come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika and Sadako, they were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes, I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later I was overcome with numbness. Felt like I would pass out. I'd asked if Rika and Sadako had been kidnapped. Shion had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika and Sadako were... no, I'm sorry. About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika and Sadako after they were kidnapped? That's what I want to ask, but I frankly caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to make it sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. Damn, okay. Hey, wait, that was quick. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. So as they're not hostages, we must practically kill them once we're done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, the severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? about the mayor who's killed him so readily. I mean, what's a human life or two anyway?
恐ろしいことだ
It's
と
a
思い
horrible
ます
thing,
多分
but I think that's probably
そう
what
では
happened.
ないかと
If the mayor was killed, then that means the same bad thing had happened to Rika and Sadako. No, they weren't some random old man. It was fucking Rika. It was Sadako. They couldn't kill them so
リカ
quickly.
ちゃまと
It's
サトコ
probably better to think that Rika and
同
Sadako
じ
ended
だ
up the
と思
same
った
way.
方がいいでしょうね
Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything. Still, I still couldn't help but scream. Chat, I'm not gonna scream, I'm too ill. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I've been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. Okay, what is this Final Fantasy-ass music, bro? There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. God damn it, I killed Rika and Sadako. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in, even my voice gave out. Still I cried. And cried. Kei-chan, please, just try and
どう
come
か
back.
気を確かに
Rika and Sadako, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains, so I'd never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことで
What
ど
are
う
we
す
going
る
to
んで
gain
す
by
か
doing
次に
that?
狙
They're
われるの
definitely
が
going to
確
target
実
you
に
and
お
me
願い
next.
ですか
Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of
お願い
yourself.
します
Please?
お願いしますか
Please? She's such a good actor if this is a ploy. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. That Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why?
どうしてだよ
Why?
どうして
Why kidnap someone and
あ
kill
たりだ
them?
かなんだか知
Screw
らないが
curses. Are people's
人の
lives really that
あんた
cheap?
り消したり
Raising them and killing them without a
殺したり
second thought like this? You're
全
right.
くです
You're absolutely
悪
right.
魔ですよ
It
ね
would take a demon. It felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There's magma in the pit of my stomach. It felt like it was going to erupt at any
あ
moment.
シオン
Hey,
教えてくれ
Shion, please tell me,
どうしてこの
why
汚
did
い
Hinamizo start needing someone to die and then end the Watsunagashi?
私
That's what I'd like to
も
know.
うダム
The
計
fighting
画
over
と
the
の
dam
戦いは
project's
終わ
already
った
over
ん
and
だ
done
の
with.
に
Haven't enough people been
どう
cursed already?
どうしてだよ
Why is it?
理由があるなら
If there's a
言って
reason,
みろ
then
よ
say it! I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. This is how Keiichi dies. These were not simple questions. This was a fucking interrogation, yeah. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying.
ケイちゃんの気持ち
I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I
私のダ
really
ム闘
do.
争は
The dam wars ended a long time ago, yet murders and disappearances
お
keep
社
happening
様の
here.
た
You
りと
guys
いう名
want
の
to share
殺
someone's
人
curse?
なぜ
Why?
なんですか
Why is it
全然
happening?
関
Some of
係
them
ない
have
人も
nothing
い
to
た
do with this, and some of them
語られ
didn't
るの
deserve to
に
be
不幸
cursed.
な
So why? Why?
それを
That's what I'm asking you! I want to know that as much as anyone! They're just fucking screaming at each other, huh? Both their ragged breaths can be heard over the phone. Listen, Oishiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, some of the villagers using the grand name of Oishiro-sama's curse as justification for continuous murders and disappearances every
私たちの
once
た
in
め
a
に
gosh.
殺す奴らは狡猾で
cunning.
辺りを
They've
都合
been
よ
using
く
the
見る
curse as a tool and
村
in
の
a
集
system
積を
where they get rid of two
毎
enemies
年
in the
2
village
人ず
every
つ
year.
消し去るシステムを構築していったんです
I guess you can break and have some water. This is very high energy. I hope y'all don't mind taking a breath. You know what? Fuck it. We are 2 hours and 27 minutes into the stream. I'm gonna try to remember that. I have a physical at my doctor in 2 weeks. I am losing circulation in my fingers. This is something that I spoke with my doctor about last, I've had more water to try to make it go away. It's something I spoke about with my daughter last time I went. My doctor, not daughter. In December, I spoke about how every once in a while, when I would, usually when I'd have a tournament, a fighting game tournament, I would spontaneously lose circulation in my fingers, and I wouldn't get it back for like 5-10 minutes. I haven't had a fighting game tournament this year. I just haven't gone. I've been trying to avoid the pressure things. So I've been, I've avoided the triggers. So I was like, hey, this has gone away. Maybe I don't need to follow up on this. But it's happening right now. I'm absent any kind of stress. I'm absent any kind of physical movement. I am literally sitting down, stock still, evenly breathing. The most that I'm doing is clicking my mouse. And, like, this is less than I do on, like... You know, you can look back in my fucking stream VODs. I've been streaming for hours at times. I've been streaming for upwards of 6, 7, even 10 hours at times. And this hasn't happened. It's just fucking random. I don't know. Literally all I'm doing is talking. I'm talking. But I talk plenty other times too. So I don't know what's going on. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna... You know what? Let me make a note on my phone right now. And just try to... and just try to remember that this is a thing that's happening. Coming tomorrow. I'm willing to spot. That'd be chill. Sorry about that. I texted my mom. I have to go home over the weekend to bake some bread. Actually, I have a Middle Ages class that's final project is very freeform. I'm gonna bake some bread for it. So they were talking about when I'm coming home for the weekend. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Anyway, let's get back to it. I made a note. There's this 3 minutes. Sorry for taking this time to just. Make a note for my doctor. I'll maybe splice out this section for my doctor when I have an appointment in a couple weeks, and we'll talk about this. Because, you know, we talked about this, and they were like, yeah, this is probably nothing. It's probably just a stress reaction, but this could be something wrong with, like, your heart, you know? So the fact that this is happening completely randomly while I'm just talking is not good. Alright, they've been using the curse as a tool to get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that's just talking about something. Why wasn't that a gun? Why does I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is my Rico and Sonic. Why is that? I didn't say a word in Sonic, you know? Why even hurt? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while. Kei-chan, please, stop being mean. A sob. Was Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went to the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. When I heard that Takano and Tomitake had been killed, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of a position I was in. 4 of us stuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I will be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? There's nothing fake about our words. She understood how I felt. That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi. All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We all knew we shouldn't have done it, but really it had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all. Takano and Tomitake, who went in with us, were killed shortly after. They had such miserable ends. Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I'd be attacked. There's nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me. So I asked him to save me. Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said if you're really sorry, that you should never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion's lying out of her fucking ass! Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. Such a sad voice, and none who could hear it would prevent from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? She was in the same situation. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi." There you go! Wake up, buddy! Don't forget about the mayor. On the morning after Wasanagashi, he was told of Takano and Tomitake's deaths over the phone, committed to a meeting that evening, went for a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. Ooh, funny moment. He only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi said. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor? Yeah.
いつ
When did you let him
打ち明けた
know? Eh? I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I want Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは
Did you
重
know
い
that
事
the
を
mayor
患
had
っ
a
てて
severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to
病
the
院にかかってい
hospital
たと
for
いう
treatment?
そ
Kei-chan,
れが
what does that have to...
答えてくれ
Please, answer me.
知らないな
If you
ら
didn't know,
知ら
then
ない
just
と
say so.
答えればいい
There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she
気だ
replied,
ったのは
I knew that. He had hemorrhoids.
座る時
It looked like sitting down was
辛そうでした
pretty hard
病
for
院
him.
に通ってた
He
ん
was
だ
going to the
ど
hospital.
この病院
You
か
know
は
which hospital,
ごめんな
right?
さい
I'm sorry I don't know that much, but Kei-chan, what does that have to do with...
それが一体
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, she couldn't have seen him on the train, either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been time for him to listen to Shion's
担当
feelings.
直入に
I
聞
want
き
to
たく
ask
し
you
よう
straight, Shion, when did you tell the mayor?
いつどこで
When
大
and
雑把で
where?
いいから
Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but
教えてほしい
please
んだ
give me
ケ
one.
イちゃん
Kei-chan, why are you asking that? Her sob pierced in my ears. I was taken back by the illusion I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, correct me. Please, prove to me that you're the real
ありえ
Shion.
ない
This is
村長が
impossible. The day
朝
the
か
mayor
ら消え
disappeared.
るまで
From dawn till he
Shion には
vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him. Eh? That's...
村長は
The
朝
mayor
一で
left first thing in the morning for his
誰
examination
に
at
も
the
内緒
university
の大
hospital
学
all by
病院
himself without telling
シオン
anyone.
は今
Shion, you just
この
said you
病
don't know
院
which
知ら
hospital he
だ
went
から
to, so
帰
you
ってく
couldn't
るま
have
で
contacted the mayor until he got back.
そうだろ
Isn't that right?
帰りの電車
His
が
train
事故
back
で
was
遅れ
delayed
た
by
ん
an
だ
accident. He didn't return to his
自宅
house
に
until
帰
the
ってき
meeting
た
was
の
about
は
to start.
つまり
So then,
会
there
合
was
が
no
始まる
time
ま
for
で
you
の
to
時間
tell
に
him
も
before the meeting
打
started
ち
either.
明ける時間的余裕は
I
な
heard
いんだ
Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to
シ
say
オン
it.
も一緒に
Shion,
会
did you
合
go to the
に
meeting
そして
too?
会合の
Did
席
you
上で
attend it?
打ち明
And
けた
tell
の
him
か
there?
ここで打ち明けなき
If
ゃ
you didn't, then there
もう
wouldn't
時
have
間
been
が
any
ないの
time
に村
left.
長は帰
The
宅
mayor
途中で失
disappeared on
踪
his
す
way
るんだ
home.
から
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Actually, with the meeting, you didn't even go to the
シオン
part-time
が
job
行
you
くと
said
言
you
っ
went to
た
that
もっ
day.
と端的
I'll
に
say
言
it
お
more
う君
directly.
は
You haven't
俺と
been
一緒に行った
seen
図書館以降
since we were at the library together. Kei-chan, well,
園崎シオン
Shion
は渡
Sonozaki
流しの翌日に
disappeared the day after
失踪したん
Wasanagashi.
だ
This is bold, and you should not be doing this. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet, it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone
大
there.
石さんは
Oshi
君が
says
す
you've
で
been...
に失踪してでも
Despite that, you've been
Shion,
calling me
こう
every
して
night
前
like this, haven't you? Good crying, huh? Shion's sobs are torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything
頼
wrong.
むシオン
Please,
俺が言
Shion.
ったこ
If
とが
something
間違
I
って
said was
んなら
wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you.
シオン
Shion, there's no way you could have
Omae wa-
seen the mayor. But
もし
if
会
you
った
did
と
see
した
him,
なら
if Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that
村
meant
長が
that you
会
saw
合
him
を
after the
すなわ
meeting.
ち
In other words,
失踪
it
す
could
る
have
直
only
前
been right before he disappeared, or else afterwards. Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I called this shit last time. I called this shit last stream. I was like, no, you shouldn't reveal that you confided in Rika, even with the fake story. God damn it. God damn it, chat. Beep, beep. Went the dial tone. Stood their days for a while until I realized she hung up on me. A little rude of her. That's our chapter break? Damn. Stone cold. Stone cold. That's our fucking chapter? Holy shit. We have one chapter left before we fucking die. So what's gonna happen? Alright. Let's view the tips this time and then take a piss. So, from the scrapbook 11. Yep, so Shion's been missing. That was Mion. The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but Onigafuchi village especially. The three families detest giving births to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to literature, twins are born, they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family's successor and her twin are still alive is interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryo, is sympathetic to their plight. Of course, twins were not cared for equally, and their heir, Mion, received special treatment. What I heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of those two don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader is said to inherit a demon. and they tattoo a magnificent one on his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. That's important information. Well, I've heard there's a magnificent demon tattooed on Orio's back as well. I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. I do too. That's really important. So that means that when we see Shion, we should ask for his back tattoo. Unfortunately, Keiichi doesn't know this. Okay. At this mahjong parlor. Interesting. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Clan. Hey, Kuro-chan, you last one here? Oh, Yoshi's here already. Oh, Ishi's here. Excuse me, miss. Yuichi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes to an old lady who owned the parlor, and she made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
Oi-san!
Oishi, good work today. What were you all waiting for? We could have just done 3-player. Everyone said the mahjong tables were Uishi subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out. Everyone would like to thank you for days of investigating thousands. Thank you. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment. The situation is not looking good. The chief appears to have backed down the congressman's threats. In the coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the key police. In this person's case, the mayor of the community division. That damn upstart chief. Pardon, the veterans in the room cursed him. All requests for warrants were turned down as well. Even been told by the section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We're certainly in a bind, that we are. Incidentally, it looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go to training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've even been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Well, I suppose it ain't bad. You heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do. This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are locked inside. For cars, you've got the repairman in the prior door. For instance, Kuma-chan, show the map. Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets. Are they planning to break in? No, I've been doing this job for a long time. I got a lot of faith in my gut. But this could be the one time where it's wrong. No? Everyone worried about the retirement money has till the count of 10 to get out of here. We should get a count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution. 9, 10. Ah, no one's leaving. None of you love your families too much. Is that it? Everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up. I want everyone to go with their materials, memorize locations, and blind spots in the security cameras. Kuma-chan will stand by in the command pod. Something happens, will switch to me and take over. Komiyama will head up infiltration A, Altitude Team B, Observation Team will set up points in 1 through 8. Bonchi, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable, controlling rotation, so HQ doesn't get wise. Now the team will stand by is the most important job. Second Chief asks where I am, play dumb. I'll handle escorting our guests. You can be sure I'll bring them to venue, so wait patiently. Wonderful cave. Keiichi, that is. From what motherfucker. So you can reset for tomorrow or the day after that regard. It'll be easy. Oh, man. Okay, so that means everything's gonna go down this episode. They're planning to break into the parlor. Everyone's gonna die. Alright, so, let me, Oh, that is, in fact, all the tips in Watsunagashi. Which means this is our last episode. Continue.
Keiichi.
Dining halls have nothing good. Sorry about that. I had to text my mom. Alright, let's keep it up. Keiichi, let's power through. We have maybe an hour left. Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. Must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it'd be safer not to go to the police to do something about all this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? It's one of those teachers think our children are. Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I had no interest in anything. This feeling was like a dead fog in my mind. I felt like getting dizzy after taking the strong medication. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Yeah, he has a rough one. Today was Thursday. Today is Thursday too! Only 4 days had passed since the Watsunagashi. Such a short time, nothings were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night. We couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and I broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろ
This is where we should be going, is
鍵
it?
がか
Let's
かってい
not.
る
It's
の
a
を
crime
勝
for
手に開け
persuading
て
like
押し入る
building
なん
even
て
if you don't see
シオンだ
anything.
って
Shion, unless you
こ
know
れ
that
が
we're
合い
having
びき
some
現場
secret
じゃないと
rendezvous,
分
you've
かっ
had
たの
enough,
俺は
right?
こんなのに
I
は
don't want to
全
do
然
something
こ
like
んなと
this.
ころ
What
に
if
いる
we
間
just
に
dance? Enzo
リ
will
カ
mess
ちゃんの演舞
around.
が終わっちゃったらどうするんだ
I
よ
prattled on as I took the lock from Tomatake's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Let's go. Takano was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomatake grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika's dance was still going on. Then at last her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped. And I clapped. If only, huh? If only. Ding dong.
レナちゃんじゃない
Isn't that Reina
いつもの
Chan?
時
She's
間
here
だから
'cause it's your usual
迎えに
meal
来
time,
たんじ
isn't
ゃ
she?
ない
I forgot to piss. I need to piss. I'm gonna piss, and then we'll come back, and we will power through the entire end of the VOD without a break. Alright, back in a second. I am back, and for those of y'all that care about my health and well-being, yeah, my hands are still tingling. It has been 15 minutes since this has started. It's much better now. It's just in the tips of my pinkies. Still feels like I don't have circulation. I don't know what's going on with this, and I'd really rather it's not like a heart defect, because that shit would suck. But anyway, let's keep it up. Took a walk. It's mostly gone. Isn't that right now? She's here because your usual meetup time, isn't she? Looked up at the clock. 5 minutes past.
ケイチ、しばらく学校を休んだ。
そうだね気を使ってくれてありがとう
Rose from my seat. Where's the entrance to Great Reina?
おはよう
Good.
今日から集団登校だから遅れちゃダメだよ
Oh, that's right. If we the ones far this way would be late, the younger kids in the way would be waiting
俺
for us.
さ今日からしばらく学校
Okay. Reina answered shortly, nodding. Yeah, she understands.
ケイチくん
I
が
think you should do whatever's
自
best
分の
for your
体だから別
education.
に
So you don't need to
引け目を
feel
感じる
Oh, and
それ
here.
回覧板
It's a notice or something.
お母様
Could
に
you
渡
give
し
it to
て
your
いろい
mom?
ろ
I think it has a lot of
大事なお知らせがあるみたいだか
I
ら
took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika, and Sadako, and they wanted any information. It made my heart ache.
警察も
The police are
必死に
looking
探してくれてる
so
きっと見つかるから待ってよ
just be patient,
Ne?
alright? Reina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe there
レ
was.
ナは
Reina, here.
俺を
Not gonna
問い
question me? Nope.
レナは
Raina, you know,
俺が
don't
あ
you,
の晩
about that night that I...
西宮殿に
Do you
忍び
mean
込んだ
when you
こ
snuck
と
into the ritual storehouse?
かな。
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind.
筒抜けなんだな。
So it's all out in the
まったく
open. Really? I should've
悪いこ
done
とは
that.
するもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been. Just pardon.
でもね、
I don't think she was
きっと
angry
みー
about
ちゃ
you
んが
seeing
怒っ
me
てそれを隠してい
there.
た
As
こ
much
と
as
だ
about
と
you
思
hiding
う
it
の。
from
圭一くんは
me. Maybe.
自分から言い出して
Maybe
謝
you should
ら
have
な
told
く
her
ちゃいけ
yourself
な
and
かったんじゃない
apologized.
かな。
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week to go. I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion.
レナの
Reina, you're...
言う通りだな。俺はいつ
I
も
never realized anything
レナに
until
教えられるまで。
圭一くん、もしもだよ。
hypothetically.
もしも
If
圭
you
一
had
くんが
admitted you'd done something
悪い
wrong
ことを
and
したことを
apologized to
リカ
Misha,
ちゃんと
I
サト
wonder
コ
if
ちゃん
Rika
は
and Sadako would
いな
have
く
said
なら
that
ず
to
に
Misha.
済んだのかな。
Don't pin that blame on us. That's fucked up. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Yeah, for good reason. It's fucked up. Wasn't Reina telling me right now though that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Reina's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for being silent.
あ
They're fixedly my own.
あ、そうだ。
You're right. If I admitted my crime sooner, then Rika and Sadaka wouldn't have had to die. Smack! The palm of Reina's hand slapped me in the cheek. Jesus! So then I'm moving my head tilted in the direction I've been hit. Didn't hurt at all.
誰も
I don't think that
圭
anyone
一くんのことを
has
叱ら
scolded
だ
me.
から私
So
が
I'll scold you
代わ
in
り
your
に
place,
圭一く
okay?
んを叱るね。
First hand on my cheek, now warm with embarrassment. Quietly stared down at Reina's feet.
入ってはい
Going
けない
somewhere
ところ
you're
に
not allowed
勝
to
手
go
に
is a
入
very
るのは
bad thing to
それ
do.
はわかる
Do you understand that?
あ
Uh-huh.
返事はは
Answer
いだ
me
よ
with a
圭一
yes,
くん。
Keiichi.
はい。
Yes.
そして
Also, what's
も
even
っ
worse,
と
you
悪い
didn't
の
admit
は
to having done something so
悪い
bad.
ことをす
You
る
should
の
never
は
do anything
と
bad
て
in
も
the
い
first
けない
place
こと
without
だけ
admitting
ど
to it or apologizing
そ
as
れを
much,
認めて
much
謝る
worse.
はい。
Yes,
僕が
I was wrong. For a few moments,
悪かった
Reina
で
stared
す。
at me silently, intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension softened and she smiled.
じゃ
Okay, then
もう
it's about time.
私は行
I
く
should
よ
begin.
あ
Alright.
回覧板
Be sure to give the
お
notes
か
to your
あと
okay? Also, warn her
回
not
覧
to
板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
That was nice of her. I bent down to pick up the nose which I dropped when she slapped me. That was a kind slap. That was a pity slap. We've had a lot of guilt. Sometimes when you're guilty, you can't just let those feelings simmer, you know? You need some kind of confrontation. You need to let it end. Making a mess on the floor, gather one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more lighthearted page with peaceful sentences. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. What? Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. No! I called it! I called it, you pieces of shit! I'm the goat, I'm the best.
なんだ
What is
これ。
this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. Oh, I haven't refreshed it in too long. I guess it's just not showing anything. Let me make sure I don't have any pings on that. I have 2 fucking pings? What the hell? That's a night, everyone. That's a night, everyone. For your Jackbox games. Someone ping me in fucking Magikarp? Howdy. This guy. Huh! Okay. People are pinging me here too? Bro, everyone loves me today. It's kind of crazy. Add everyone. Do you know Professor Layton? I know Professor Layton, yeah. Ooh, Evo gameplay. That's pretty awesome. Or not Evo gameplay. 2xKO. 2xKO fucking rules. So this is legit. What is it, media? We're just taking a break for a second. It's good for my heart. Good for my soul. Neat. Alright, let's keep it up. Picked up the page and scanned the rest. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from relatives in the Akita prefecture. Got a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they want anyone who wanted some to feel free to come over. Is what it said. But yeah, that means that when Rika had heard that she had no soy sauce, she went to the Sonozakis. Oh, there we go. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and Pling bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもら
If
い
you
に
need
行く
some
なら
soy sauce, then we go to
その
the
崎家
Sonozaki
か
house.
レナ
Reina,
お前ひょっとし
did
て
you know
知
all
ってた
along?
んじゃ
うん、
Yeah,
知ってた。
I know. Reina had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Huh. Surprisingly aware. Rika had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika wasn't coming back, so Sadako called Mion's house and she knew where she'd gone, and then Sadako got called there as well. That meeting on the day that made her disappear, didn't Oishi say that the three families participated in it? The three families would include the Sonozakis. Did he also say the current leader was really old, so their heir Mion stood in for her at public appearances? Well, the mayor was returning from the shrine. Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him, invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It's probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family already. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. They even knew her part-time schedule. Thinking back, wasn't Angel Mort managed by the Sonozakis? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been trouble.
俺
I'm
ミオン謝ってくるよ
I'll go apologize.
もう全部
I'm gonna have her put an end to
ミオンは
everything.
きっと
Mion won't forgive me
簡単には
easily.
許してくれないだろうけど
Sacrifice anyone else.
もうこれ以
I
上
decided there was no need for
誰も犠
sacrifice.
牲にならないように頼んでくる
I put on my shoes and slipped past Reina to exit the house. When she stopped me,
私も行
I'm
くよ
going to.
レナ
Reina,
学
shouldn't
校
you
は
go
い
to
いのか
school?
学校なんかより
This is way more
も
important
っと
than
大
school.
切な用事
She's
だよ
right, and I really do hope she's on our side this time. Because it'd be really nice to have a friend. When we're gonna go confront the murderer here.
レナは来るな
Reina, you shouldn't.
この上
If you get
レナ
wrapped
まで
up in
巻
this
き込まれ
too,
た
then I
ら
think I might actually go crazy.
俺は
Reina did
頭が
move
どう
her
にか
arm,
なって
but
し
she's
まうかも
walking
しれな
away.
い
圭一君
If
までい
Keiichi
なくなって
disappeared as
私
well,
も
then
頭
I
が
think
どう
I
に
might
かな
go
ってき
crazy
たか
too.
ら
So I won't let you go
圭
alone.
一君だけを行かせな
Reina
い
argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. That's powerful. I saw them and I knew the strength of her
分か
resolve.
った
Alright,
行こう
let's go.
ありがとう
Thank you.
Reina.
Reina nodded slightly but firmly and let go of the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Reina following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi! That's my goat.
いや
Hey,
ー
good
お
morning.
前
My
原それから
brother.
リ
You
ュウ
too,
さん
Rika.
朝から
Together
羨
so
ま
early
し
in
い
the
です
morning. You
ね
make me jealous. What a praiseworthy man he was if he'd been lying awake so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, this was a good opportunity.
警察
You're
の
from the
方で
police.
Aria.
Oh, have I not introduced
リ
myself to you,
ュ
Rika?
ウこれは
Please
これは
excuse
失
my
礼します
rudeness.
私
My name's
沖
Oishi
宮
from
署の
Okamiya.
どうぞ
Please
よ
meet you.
大石さんに
Are we telling Oishi?
喋るのか
うん
Yeah.
圭一君の
I
罪
think my
は
poem is enough punishment
私
for
の
your
ひら
crime,
みーちゃん
Keiichi,
の
but we
罪
should
は
leave Michi onto these people.
この人たちにあ
Pain
が
and
なってもらわ
sadness.
な
I
く
look
ちゃい
down
け
at
ない
those emotions built
大
in
石
my heart.
さんに
We have something to tell you, Oishi.
お話
はてどんな
Well, now,
こ
what
こで
about?
立ち
Should we
話
stand here
そ
and
れと
talk
も
or go inside the car?
車の
In
中
the
でしま
car,
す
please. I only continue to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Reina was. She is the goat at the end of the day. She is the goat. At Reina's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while. How do you feel?
話したら
Don't you feel a lot
な
better
ん
now
だ
that
か
you
胸
told
が
me?
すっきりし
Oishi
たん
asked
じゃ
as
な
well,
いです
scratching
か
his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price I've been paid till now for me not owing to my crimes have been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest would never be removed. His radio started to emit static. This is Kuma Guy. Oishi, over.
はいもしも
Yes,
し
hello?
大石で
This
す
is Oishi. We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement of the Sonozakis. Our target is still on the
はい
premises.
はい
Yes, good. Keep it close watch. Roger that. Bring relief for 3 and 7 is allowed and then return to base. Also, it looks like the division chief is looking for you, Oishi. He keeps bugging me too. Tell him as soon as I get in touch with you. What do you want me to do?
答えに
If
注
you're
意した
hard
ら
pressed for an answer, tell him
実
you're
は
actually
居
giving
眠りして
orders
て
not
起
to
こさ
wake
な
up
いよ
for
う
my
に言
morning
われ
nap.
てる
Got it. The ridiculous.
いや失礼
Sorry about that.
仕事の
It
連
was
絡
about
でした
work.
今
He just said there was
そ
no
の崎
movement
家
in
前
the
は動きな
Sonozaki
しって
house.
言ってました
Didn't he?
ありゃ
Oh my, did it
そんな
sound like that
触
to
り
you?
やこま
This
秘
won't
密
do.
にしてく
Please
ださ
keep
い
that
よ
a secret,
課
alright?
長から
I took
内
permission
定
from the
の許
division
可は
chief
も
to
ら
make
って
private
ないんです
inquiries.
から
Oishi had suspected me on
事情聴
No
取も
crushing
家宅
witnesses,
捜
no
査も
searching houses. We
と
don't
に
have
か
permission
く
for anything,
何
really.
に園崎
The
本家を
Sonozaki's
守ろう
defense
と
is
い
said
う
to protect the family
園
members
崎家
who
の
are
防衛
working
令状
conditions.
がなくち
Without
ゃ
a warrant, we can't do
私た
anything
ち
about
現
anything.
行犯以外は
Unless the crime
何
happens
にも手
right
出し
in
できま
front
せん
of
から
us.
ね
大石さん
Ah,
って
Oishi.
ひょっ
Could
と
you
し
be...
て
Reina's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear, she stated Oishi.
園崎
You
家に
can't
踏
set
み
foot in
込
the
め圭一
Sonozaki
君に
house.
踏
You're
み込
trying
ま
to
せ
get
ようと
Keiichi
し
to
てたん
go
じ
in
ゃ
there
レナ
instead?
そ
Maybe
れ
that's
こ
what
の
he...
人は
This person, just as I thought.
私の
He plays
想像
really
通りな
dirty.
うん
Stop, you're hurting my
一つでも
reputation. That said,
お
I'm all
説
ears
は
to
拝聴し
explanation,
ます
okay?
よ
Oishi lit a cigarette and responded to Reina. Her expression implying he was calm, willing to let her
あ
comments
な
slide.
たは
You can't get a
令
warrant,
状
but
が
you
取
always
れ
had
な
your
い
eyes
け
on
れ
Misha
ど
because you thought she was
うん
suspicious.
うん
Yes.
圭一君を
You
手
plot
つ
to
け
incite Keiichi and have
そ
him
の
go to
崎
the
そして
Sonozakis. Then if something were to
圭
happen
一
to
君
him,
に
they'd
何か
use
があ
that
れ
as
ば
an excuse to go
そう
in.
でしょう
Isn't that right? I only understood about half of what she was saying. I knew that Oishi Keiichi had been trying to use
そ
me.
の結果
Even if Keiichi got hurt,
恥
as a
知ら
result.
ず
Have you no
これが
shame?
警察の
This is
や
how
り
the
方
police do
いや
things.
いや こりゃ飛んだところに見えた。いや早い。あなた、うちの刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいい？
卑劣か。
You're despicable. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私も
I've been insulted
い
in all
ろ
kinds of ways
ん
in
な
my life.
悪
One
口を
of
言
the
われたもん
girl
で
is
す
always the
が、
roughest for me.
でも
Even so, so
結果として
thank you for not arresting me, Chania.
そりゃどう
Don't
も。
mention it. I'm gonna sneeze, chat. Achoo! Oh. Achoo! Oh my god. Yeah. Oishi seemed to be enjoying his exchange. The thing this man thought was like a swamp, I could barely see past the surface. Reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、
Now that
その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられる私が証拠固めを終えて、で、
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I can find in me to afford her.
さてさ
I see,
て、
I see. I wonder if
そ
that
ん
will go
下手
well.
すりゃ
If you're careless,
あ
you
なた
two may
たち
face
も無事
danger
では
now.
済まないかもし
Oishi
れ
was
ませ
measuring
ん
her
よ。
resolve, so in a strong voice I
そん
declared,
なのは
we're fully
覚
prepared.
悟の上です。
Oishi gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own
も
convenience.
し私たち
If
に
anything
何
should
かあ
happen
っ
to
た
us,
なら
use that as an excuse.
犯人を取り
Now,
逃
my
がさない
greatest
よう
hope
に
is that you will surround
ぐ
this
るりと
place
取り
so
囲ん
that
で
the
くださる
criminal
のが一番。
cannot get away.
竜宮さんは交渉も参りまし
I'm
た
throwing
よ
in。the towel.
降参
I
です
surrender.
ど
What
ど
are
う
you
いうこと
talking
だよ。
警
about?
察の
If
人
the
が
policemen surround Michan's
これが
house, then that will be insurance for the worst case
万が
scenario.
一の時
For
の
the worst case. It'd be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up.
ああ、おいしいより行くまじゃ。おいしいより行くまじゃ。
This is Kuma's guy.
お友達が
Our
二
two friends
人
go to play.
その
The
増援を
Sonozakis
かけら
make
れるよう
arrangements so we
準
can
備だ。
enforce them. Roger that. Then altogether too short conversation implied a question was already a part of their plans.
では、
Now let's get
お
going.
茶菓子でも
Want to
買
buy
って
some
いき
tea
ます
biscuits on the way there? Neither Rain nor I went along with this stupid joke. That's a shame. I would not mind some tea biscuits right about now. Wish you stopped the car at a place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down the road.
お送りできるのは情報では園崎本家は自宅周辺にでもご安心何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若い指向性マイクで中を伺ってますからお二人が大きな
絶対に説得しますから自首を認めてくださいね。
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friends.
くれぐれも注意してください今さら信
You
じ
probably
ない
don't
で
believe
し
it
ょう
right now,
が
but I don't want you two being
で
sacrificed.
きる
Bet on
本
us.
当に今更だ
You're right
な。
about that. Without rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of cicadas greeted us. I never expected this would be happening today.
行こう。
Let's go,
Keiichi-kun.
Keiichi-kun. Reina took the lead and began to walk down the road.
レナは
Reina, you've been to
ミオンの
Mion's
家
house
には
before, right? Yeah.
何度もある
few
とても大
times.
きな
It's a really
家で
big
お庭
house.
なんか
You can fit a
山が
mountain
丸ご
into
と
the
は
backyard,
松
too.
茸が取れる
You
と
can
か
put
なんと
mushrooms
か
and
で
stuff that are
い
fences
つもは
everywhere.
柵がしてあるんだ
You
け
got
ど
to
ね
fit a mountain. It was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onwards, level and uneventful. There are metal fences along its edge, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high, the tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family, entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras, intruders will be charged an entry fee of $1
この
million.
森
This forest,
いや
or
まるまる
mountain,
庭
is
なの
this
か
all their yard?
庭という
It's more
か
like their domain.
見ての通
As you
り
can see,
私
it's
有
private
地ではあ
property,
るけ
nobody
ど
maintains
散
it.
策ができるよう
Forest
な
is really the kind you can
気
go
持ちいい
hiking in.
森というわけ
She
でも
could
な
say
いし
that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Hey, that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Uishi said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they'd been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even
俺た
functional.
ちが来るの
I wonder if Mion's
ミオン
watching
は
us as we
あれを
come here.
通して見てるんだ。
見てないと
I
思
don't
う
think she
だって
is.
みーち
The
ゃん
only
の
people
家は
living in Michan's house
基
are
本
generally
的
her
に
grandma.
カメラを見張ってる人がいないし
What a useless security system then, huh?
みーちゃんのお父
Well,
さん
Michan's
は
father seems like a pretty tough
いろいろ
person to get along
だ
with.
から
So
一
whenever
族
the
がみ
families
んな
got
で
together,
集
the
まる
cameras
と
weren't
きに
working
は
properly.
ちゃんと機
Yeah,
能
that
してい
sounds
る
right.
らしいよ
Mion's father was a big shot yakuza. Reina smoothly danced around the answer she explained. At last, a huge gate, as if big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな
I wonder if she's here. Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side. I balled my hands, my palms sweating into fists. There was a clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。二人とも学校は
Aren't you two going to school? Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は
You stayed home today.
ケイちゃんはともかく
Keishan is one thing, but you two,
二人とも不
you
良
two
な
were
んだ
such
からな。
troublemates. Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もな
Well,
んでしょ
let's not just stand
帰りなよ。
Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. This music's really climactic. We're gonna fucking die in this house. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house. And then did just that. I rallied myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうち
Was
に
this
来
the
る
first
の
time you've been
初めて
here,
だった。
Keisha?
あ、
Yeah.
でけえ家じ
This
ゃない
house
か
is enormous.
今時合
Steep
掌
thatched
作り
roofs
なんて
aren't
流行ら
in
な
fashion
いよ。
anymore. No, not really.
観光資源にはなるかもしれない。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておか。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、
Well then,
ご
good
案
sir,
内
madam,
申
I
し上
shall
げま
show
す。
you
どうぞ
inside.
こちらへ。
Please come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Ready to grip my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチ君、
Keiichi-kun, you're too
私
tense.
たちは
We came to see
みーちゃん
Misha,
に会い
remember?
そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. Whenever I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Uishi's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。
What's this? This gets sprites? Damn. What's
Mio.
this? Mia, what's with the
こ
stone
の
on top
新
of the
聞室
newspaper?
邪魔だぞ。
It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers in the floor of the entrance. There was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like this was here. Raina noticed me looking at questions.
レナは知ってる。これはなんだ。何かのおまじない
Kind
か
of good luck charm.
ケイちゃんがよ
If
く
you
わ
don't
から
really
ない
know,
なら
then feel free to move
そ
it
れ
out
を
of the
脅
way
か
and
し
put
て
your shoes there.
ケイチ君、
Keiichi-kun, there's a nest of
その石
swallows
の
right
真
above
上
that
にね。
stone.
え
Huh? Oh, you're
本当
right.
だ。
人様
This
の
house
家
is
な
for
のに
people, but swallows
ツバメが
still
勝手に入って
make
代々
nests.
語り継い
Looks
でる
like
の
a
か
tradition for them. Whenever
季節
spring
にな
comes,
る
they
と
always make
迷
a nest
惑
there.
してるんだけ
It's
ど
kind of
ね。
annoying though.
つま
That's
り
cute. In
ね
other words,
そこはツバメの糞とかが
it's
落
a
ちて
sign
き
to
て
not
危
take
な
your
い
shoes
から
off here. 'Cause
靴を脱
swallow
が
poop
ない
could
よ
end
う
up
に
in
っていう目印なの。
Huh. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter spread to the other two.
園崎
A
家
really
も
long
大
time ago,
昔
the Sonozaki family
養蚕とかやってたこと
cultivated
ご
silkworms.
先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそれを思うと
Think of it that way.
こ
This
れ
is
は
our
ちょっ
just
と
desserts.
上がって
Anyway,
上が
come
っ
on
て
in. Ah, nice light atmosphere. Two sprites! The inside of the house was not very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, and mysteriously I could feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this, they're not bad either.
冗談
You're
でしょ
kidding, right?
人の家を勝手
Oh,
に
there's
文
a
化財
terrible
にして
draft.
改
The
築を
winters
妨
are
害しないで
freezing.
もらいたい
Don't go
ね
make my house and property of cultural significance get in the way of renovations, got it?
一番の理
What I
想
want
は
most
ケイ
of
ちゃ
all
ん
is
の
a
家で
house
しょ
like yours,
あれは
Kei-chan.
羨
I'm
ま
pretty
しい
jealous of
冬
it.
場は暖
It
か
seems
そ
like
う
it
だ
would be
し
warm in the winter. Oh,
で
but
も
snowfall
雪下ろし
seems
は
to
大
be a
変か
problem.
雪下ろしはそんなに雪が降るのか。緯度は関
Our
東より
latitude is
南な
south
くら
of
いだろ。
Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region
ここい
warm?
だって暖かいと。
You don't know, Keiichi?
南沢は
Kinama's
豪
always
雪
an area that
地
gets
帯なんだ
heavy
よ
snowfall.
大雪が
We
降
get
る
a
と
lot. Everyone gets
玄
buried.
関なんか
Sometimes
埋
you
まっ
can't
ちゃ
even
う
get out
時
of
も
your
止め
house.
た車が
Sometimes
完
your
全
car
に
gets
埋まっ
buried
ちゃっ
too,
て
and you can't find
見
where
つからない
it
こ
is.
とだってあるんだ
Wasn't
から
aware of that. You know, it was always that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, oh, motherfucker, said something like that. This place got plenty of snow, so you can have fun building igloos. So your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ日本海側は大陸からの寒風が山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるようななんで
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも寒いのは嫌だ。
これは
We'll have to have
今
training
年の
camping
冬
in
は
Keishan
ケイ
used
ち
the
ゃんも
coldest winter though.
嫌だ嫌だ。
No way,
全
no
力で
way,
嫌
there's no
寒
way
い
that's
のは
happening.
嫌
I
いだ。
hate the cold and I hate
強化合
training
宿も
camps and I
嫌い
hate
だ。
them even more
両
put
方
together.
合わさったらもっと
Mia
嫌
laughed
い
even
だ。
more uproariously than she ever had, told us to bring us some tea, and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、
Still,
冬は
there's
冬で
lots of fun
楽し
things
い
to do in the
冬の
winter.
部
I
活
bet our
も
club
ね
will be a blast
冬
then.
の部活
Our
か
club continuing activities in the
実
winter
に
sounds
寒
really
中
horrible.
水泳やら
Swimming in the
雪
cold or
中
marching
こ
in
こ
the
は
snow.
いつから
We're
八
returning
甲
to
田
Mount
山に
Red
なったんだ
Yeah, there are
確
definitely a
か
lot
に
of tough
冬場の
marching
罰
days in the
ゲーム
winter
は
season.
雪が降ってる
Sometimes we
校
just have
庭
a
で
Rio Carnival
リ
in
オの
school
カーニ
while the
バ
snow
ル
is
をさ
falling.
せられたこと
I
あ
see
る
the terror of our club cared not for the season. That's crazy. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter.
雪合戦もやるしかき氷の大食いとか
だから
Wait,
な
why
ん
is
で
everything
雪
outside?
が降ってん
Why
だか
can't
ら
we play tabletop
ぬ
games
く
in
ぬ
a
くと
nice
お部屋
warm
で
room on
テ
snow?
ーブルゲームで遊
Well, okay, if you go say anything,
そん
like,
なこ
you're
と
gonna
言って
lose a
る
lot
と
this winter.
冬場は慶畜
We'll
罰
have
ゲ
lots
ー
of
ムいっぱ
punishment
いで
games and
レ
Reina
ナは負
won't
けない
lose. How?
合うじゃね
Don't give me
え
that how. I settle things with a cross chop to the head. The end of this episode is a lot more lighthearted than the end of the last one, that's for sure. You're sure having fun.
壁が薄いん
Our
だか
walls
ら
aren't
ぶ
very
ち
thick,
抜
so
か
be
ないよう
careful
に
not
し
to
て
get
よ
flying
ね
too ready, okay? Paper slide door open, and Mian returned with a pot and complete tea
お茶
set.
受けは
Do you
ご
want
ません
some
でいい
sesame salmon
羊羹
again?
とか気
Sorry,
の利い
not
たも
much
のが
more
なくて
bean
申し訳ない
paste or the good
あいいよいいよ
It's okay, it's
別
okay.
に
We
お
didn't
茶を
really
飲
come
み
here
に
to
来たわ
drink
けじゃ
tea
ないし
anyway. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. She did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we would nearly been able to forget. I want to enjoy this peaceful time for a little while longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mian too changed hers, as if the cheerful air was like a warm spring day slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mian silently poured the tea. During that time, both Reina and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ
Here you are.
召し上がれ
Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってな
There's
い
no
よ
poison in it or
そ
anything.
こまで信用ないか心外だね
That's upsetting. Mian gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. Dead silence. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, so we sat for a long time. At last, Mian smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おい
Hey
お
now,
い
Kei-chan, Reina,
客はそっ
you're
ち
giving
用があ
gas.
ってき
Didn't
た
you
んじゃ
come
な
here
い
for
の
something?
そっちから
If
切
you
り
don't
出
speak
して
up
くれ
first,
な
there's
き
no
ゃ
way we'll know what to do.
おじさんも困っ
Reina
ちゃう
and
ん
I
だけど
exchanged
な
glances, so we both resigned ourselves. Finally, Reina opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
慶畜
Keiichi-kun,
いいんだ
it's okay.
俺は
I
来る
needed
べ
to
くして
come
来たん
here.
だ
Chivalrous of you, huh?
俺から喋
Let
らせ
me
てく
talk
れ
first.
うんわかった
I understand.
ケイちゃんが
What
私
would
に
Kei-chan have to tell me?
何の話お宅のお嬢さんを
Please give
私
me
に
your
くだ
daughter's
さい
hand in marriage, maybe.
ダメだよ
Can't do
うち
that.
のレナは
Hello,
ケイ
Reina
ちゃん
and
とは
Kei-chan
釣
are
り合わ
unmarried.
味噌汁で
Gosh,
顔
if
を
they
洗っ
see
て
me so
出
soon,
直して
try
おい
again
で
later. Afterwards, I thought our mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion said those mean things in a normal voice, and it drained the tension from my
Mion,
shoulders.
ま
Mion,
ず
first, I have
謝
something
る
to
ことがある
apologize for.
ケイちゃんが
You do?
何を
What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly got
あ
it
の
across. When the
渡
night to the
俺は
Wasagashi, the ritual storehouse,
神社の
shrine, I went in there.
最後
I could see Mion's expression immediately became harder.
入ってはいけない場
I
所
knew
だ
it
っ
was
たの
somewhere I
は知っ
wasn't
てた
supposed to
でも
go, but
ほんのちょっとした
just supposed to be a
探
little bit
検
of
のつもり
exploration.
で
We didn't mean anything by
で
it.
も
Even so, I still should
い
have
け
done
ない謝る
so I
この通
apologize.
り
I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I meant it as my way of prostrating myself. Figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voice of the cicadas filled the room. Next to them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな
Got me
い
there.
きなり直球勝負で来るとは参った参っ
Got me on the
た
ropes. I looked to see Mion's face was calm. She was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面
You
白
understand
半
that
分
even
の
though it was
探
only
検で
casual
も
exploration, there
そ
are
れ
a lot
が
of people
笑い
who think
事
it's
で
still
は
laughing
済ま
at
な
it.
いと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことをちょっとでも理解してくれたなそれでいいよ
And it's okay.
郷に入りて
There's
は
an old
郷
saying,
に
when
従
in
え
Rome,
っ
do as
て
the
あ
Romans
れ
do.
からも
It's been days.
う今
since
更
then.
だとは
It
思
may
う
be
が
too late, but I apologize.
悪かった
What I did was wrong.
許してくれ
Please forgive me. I can feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I'd done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ
It's okay.
ケイちゃんが
If
悪
you
い
know
こ
what
と
you
を
did
し
was
たと
bad,
思った
that's
なら
enough,
それ
right?
でいいんじゃない
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I was not happy about that.
兄ちゃんケイ
Michan,
チ君は
Keiichi
ちゃん
Kun's
と真面目
apologizing
に兄ちゃん
seriously.
も
I think maybe you
真
should
剣に
respond
答えてあげる
seriously
べき
as
じゃない
well.
私は真剣だ
I am
よ
being serious. Though.
レナには
Do I not look
私が
serious to you,
見え
Reina?
るよ
You don't. Reina was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere grew sharper. She was right, even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hadn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun, cocoon.
もういい
You
よ
can get up
全
now.
部話
Let's
そう
tell her
兄ちゃん
everything.
も
That looks like what
So
Michan
do-
wants to. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、
Mion,
おととい
you called Rika and Sadako
リカちゃんと
for
サトコ
last,
を
right?
呼んだろ。
覚えはないけ
I
ど
don't remember doing so.
そう思う
If
に
you
足
have
る
some
根
reason
拠
to
が
think
ある
so,
なら
would you let me hear?
夕方過ぎのリカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶をお裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching. Just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う
Why do you think that?
そんなに難しい。
It's not hard to
みーちゃん
understand.
も見た
Michan,
で
you
しょ
saw it too,
リカ
didn't
ちゃん
you?
の部屋。
Rika's room. Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was
冷
thinking.
ややっこが
There's
あ
a
るの
chilled
よ。
tofu, but no soy
そして
sauce, plus the big bottle
流
of soy
し
sauce.
の
There should
下
have
に
been
ある
no
はずの
single
醤
store
油の大
we found.
瓶も。
何それ
What?
それ
Is
が私の
that
とこへ来る
why
理
she
由に
would
な
have come
ミオ、
here?
いい
Mion,
加減にしろ。
drop
お前が自分で
You
回
hurt
覧板に
yourself
書い
in
た
the nose,
醤
didn't
油
you?
をお
Did
裾
you
分け
share
す
your
るっ
soy
て。
sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we'd found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみ
Then,
ーちゃんは
Michan, Rika-chan,
リカちゃんを
you hit her. Raina hesitated for a
隠
moment.
してしまっ
I
た。
could feel she didn't want to use the word erased, as she was struggling to find another
そ
word.
して
That was really supposed to be the end,
本
wasn't
当はみーちゃんに
it?
と
For
っ
you,
ては
anyway.
そりゃあど
What
う
are
い
you
う意味
talking
かな
about?
リカちゃんが
You didn't foresee
みー
that
ちゃん
Rika
の
would
家
tell
に行く
Sadako
こ
that
と
she
を
was
さ
leaving
と
her
こちゃん
house
に
to
言い
choose
残して
a
いたのはそして
Then Sadako
う
called.
ちのリカが
Might Rika be
お邪魔
imposing
して
on
ま
you?
せんこうん
Yeah.
きっとこんな感
Probably
じ
just like that. That is very Sadako.
似てる
You
似て
sound
る
just like her.
みーちゃんは
Michan, you were in a bit of a
ちょっぴ
bind
かちゃん
though,
が
because
ここに
someone
来た
knew
こ
that
とを
we
知
could
る人
come
間が
here.
いたからだから
So you
さと
decided
こ
to
ちゃんを
lure Sadako
誘い出
here
そうと
too.
思った
誘い出す
Lure her
へえどんな感じ
Like
でか
how,
な
I wonder? Mion pried Raina on as if trying to get a good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I'd been watching Mion change the whole time. She was twirling her fingers. She'd lost her calm. Of course, it was a slight thing, and only I, when watching her the whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Raina was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな
Probably
感じ
went like
さと
this.
こ実は
Sadako, I
今
actually
日
made
食事
too
を
much
作り
dinner
すぎ
today,
ちゃ
so
っ
why
た
not
んだ
come
け
over
ど
and
リカ
eat
ちゃんは
some?
先
Rika
に
came
来て
earlier and already ate
こんな
some.
感じ
Something like that? Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに
So how do you know
どう
that
してそ
much?
こまで
冷蔵庫に
I know it because of the dinner
さ
that
とこちゃん
Sadako
の
made for
作っ
them
た
too
2
was
人分の
plastic
お
wrapped in
夕
the
食が
refrigerator and hadn't been touched.
丸々手つかずで
For a few
ラップに
moments,
包
Mion's
まれて
face
入
was
ってたか
frozen
ら
in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe this person in front of her was Reina.
そんなことで
With just that to go on, how'd you even guess what we
どう
said
や
on
っ
the
たら
phone?
電話で喋った内容
長くなるから説明は省く冷蔵庫の
The
中身が
contents of that refrigerator
みーちゃんの
provided
呼び
vivid
出した
accounts of what she
話
said
の
on the
内
phone
容
and
まで
blurred her out.
如実に物語っちゃってるの
Mion's jar made on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは
That's...
本田名
I had
探
no
偵が
idea I
身
had
近
such an
にいたも
incredible
んだよ
detective right next to me the whole
ま
time.
さか
I can't believe you
冷
figured
蔵庫
out
の中身
everything,
だけで
down to the conversation,
電
just
話
from the fridge.
参った
You
な
got me
参
there.
った参っ
You've
た
got me. As if a dam had burst, she convulsed in a laughter. Her laughter did make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something. Her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ
An
名
incredible
探
detective.
みーちゃんこそ
Michan, you're the one who
大
guessed
石
what
さんが
Oishi
した
told
大
us.
石さん
He
も
called me
私
an
のこ
incredible
と
detective too.
とんだ名探偵って言った
As soon as she heard Oishi's name, Mion began to display panic, so anyone could
ミ
tell.
オ、警察は
The police have
もう
suspected
とっ
you
くに
for
お
a
前
long
この
time.
家も
Oishi's officers have
大
been
石さんの
house
部下が
arrest
踏み込もう
and
と
break in at any time.
今も様
Mion
子を
attempted
伺
to
ってる
remain calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time. However, I couldn't believe the police had her surrounded. She closely examined Reina's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さん
Was
も
that Mayor Michan?
みー
富武さんと
Or
高野
Tomitake
さ
and
んも
Takano-san? You as
ミオ
well?
ンなのか
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. Not right away, at least, yeah. Clearly seen patience in her eyes, which were still faint and calm. At last, Mion, who'd been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you'd think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. This is a new expression for Mion. I could sense it. It was now in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the heir to the house. That solemn atmosphere was abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the clan. She placed her hands on the tatami mat, set this up here, and gave me a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し園崎本家当主はミオンでございます
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut. We couldn't even answer. All Ray and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which could never imagine the normal her
本
doing.
日はよう
I would
こ
like to
そ
welcome you to the
そ
Sonozaki
の座
House
当主
today.
お
I'll
寮に
greet
代
you
わ
all in
りま
place
し
of our
て
leader or
皆様におかれ
Seems
ま
as
し
though
て
you
は
have various things we would like to
私
ask.
に
If
お
I could
話
leave
で
any
きること
assistance, I
で
would
し
like
た
to
ら
use without concealing
包み隠さずお話ししたいと存
What
じ
did
ます
Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There's a strong level resolve.
本当に
It's really all right if we
何
ask anything.
知る限りをお
I shall tell you
話
everything I know.
皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたの
Raina
でし
and
ょう
I
から
exchanged glances. Yeah, this is mad sus, bro. There's a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. But we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Raina gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうして
Why would
こ
you
んな
do
ことを
this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Yeah, why would you do this? Didn't only go for Rika and Sadaka. Went for the mayor, Takano, and Toмотake as well. Even further back, for all the incidents that have been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right, we realized the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms. She finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えそれでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じますひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか
Heard all about it that night from Takano, the ritual storehouse. They firmly believe that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They're worshipped by those in villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, capable of magic.
そうです鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の麓の村々の人たちはあがですがそういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました
Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり
The Meiji began.
古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名所古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています
An era had become. Studying Japan, sprinting up the stairs that began their means to try and reach the same level as the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were being extolled, while all traditional things were re-scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中であっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです
began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so it could stand as a global power. Conscription began, they went war after war, the first Sino-Japanese and the Russo-Japanese, and until the Pacific War broke out, they climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした
Thus began harsh days where women suffered unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. Children in the villages at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near them because filthy germs were rampant. Children who come into contact with children who would cry and wail as their parents purified the spots they were touched by rubbing salt with it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Amazon, would be kidnapped by demons, cut to pieces, and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded in the dry river beds, cooked and ate them in order to survive. Countless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander adds to the baseless slander, making Onigafuchi's village historically accurate and thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps a chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of people's anxieties raised at certain times. Of course, the story didn't end with the perspective of the children, because it never does. No, it never does. Moving up waters here. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you'll be turned down from any job you applied for. People would go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こし出身の問題は離婚する時でも敗訴しました出身の教義は結婚の上での重大
ひどいねそんなの
I'd heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you'd be subjected to every disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying. They only memorized that because it was going to be in the test. I recall being suspicious about it, and I will believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ
Well, I suppose I can't say
自
they
業
weren't
自
asking
得と
for it.
私たちの
Our
ご先
ancestors
祖
were
様
proud of the
は
demon blood flowing through them.
自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることその神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながら数え出したらキリがない夫や息子を戦場に送り出し 当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと。多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にも、ようやく父、もちろん帰らぬ者も、それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとってそれはとても喜ばしいことです。
Good stuff, MacArthur. Hooray! We love this. We love imperialism. We love this fucker. They can feel daybreak and the dismal light.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をそういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared to build up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して、軍のそれを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。 廃れたひなみ沢を村人すべては家族である。現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富はその後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。もちろん闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. The person at the middle of all this was your Nana, Michan? That's amazing. What a great success. Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rain had placed her. However, around 1955, the wind blew the other direction again. Because of the canned flesh incident. Oh, we heard about this, alluded. Canned flesh. Sounded so hideous, just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone named me something like grandfather. That's Sohei's superior confessed. Those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans, they were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. Like they had finally started seeing their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. Shocking truth revealed by that superior. The stolen provisionals from the old Japanese army. Huge cornerstone for its survival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior reveals that Sohei did not have the job of managing food. In reality, his job was to exterminate mice and to transport the corpses of those infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, he returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or detained. Perhaps the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, he was enlisted as an assistant at a medical institution. There, however, he found something worse than the scorned customs of the village and the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological core in the old Japanese army? Oh yeah, that was some big scandal. Keiichi, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. Yeah, that's the one. It was a nightmare unit devoting itself to researching terrifying weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many new days a stranger would take to kill the victims. How many days would it be when injected? How many days when swallowed? They dissected people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting till they were dead, dissecting them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while alive and crush them in decompression chambers. When a live human decompresses, the holes in their body get pushed outwards and their intestines get pushed out their anus like a snake. I have a feeling I saw something like that in a documentary. It makes me sick. And they hate Hinamizawa, huh? Gotta make sure that I have this open so that I'm still a viewer. They hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. You agree with me, giving a faint, sad smile. Wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it around. Unit Sohei was, in fact, the kind of research in that. They were researching concrete methods for producing delivery food with the military designs completely fell apart and a chronic food shortage broke out. Food shortage led to malnutrition, their natural resistance lowered, they fell to disease, spirit and morale lowered, and they wouldn't be able to maintain their forces. Apparently that's where the research started. First it was to find methods of delivering food. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it, to survival methods like how to cook insects and plant life. So working out the details, it kept straying, of course, going out of control, though. Until they knocked on the door. I think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is corpses, definitely. Reina and I knew the answer without being told. So he didn't answer. That's
彼
right.
らは
They were researching ways to handle
人
using
間を
humans
し彼
as
ら
food.
は
Fighting onward,
時には
sometimes in the
敵の
flesh of enemies, and sometimes
時
out
に
of
は
allies
戦
because
友の
ultimate
血肉
service
を
made to their
そういう
country.
競技を
They were deathly
大
serious
真面
about
目
this
滑稽な
doctrine.
話で
Really
す
isn't
祖
right.
父を
My
人肉
grandfather
食い
was
と蔑んで
despised
お
as
き
someone
な
who
が
ate
ら
human flesh, and
自
yet
分たち
they
は
had
さら
gone
に
just
祖
above
祖
and
父は
beyond.
いつも思って
Apparently
い
always
ます
thought about
た
it
とえ
too.
自分
Even
が
if he
卑
was a
しい
vulgar
食
man-eating
人鬼
demon,
だとして
there
も
are far more ugly
だから
demons
い
than
くら
he.
蔑まれたって
So no matter how much he was
ちっと
scorned, he
も
wouldn't put
答
up
え
with
な
it.
いと
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. Soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans labeled meat substitutes so they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves. They stamped the bottoms of the
お腹
circle.
を空かせた
Starved
前
soldiers
線
in
の
the
兵
front
隊
lines
さんに
loved the
は
prototypes they were
中
sent.
でも醤油
Ones
で
of
煮た
those who
す
cooked
き
in
焼き
soy
風のも
sauce
の
like
が
it was
一
sukiyaki
番
loved it the most.
も
Come
う
on,
やめ
Michan,
気分が
stop.
悪
I'm
くな
getting
って
sick
き
to my
た
stomach. Rita realized pale face and looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Rita looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Then those canned goods your grandpa brought
真
back.
偽は
I
分か
don't know
り
if
ま
it's
す晩
true,
年まで
so
そ
he
れ
denies
は
human flesh till the
人
day he
です
died.
が
Or for those who
南沢の
grudged
急
the
激な
revival
不
called
幸
the
を妬
savage,
む
making
人
a
々
fortune
は
for selling it.
人
Voters
肉
began
を
to be
撃つま
scorned
た
yet again.
子
They
供た
returned
ち
to a
が
time where
囃し
children
か
would
け
be
ら
jeered
れ
at and have rocks
石
thrown
を
at them.
投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです
A stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't they just enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である
My
祖母は
grandmother, the family head,
あ
once
る
told
時
me that the
村
children
の
of
子
the
供
village
た
did
ちに
this.
こう言いました
They throw a stone at one of you, and two of you must throw stones back. Children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に
If they
石を
throw
投
stones
げ
at
ら
two
れ
of
た
you,
ら
throw them back with
8
four.
人に
They
暴動を
chase
追わ
eight
れ
of you,
たら
drive them off with
30
16.
人に
They
中
slander
傷され
30,
たな
yell back with 60.
60
Finally,
人
the
で怒
children
鳴り
asked,
返す
what for attack by 1,000? Even that answer was simple.
1000人
If
に
1,000
襲
people
われた
attack you,
なら
then everyone in Hinamizawa
南
will
沢
stand
の
up against
全
them.
員でそれは
It was a manifesto to
決起
spur
を
people
促
into
す
action.
劇のよ祖母は園
My
崎本
grandmother
家
rose
当
up
主と
not
し
only
て
as
だけ
leader
で
of the
なく
Sonozakis, but as the mother of
南沢
Hinamizawa.
の母太郎として
It was halfway through
立ち上がったので
1955.
す
It was a time when riots over the treaty of the U.S. were rampant. It was a time of battle, a time of action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination as a crime against them all. It didn't matter where one was a child or an adult. They had heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult who had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you met all the people from Hinamizawa, you'd be in trouble. They probably figured that they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも
Keichan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue. The people who know me had diverted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が
My
戦い
grandmother fought, and my
両
parents
親
carried on
は
the
よう
fight.
やく
At last, peace
南沢に
returned
も
to
平
Hinamizawa.
もっとも
Of course, my peace had been
その
placed on a
平和
razor's
もとて
edge.
この100 年
When
の
you
歴史
consider the
を見
previous
れば
100 years of history, the
今
tranquility
の
now
平
can
穏
only
な
be
ど
called a
揺れ
chance
返す
interval,
天秤
standing
の
on
どう
uneven
して
scales. Why? Could I really have an opinion on long and different history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it
ど
anyway.
うして
Why can't everyone just live in
高野さんに
peace?
聞いた
What happened to those
お
old
社様
stories
の
about
昔
Yoshiro that I
話
heard
は
from Takano?
どうなったん
Man
だ
and
よ
demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't know Yoshiro remained in this world to watch over
お
them?
とぎ話
It's a
です
fairy
人
tale.
と鬼
I
は
mean,
実
that
在
even
し
if
て
those
も
people and demons were real, that
それを
Oyoshiro
調停
made
する
who
お社
mediated
様は
between them wasn't.
それで
Is that why
お
Oyoshiro's
社
curse
様の
happens?
たたりを起こすことにな
A
った
cool
の
gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering her beautifully clear hair. Mian kept a refreshing smile without answering and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
南沢
So
村
that
も
Hinamizawa village might
再び
once
鬼が
be more
崇
like
められるに
Onigafuchi,
足る
so
神
he may
聖
again be
な
a sacred
存在
existence worthy of worship.
それが
That was the earnest wish of our
我
ancestors
ら
in
鬼ヶ淵
Onigafuchi.
村の
I take a piss
末裔
again.
の
I
悲
do
願で
apologize. I'll be right back. I'm back. I apologize for the frequent breaks. I am ill, as probably mentioned.
園崎本
And
家
mention
の
of those who inherit the
鬼
demon
を
is
継ぐ者
family. Those who inherit the
継ぐ者
demon?
我が園
For
崎本家は
generations, the families that accustomed
代
them
々
the
当主
character
の
of
名
demon
に
leaders.
私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ
Trace out the word
一
meow.
目瞭然か
Oh,
と
yeah, she's right. The character for demons.
名前だけで
Not
はあ
only
り
my
ま
name,
この
but the
体にも
demons engraved in my body as
鬼
well.
が刻ま
She
れて
said
いる
that
の
she
です
rose and began to lay her hands on her clothing.
いいを見
It's
せ
okay,
る
Michan.
必
You
要
don't
なん
need
て
to show us, okay?
ありがとう
Thank you. With just that exchange, I guess what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, to prove she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air. Mion gazed out the wet yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onigafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the sounds. Last, after a long period of nothing, Mion
この5年間の連続事件ね私が直接関わったものもあるしいくつかは園崎家だけでなく他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけどその全ての中心に私がいたと思う私は自分のしたことには信念をあるとすれば私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに私を捕まえてそれも時代の流れかなこの100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのはひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし
The numerous terrible crimes she had committed began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you try to struggle and run away? As soon as I get me to think this way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でも
But Rika and Sadako,
みーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを
didn't you, Mi-chan? The sharp points of her words stabbed me in the
殺
chest
したんだ
despite
よ
not being
ね
directed at me. Yeah, let's get back to
他
this,
の
huh?
人のこと
I'm
は
not saying
殺
it's
してもいいとも
okay
言わ
if you
ない
killed
け
other
ど
people. Regardless,
リカちゃ
Mi-chan,
ん
you
とさ
killed
とこちゃ
them.
んを
Rena's words were
殺
biting
した
than any I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew all this heavy history, she criticized her for killing her. Well, yeah! You want her to just be like, oh, you've had such a rough life. Oh, such a terrible story. Oh, I for fucking... You can do whatever the fuck you want. God.
私が園崎家
Just as
の
I
役
bear the
目を
duty
負
of
う
the
ように
family, Rika bore the duty of the
リカちゃんそ
forest.
の役目が
That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse.
西宮殿を去年あたり
I
から
learned around last year that
リ
Rika
カちゃん
had said
西宮
something
殿の
about the
神
bars
抜き
in the
が
storehouse
重
were
くて
too
辛
heavy
い
for her and she wanted to change them to
もっと
simpler locking.
先代の神主さん
The
でも
priest had complained about it
リ
being
カちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった
僕がちゃん
I'll
と
make sure to
番を
guard it
し
so
ま
I
す
won't
で
replace
す
the
から
lock with something lighter.
もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです
Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there were people who were insolent towards the Sama, so you shouldn't replace the log with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshis, old man, if it's that difficult for you, then I think it's okay to replace the lock. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through and go inside. Even if we were like his leaders, I couldn't find enemy to argue with the old man. I owed him too much. In the end, we changed out the lock in the storehouse and switched it to a cheap and like
おじいちゃん
Oh man,
本当に大丈夫な
Is this
の
really
ば
alright?
っちゃも
Nana says if
できる
possible,
こと
she
な
keep
ら
it safe.
大丈夫だ
It'll be alright.
心配
Quite
しろ
don't worry.
何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと
本当ですね君吉家の当主として責任おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているもの
大丈夫なのこのひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手ににゃーにゃー
Meow meow. Sobs escaped my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down the spades and fell to the mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は賊は4人その日のうちに同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった
俺が殺したもん
Keiichi-kun.
ケイチ君
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. For the time, I'd stopped us from sneaking into the storehouse. Rika and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We'd be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺
I was an idiot.
バカだっ
If I shed any tears, I could take it all back. Then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act would have been enough to redeem myself for the crime I committed.
ケイちゃんは
Kei-chan, you're not at fault.
何も悪く
Mion
ない
began
よ
to speak to me as if trying to reason.
私は
As leader of the family,
そ
I
の
needed to
そ
act.
の崎家の
Like,
歴
given the
史な
history
ん
of the
か
family, think about it now, it's no big
そ
deal.
んなもの全部
Maybe
投
I
げ
should
出
save
して
my
も
friends, even if my
私は
cousin
仲間を
knows.
私がそんな
I
ものに
yielded to
屈
him,
した
that's
か
why
ら
I killed this
それは他でも
I,
ない
Myeon-sun
私
Zaki, no one else
園
killed him.
崎美音が殺し私には
I had hundreds of
踏
chances
み
to
とどま
stop,
でも
but
踏みと
I
どま
didn't
らなか
stop.
った安易に
I
自ら
gave
の
it to the
役
easy
割
rule
に
that
屈
was
し
handed to me to abandon all thought of
だ
fighting
から
my
これは
enemies. This
私
is
の
my
罪
crime. She just
私
confessed
が
right then
殺
and
し
there. I
た
killed him.
園崎美
Mio
音が
Sonozaki with these
殺
hands
してし
killed
ま
him.
うそれは
And
何ら
nothing
変わらな
whatsoever
く何
changed.
も
Nothing! Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mio boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicament presented themselves. It was painful.
でも
Still, Michan, you saved one
みーちゃ
person.
んは自分の意志で
As it looks at her surprise, Rena stuck her finger in my forehead.
圭一君だけをこんなにも
As
強
strong
い
as you are,
力を
Michan,
持
would
つ
have
み
been
ー
no
ちゃんな
trouble
ら
for
で
you,
も
but you didn't kill him.
殺さなかったんだよね
That's right. Mion was so cunning that no one could stand up to her, even for a club. If she seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さてどうして殺さなく鬼の私には見当もつかんミオンの方に
Maybe Mion had some reason
殺した
she
くない
didn't want to
そ
kill
れ
you.
は
What is that
ど
supposed
う
to
いう意
mean?
味だよ
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Reina didn't need to talk.
大石は外
Is
で待
Oishi
ってる
waiting
よ
outside?
うん
Yep.
逃げ場は
Any way out?
ない
Nope.
ぐるっと
They
囲ん
said
で
they
る
have
っ
a
て言
place
って
around.
無線で
It seemed they
た
called
く
a lot
さ
of
んの
cars
み
over
ー
the
ちゃん
radio.
ちの
I think they have
広
your
い敷
entire
地を
property surrounded.
全部囲んでると
Mia
思う
fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only a little. Consider it like she was trying to help.
自首
Please, turn yourself.
しよ
Mia didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
う私たちも
We'll go with you.
親友を
We'll
一
never
人
leave
き
a
りに
friend
なん
by
か
yourself.
泣くことレナには
Crying
勝
children
て
of
ない
Reina
わ
gave you things that can't be. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual.
自分で
I'm
自
well
分の
aware
罪
of how serious my own crimes.
たとえ自首が
Even
認
if they
めら
accept
れ
me
て
turning
も
myself in, I'll probably never be able to
多
come
分
back.
もうここ
I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths she was involved in was just too large. So much that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was cruel.
だから
So I'd like you to hear one last selfish
最後
request.
にわがままを聞いてほ
何か
What
な
is it?
30分でいい
30
から
minutes
ケイ
is
ちゃん
fine.
と
Just let me have some time
二
alone.
人きり
with
にして
Kei-chan.
ほしい
Huh? My name came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised.
圭一どうか
Keiichi-kun,
な
is that okay with
圭
you?
一君
If
が
you don't
嫌な
want
ら
to, then I won't make you.
無理にとは言え
そうだね
You're right.
嫌なら
It's
そ
okay
れ
if
で
you
も
don't want
私
to.
は
After all, I'm a
ケイ
demon.
ちゃんはよそから
Kei
引っ
is a
越して
bona
きた
fide human who moved here
正
from
真
somewhere
正銘
else.
相入れることなんて
First, be compatible, as long as
お
Oishi
社
is
様が実在して
simply
仲介してくれ
impossible.
ない限り
Yeah, she was in
絶対
love
に
with
ない
us the whole time. There was no reason for me to hesitate. She'd been engulfed by tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with their own hands was me. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been, pardon, okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word to blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Reek and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear. The sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
あ
Sure.
いいぜ
It's fun.
ありがとう
Thank you.
私からもあ
I'd
り
like
が
to
とう
thank
圭
you
一
too,
君
Keiichi-kun. Raina stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あいい
It's
こ
fine,
こで
Raina.
待っ
You
てて
can wait
ケイ
right
ちゃん
here.
とは
I just want to go around the
庭
yard
を
with
退
Keiichi.
屈だった
If
ら
you're bored, you can go to my room.
私の部屋へ行けばいい
Read
あ
like,
なんだった
30
ら
volumes,
お気
like,
に入り
you
の
might as
単
well
行
take
本
them.
丸ごと持っ
嫌だよ
I don't want to.
みーちゃんの
Michan's
本は
books belong
勝
to
手に
Michan.
レナの
Reina
家
couldn't
に
bring
持って
them
帰れない
back with her so freely.
あんたは
You're such a good
こ
kid.
んな
Only
時に
talks
限
like
っていい
this.
子なんだから
I'm going home tomorrow. Violently
Ja.
jealous. Okay, let's go, Keiichi.
行こうケイちゃん
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Reina silently stopped me.
みーちゃんも
Take care of Michan.
あ
Yeah,
みーちゃん
Michan
も
really
う
does
二度
believe
と
she'll
帰っ
never
て
be
これ
able
ない
to
って
come back. I didn't know much
確
about
信
laws,
して
but
る
there's many deaths she'd been involved in. The chance of her escaping heavy punishment seemed
みー
non-existent.
ちゃんが短期を起
Watch
こ
out,
さない
she
よう
doesn't do
に
anything rash, okay?
見張ってね
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but chose to put an end to things herself. Reina thought that for her head. Right.
そんなこと
I won't let that happen.
絶対に
Reina
させない
erupted
から
into tears which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ
Okay, then go after her.
行ってあ
I
げ
nodded
て
and followed Mion, who disappeared at the front door. I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other side of the paper.
どうしてみーちゃんは
Michan made it a successor to
それ
demons.
は
Maybe it just had to happen that way. But it's just so
あんま
sad.
りにも
It's just so awful.
かわいそうだよ
Not
ね
burn down my cheeks. They were my tears. Fiercely wet them away. This is the last time I could offer them Mion, so I didn't want to see her to see my tears during it. Yes, and now we are not. Hi, fair enough. Mia was already waiting outside the front door. That's our chapter break. We probably have one more chapter left, and then we're done. Which is good, because I have to eat food before the dining hall is closed. I do like eating food. Hot take, I know. Sorry about that. Twisted Sisters. Interesting. Put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, left, and Mion came over. Why is she turning all red? Time like this. Can I hold your
組んで
arm?
もいいかな
It was a modest
別に
request. I don't
構わ
mind.
ないぞ。
Oh, just fuck! With my profession, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy.
私に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない。例えば
You're not thinking, for
急
example,
に
that
関
something
節
puts
技
you
を
in
決められちゃうん
world-class
じゃない
joint
か
lock or
な
anything.
姉妹揃っ
You
て
two say
同
the
じ
same
思わない
things.
よ
I don't think that
全然
at all. Back then, nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic gaze of commotion and Angelmore, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation in their arms, their warmth, the blood flowing. Could feel their sensation. All exactly the same. I think Shion likes you, Kei-chan. I see.
そうなんだ
If this were a regular conversation, I might jump back, right in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオ
Shion
ン
and
は
Shion, you got along well,
仲
didn't
は
you?
良かったんだろ
さあ
Well,
ケイちゃん
I
は
wonder. Okay, do you think
自
you're
分の
right-handed,
右手と
left-handed get along?
え右手と
Or
左
left hand?
それは
I
仲
don't
がいい
think
と
you
か
could
悪いと
describe
か
it as getting along or
そう
not.
いう関係だ
That's
か
how
ら
relationships
仲が
is.
い
You
いと
can't
か
measure
悪い
by
と
the skill
か
of how well we get along.
そういう尺度
It
では
didn't sound like
測れ
you
な
meant
い
to
と
get
思
along
う
really well,
例え
yeah.
ば
For example, when
利
your
き
hand's
腕という
dominant,
も
so
の
long
があ
as
る
you
よ
have
うに
better
もしも
hand.
鍋つか
You
み
only
が
have one
片
arm
方
of
し
it,
か
you
なか
put
っ
it
た
on your
ら
dominant hand without thinking,
迷う
right?
ことなく利き
Actually
腕にするで
not!
しょ
I put it on my non-dominant hand.
そういう差
I
はあっ
think maybe
た
it
ん
was
じゃ
like
ない
that for us.
だからといって
That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would
左
be
手が
okay
な
with
くなった
using
っ
their
ていい
left
なんて
hand.
思う人
Exactly,
は
yeah.
誰もいないはずそんな
It's like that kind of
よく
unexplainable
わからん
relationship.
多分
I think that maybe you
それ
live
は
too close
近く
together
に
to
いすぎ
stop
るから
being able to
き
see
っ
it.
と
But
とても
I think
仲
that
の
means
い
you
い
get
ことな
along
んだと
really
俺
well.
は一人っ子
I'm
だ
an
から
only child, so the day before the
ミオ
festival,
ンと
I
シオ
was
ンが
really jealous of when
二
you
人して
showed
じゃれ合
us
っている
around
の
each
を
other.
すご
ないものねだりじゃな
I
い
think
の
you're jealous of something that doesn't exist.
双子なんて
Yeah, we twins used to have lots of
昔は
fun playing
人をから
tricks
か
on
った
people.
こうして
But now that we have
互い
such
がはっ
distinctly
きりと
different
異なる
personalities,
個
it
性
just
を持
gets
っ
in
た
the
今
way.
では
Were they
かえって
cursed or
邪
just
魔なだけ
self-conscious? The relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that was an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big desolate forest we see on the way. Such a big forest was part of the property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな
It's
子供の
huge.
頃は
Must have had a great time
いい
playing it
遊
as
び場だっ
kids,
たんじゃ
huh?
ないのか
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back her younger sister, who she got rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion stopped and turned.
シオンは
Shion is still alive.
まだ生きてる
Oh, really?
本当か
Really? Mion took a hard look at my eyes and nodded quietly. Yeah.
誰よりもむ
I've
ご
been
たら
thinking to
しい
get
死
rid
に
of the most
方を
horrible
させ
death
て
of
やろ
all,
う
so
と
I had it locked up.
今日まで
I never did think of a good way
その
to
方
deal
法は
with
とうとう思
that.
い
Mion
つか
sounded
な
as
か
though
っ
she
た
hated Shion, but deep down didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and wrestled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't really save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to her deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 whole people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て
Come with me.
私の
I
罪の
want you to
すべ
see
て
all
を
of my sins.
見てほでもそれはケ
Although,
イちゃんにとっ
Kei-chan,
て
it might be the worst thing you've ever seen. I could sense it. They will probably find all the sacrifices till now. Looking at them would mean accepting their deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done.
すでに起こり
It's already happened and it's
お
in the
ケイちゃん
past.
は見ない
You
こ
can
とを
choose not
そう
to
な
know,
ら
Kei-chan,
ば
if you don't want to, then wait.
私の手で
I will personally
すべ
end
て終
everything.
わらせるから
Sing back by how ominous that sounded, yeah. Remember when Reina had told me. Mia might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'd still do it. Even if I avoided looking. It was something that had already
何を
happened.
見たって
It doesn't matter what I see. Yes?
俺にとっての園
Mion
崎美音
Tsunezaki
は
is the best friend I could ever have.
それは変わらな
That
い
won't
一生
change. It never will. The treetops softly swayed.
あんたもレナも
You and Raina
どう
both?
してこんな
Why do you
時
only
ば
get
かり
really
かっこよ
cool
く
at
なるん
times
だ
like
ろうね。
this? Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, she started walking. Into the thick forest, the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter, surrounded by shallow hills, creating a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees. The abnormal odor was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら
If you
今
want
だ
to
よ。
turn back, now's your
ケイ
chance.
ちゃんの
I don't
中
know
の
what
園
kind of
崎ミオ
person
ンが
Myeon
どん
Sonozaki
中
is
に
to
入
you,
れ
but
ば
if you go inside, that Myeon will
その
probably...
ミオンはきっと
変わらない。
She won't
何度
change.
だって言う
I'll。say it as many times as I need to.
園崎美
Myeon
音は
Sonozaki is the best friend I can
俺
ever
の
have.
最高の親友だ。
I clenched my fists. Inside, there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change. That Myeon is my greatest friend.
私はただの
I am
鬼だ
nothing
から
more than a demon, so don't
もう人間の
underestimate
気
human
ミオ
feelings
ンがあ
anymore.
んたを好
I
き
have a
にな
feeling
った
though
の
that I know why Myeon fell in love
よ
with
く
you.
わかる気がする。
Aww.
他人事のよう
Don't
に
say
言う
that
な
like。it's not related
お
to
前
you.
はミオ
You're
ン
a
鬼じゃない。
You're not a
血の
demon.
通った
You're a
人間
human
で
with human blood, and you're my
俺
friend.
の仲間なんだ。
Myeon made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes and placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. She probably was wiping tears, honestly. The lock was dauntingly strong. It seemed to demand an appropriate resolution from whoever would enter. Just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remember accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving his tank out on the porch. And how intense the odor left was. That was the smell of a corpse, and that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside was pitch black when Myeon flicked a switch to turn on the light bulb, illuminating the interior. Paths turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. Past spaces that looked like they were for storage, past spaces that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated they had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. A sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Swiping in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through the air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
最後伝の中
We saw was in the
見
ritual
たよね
storehouse,
あの
right?
拷問道
Piles
具
of
の
torture
山あれは
instruments,
すべ
all
て
of them were created to uphold
鬼
the
ヶ
religious
淵村の
laws of
厳しい
Higurashi.
戒律を破
There
っ
were
たも
tools
の
used to
を
kill those who broke the laws
見
of
せ
the
しめ
ways
に
of
大
many others.
昔の話だ
That
ろ。
was a long time
本
ago.
来は見せしめの
Matsuyamashi,
儀式
visual men as a term, was once
渡
overseen
流
by
し
three
君
candles.
吉家と
As
古
the
出家が
Kimiyoshi
衰
and Furude
退
is going to decline, the way
そ
the
し
times
て
changed, carrying it out
時代の
became
変
pretty
そ
difficult.
りゃそうだな。
I can
こ
imagine
の
why.
現代
You
日
never
本
think
で
people could be okay.
犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらしてる。
だから
That's why the Sonozakis built
現代でも渡流しの儀が行えるよう
to
に
conduct the rite, even in
秘
modern
密の場
times.
所を
They built this whole facility for the rite? It's crazy. Myeon opened a large, different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse ritual influence.
いろいろ
There's quite a
あ
few, isn't
一部
there?
のもの
Some
は
of them were actually brought here
実
from
際
the
に
ritual
西宮殿から
storehouse.
運び込まれた
All
もの
things
なんだ
there have
よ
been rusty and covered in dust. They didn't seem all that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings are covered in the kind of tiling you'd see in bathrooms. There's even a drain amidst a slight slope in the floor. There's also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet for cleaning up the blood.
大昔の当時の書き物によると血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割には渡流しは見せしめの章だ。私のご先祖様たちはさまざまな章を考案してたんだよ。
There was a room filled with tatamis in the corners of
鑑賞席なんだよ。渡流しは見せしめの章だから客がいなきゃ意味がない。
Couldn't speak and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except for Myeon revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, that I was prepared to listen for as long as I had to. Very
み
brave
ん
of
な
you.
ここ
Right
で
here is where I killed everyone.
見てくれてい
There
る
were
観
no
客はいな
spectators
かった
watching
け
it.
ど
I did the Watsunagashi very
いや
well. Well, perhaps there was one spectator.
観客
A spectator?
私という
I, the
鬼が
demon, was watching the entire time
ミオン
Myeon
の
held
執り行
the
う
Watsunagashi
渡流
ceremony.
しをずっと見てたから
Myeon cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋
Back there is the prison.
シオンは
Is
そ
she
こ
on
にい
there?
るのか？
She nodded slightly. Myeon's Wasanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear this very moment, worrying about whether she would be killed. This sounds like a trap, almost. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealed what may have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Myeon groped around the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock and felt so savage the bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. Small, barred rooms built here and there like holes made by insects. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a
みんなは
Where is
どこにいるんだ？
Miko and Sadako?
リカちゃんやサトコは。
死体
Their corpses? I grimaced at her, having said it so.
ああ、
Yeah,
そうだ。
that's right.
いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
Poor things being left here in the dark.
虫が湧くと嫌だっ
I
たか
didn't
ら
want them to get infested
井
with
戸に
bugs,
捨
so
て
I
ちゃ
threw
った
them
よ
down the well.
ごめん
I'm sorry. Wow. It's fucked up. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika came surging forth. If Mion hadn't touched the word sorry at the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Kate. You say it yourself, no matter what, Mion is your greatest friend. Yeah, my greatest friend. I had to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in a cell. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion! Is that Shion? Kei-san! Is that you? I remembered the cell. White hands are peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No, no. Her face was twisted out of shape as she screamed. Why is she screaming? It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Oh yeah, of course. Shion didn't know everything was over. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. I spoke in his calm voice like a man as she tried to soothe the agitated Shion. It didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
Shion,
how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. You hate me, just kill me already. I'm already hate, right? Shion, who was screaming and rattling the bars, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
Relax, I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet. What the fuck? I thought everything was over. She burst out in a bizarre laugh, trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke into a fierce shiver brought on by that laugh and rattled the bars as she wailed. Please stop. Don't kill Kei-chan. Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're gonna kill someone, kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. Oh, shit! I fell for it hook, line, and sinker, chat. She did this as more torture for Shion, because Shion fucking likes us. Why the hell would she turn herself in? If you want to die that badly, then after I kill this man, I'll take my time, making mincemeat out of him. In accordance with the ancient rites of the slowest I'll shave you down and mince you. Have that mince machine set specifically for you Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan? Hey, quit her already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? Kei-chan, run away! Sorry to beat me on for playing terrible words over this late in the game, but why I turned around. It's not a bit, chat. Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, it twisted into a shape thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here was not my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the family either. Then, who was she? But bam! Saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. Strength of my body drained instantly, my head began heavy. My knees buckled on its temptation to the floor. Then my whole body collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I'd fallen into a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and receded. It's the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you're so half awake you're listening to friends talking as if they're far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you wouldn't hear it. It was happening so far away, the conversation was unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So Shion was yelling in my ears, or Mion was in vulgar hysterics. I didn't think it was annoying, nor was it interesting. Now then, how should I go about hurting you? Oh yeah, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested those two little brats, but their hands are too small for the table. Let's do that, huh? Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. So as my feet scraped along, one of my shoes fell off. Stop it, sister, please, stop! Shion's motions exploded outwards and she burst into a bigger wave. As if her crying had wetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to her prison cell again. Mom, I sure can't cry with a cute voice, can't you? I imagine Bravato's making a skin crawl. This suits you the best. Mion, my big sister, I beg you. I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion had always acted as though she were cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice, I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and plead her forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying now, it's just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yeah. Thank you so much. これまでのことを謝って、そうしたら私も、そうしたら、ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
For long, Shion got her hands and knees behind the bars, began to speak weak words of apologies. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. So I watched her with a magnificently juvenile expression. Mion kicked the bars and declared that she was unsatisfied. Giving up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that just will not do. That's like mincemeat out of your both. Now, wait, sister, please, one more chance, just one more chance. Mion stopped away from her hand in resignation. I got to see a grown patient because she was taking delight.
66満足に謝れない特別にお姉が
I'll teach you how to make an apology.
心に届く一度しか
I'm
教
only
え
gonna
ない
tell
し
you once, and if you get even a letter
いちご
wrong,
いい
you're
ね
out. Got it? Yes. Yes.
ありがとう
Thank you, sister. Damn, it's fucked up. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. It's like a pony. Sensation tearing through my chest returned with little inside. I realized those feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my
ちゃん
fingers.
と覚え
Did
ら
you
れでは
memorize
や
it?
って
Well,
ご
let's hear
ら
you say
精
it.
神
Sincerely
性
and faithfully
鉄
from
頭
beginning to
鉄
end with all
尾
your
ち
heart.
ゃんとで
If
き
you
た
can do
な
it
ら
properly, then I'll only kill you. Thank you so
あり
much.
がとうござい
Something
ま
was
す
strange. Something had become strange at
あ
some
りが
point.
とうご
Until
ざ
a
い
few moments ago, I was sure this would be Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. Mion I knew would never do something so nasty like this.
やってごらん
Let's hear
お
it.
姉ちゃん
Your
が
big
ちゃん
sister's
と
listening closely. Shion
その
Sanosaki
先
is.
しよう
Remember Shion sells earlier. The real thing been swapped out with the fake behind me somehow? Check this and let me know. No. Whatever it is. Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Shion Sanosaki is the woman with a sound I fit to lick her big sister Mion's feet. When I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place,
ほらほらその
Yes,
調
that's the
子少しは
spirit.
許してあ
I'll
げ
make
よ
you say a
うか
little
な
more
って
now,
気になっ
okay?
てきたよ
blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were starting to return. Oh, just a little more. Well, Shion's still holding Mion's. No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention.
生意気だったこれまで
I
は
reflect on how impertinent I've been and swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life. So, Mion's burst of laughter echoed through the big cave, going to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach till she grew tired of it. So
いいよ
sweet.
もう
Alright,
十分
already.
面
That
白
was
かっ
funny enough
たあ
for
ん
me.
たがそ
I
こ
didn't
ま
think
で
you'd
プ
throw
ライ
away
ドを
that
捨
much
て
of
ら
your
れ
pride.
十
That was
分
plenty
にいいさ
enjoyable. Mion began to drive me again after I got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
殺すな
Sis, only kill me, please. Forgive
安
me.
心しちゃ
Don't
んと
worry,
あんた
alright.
は
I'll be
ケ
sure to
イ
kill
ち
you
ゃんの
really good
悲
after
鳴
letting
を
you get an earful
た
of
っ
Kei-chan
ぷりと
screams, that is. I'm gonna let the voice actors fucking kick it, I'm not gonna lie. They're killing it. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the training table. She gets a lot of practice, huh? Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced me to open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and restrain each of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. Sis, don't kill him. Sis! The door to the big cave with the jail has been left open so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm gonna get started now. Please enjoy his
いい加減に
screams.
しろ
Give it a fucking rest. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目
Awake
覚
at
め
last, are we?
私
I lied before,
さっ
you
き
know?
シオンを
About
一番
having
む
once
ごた
seen
らしく
Shion
殺
dismiss
してやろう
death
と思
while
って
locked
閉じ
her
込め
up
て
because
お
I
い
hadn't
た
thought of a
け
good
どあ
way
れが
out.
嘘
That was a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside, she removed a large metal hammer. Next to that, she began to line up what looked like a long, strangely shaped nail, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like you'd see in a
あの子
harpoon.
に
I'll let her
自
hear the
分の
screams
せ
of
い
all
で
the
死
people
ぬ
that died
大
because
勢
of
の
her
人の
after
悲
they've
鳴を
soaked
たっ
into a
ぷり
very
と
soul.
聞かせ
They don't kill
て
her.
なかなかセン
I've
スい
got
い
pretty
で
good
しょ
taste, huh?
お前は
Who are you?
誰だ
あ
Huh?
ミオンでし
I'm
ょ
Mion.
そのザキ
Mion
恐怖で
Sonozaki.
頭が
Has the
変にな
fear
っちゃっ
driven you
た
crazy?
違うな
No, you're
お前
not.
は
There's no way it could be Mion Sonozaki.
その先ミオンで
Get
あるはず
started.
がな
Do
い
your preparations for the torture.
へ
I
えじ
see.
ゃ
Then if I'm not
あ
Mion,
私がミオンじゃ
who
なか
am
った
I?
鬼だ
A demon.
え
Huh?
お前は
You're not
さ
Mion.
っきまで
Mion was
一
just
緒だっ
here.
た
Give her
ミオン
back.
ケイちゃん
Hey-chan, is your brain doing
Anthony,
okay?
I
I'm
feel
not
that
gonna
I'm
crazy
gonna
with you, alright? Don't touch me,
Anthony.
damn
Guys,
demon. Give her back! Give Mion
俺の
back!
最
My
高の
best
友人だ
friend!
った
Give Mion back!
ミオンを返せ
As Mion stood there for a few minutes with her jaw hanging open, not expecting me to say that, I myself knew that I was about to go insane. Knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me, but this person in front of me couldn't possibly be Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon, was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated. The evil one was really this thing. It had all been the doing of this demon. Ha ha ha! When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically she started to cough and almost
あ
choked.
んたって
You really are a piece of work, you know that?
その先ミオン
This
に
very moment,
殺されよ
Mion
うと
is
し
trying
て
to
る
kill
こ
you,
の
trying
瞬
to
間に
reject me.
こん
I
な
never
面
knew
白い
there was
人
such
が
a
世の
funny
中にい
person
る
in
なん
all
て
the world.
笑いたけれ
If you
ば
want to laugh,
好き
do
だ
all
っ
you
た
want, no matter what you
お
say.
前が
I'll
何
only
を
accept
言おう
that
と
you're
ミオンを
Mion.
返せ
Give her back.
退け
Away with you,
鬼
demon.
め
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? Oh man, no matter what, I wouldn't lose that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear.
頑張れミ
You
オ
can
ン
do it,
こんな
Mion. Don't lose this
本
piece of
当
shit.
に
You're
強い
strong. Show me how strong you are. The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraint, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion. Mion, where'd you lose? Why'd you do it like this? You're not that weak. Don't lose. Fight it. Mion, desperately enjoying her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens of more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. Oh, my sides hurt like they're about to split. Is that all? I'm gonna get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams, alright? Don't let my torching get shit out, but I'm torching Shion as well. Why? Why would you? Mion! Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining, little by little. By the time I realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんてどうしても知りたがっているようだから一つだけ教えてあげるよ。私の中に鬼が宿ったのはその鬼は私を蝕み、だけれど私は鬼はそれで収まり、でも私の中から出ていったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだ。その鬼はある小さな、それは何に原因があったと思う？わかる？
I don't know what gave this demon the chance to beat him.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だ。あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。ケイちゃんには理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいに初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたがミオンを泣かさなかったらこれで十分。メイドの土産は自覚がないのは当然。でも紛れもなく元気。あの時あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
Rena told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little lonely, like she was disappointed. Chat, my little sister's calling me. Give me a second. What the hell? Hey, what's up? Tonight? Yeah, I can. I was gonna go to the dining hall, but all the food is bad today, and it's a little bit too late, so it'll all be either half cold or they won't have any of the good stuff left. Yeah, so I would actually really appreciate it. In a bit, though. I'm finishing something up. Text mom? Okay. Alright. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alright, I am going home tonight. I was dreading the experience of having to go out to the dining halls, have some shitty food. Come to think of it, now she was lonely, disappointed. Yep. Why didn't I realize that until just now? It is a bit of an owl, isn't it, bud? Rena told me at the time, and now she herself, now the demon, was telling me. Is this the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured? To die altogether? I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and cried, reflecting differently on the taste of my tears. The taste of regret. Can I start now, then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint on the end of your left pinky finger. I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb, then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one to the joint in the middle. So on and on until I hammer 15 nails in your left hand. When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next, and after that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are lots of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you can imagine. Some people apparently pass out before they finish hammering 30 nails in their hands, so. You don't press the tip of the nail in my left pinky. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch. I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now? If this will satisfy your demon, if it will save the demon, then do to me what you will. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mian was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. After you satisfy the cause of me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? After all this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself. The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to me. That's all. You know, are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more. That's a shame. In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon, after all. Guess there's nothing I can do then. I recalled tightening my hands in a fist when during the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. What a way to go. Okay, do it. I prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness, after all. Mian put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Kei-chan, I'll agree to just the third thing. Okay? Huh? My third wish, to save me? She'll agree to it? Your first wish, save Shion, that's long done for. Demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So give up on that one. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin. As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion, that won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, it will just be a body, because the Oni has taken it over, just the demon. That isn't true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things like that she won't ever come back. Can you hear that sound? Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I heard it as well. Slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground mercenary storehouse. You're late, so Reina probably called the way that spaced-out girl being so quick-thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out in a snappy noise. You've probably never seen one before, right? It's a real stun gun. It's illegal, and its output has been increased quite a bit. Was that what you hit me with before? That's not a toy children should be playing with, you know? You're right. She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press a cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam. I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way. I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit. Kei-chan, I wish you will be here soon. This will only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids. I'm sorry for disgracing Mion. I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change. Look, forget about that. If you ever see me again after today, don't come near me. By then, it will be the demon that's inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? Just I tried to tell you that. A much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Stun gun! Piranha gun! Oh yeah! Vector! And we've learned the truth. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibane City. Suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected of kidnapped 5 residents between these dates. Oreo. She kidnapped her fucking grandma too? Shion, Kyucho, and Sadako Hojo imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations in the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister and her 2 missing classmates. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement of the Sozaki property, believed to have killed those who disappeared, discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood of the other 4 missing persons. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber, however the remains have not been found. At one of our imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the basement, which is where they were imprisoned, believing they were there. We have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to our participation in the serial Greek death incidents of recent years. I think it gives some clue, but no evidence that Mion was involved, directly or indirectly, has been found. There are many unclear points of the motive behind the incident. Those of the Sonozaki family and the residents have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us. They'll need a long time to clarify. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable in the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishings, sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region. The Prefecture Police Department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipate gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she's not been in a state of mind to answer any questions. Psychiatrists concluded that she's in a state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today. Only a few days had passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Uishi and his subordinates, who remained called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. Most I had was a small burn mark from when the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Uishi asked me all sorts of things, but I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. When I heard, surprisingly, Mion had not been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she'd fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amid all this was that Shion had been secured. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Uishi came running as fast as she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no wounds, now had a big deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her. Apparently, she bit the police officers trying to resist. When I heard, she was seeing Mion and everyone she saw, hitting not only the hospital, even her own home. She shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day. Even her parents weren't sure where she was. Wherever she was living, even now, she was spending her days in fear. The police were investigating the family's underground storehouse, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. Secret underground without any maps or drawings, which had swat up the remains of Rika, Sadako, and everyone else, was unwilling to speak the truth. I'd brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-side inspection, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. Can't really blame him, the guy. For days afterwards, the Sonozakis living in Okamiya. Mion and Shion's parents, a big name Miyakazo, would come to her house to apologize, bring many of their followers. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills calling consolation money. The amount of money grew each day, and after it passed 2 million, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. We're moving away? Okay. I see. You're moving, huh? When?
来月の終
At
わ
the
り
end of next
ひなみ
month.
沢に
I
は
wouldn't
結
have
局
been in Hinamizawa for
半
half a
年
year.
も行かなかったことに
寂しくな私一人しか残らない
Raina smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, I thought I'd make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考え
Here's
るこ
something
と
to
があ
think
るん
about.
だ
It's I brushed it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the true sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there, where she disappeared to? I'd hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she'd be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion. Enjoy yourself. Maybe she's already met up with Sadako and Rika. They must also have been waiting for the day Reina and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Reina that, she smiled and nodded at me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide were exposed in magazines. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a vine, one by one. For many days, news was brought up in talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the heavy history they'd been bearing. Made me mad to see them bring stuff like this a jest. There was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the sort of image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, then she would fade from their memory. Someone was one of the few people who knew the real Mion. I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that would become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I'd expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would this time. Plus, Mion still hasn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. Or that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. Moonlight filtering in through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. The doll. That I should have given to me on that day. She said it was an import from England or something. It was all the rage, didn't she? What Shiona said the most popular among them were the ones wearing that fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was sold out besides the things in the storefront displays. I was refused once they said they wouldn't sell the display products. When they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I may never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plunk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I fear I must have misheard, nestled back in my futon. Plunk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things then. Definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? Got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where the... Listen carefully. Plunk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but thrown by a person. I gave a start. Looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out the front through the gap in the curtains. Well, at the gate, despite being late, I saw someone. It's me, on Chet. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? Ah. Deep gasp. I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mia. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes weren't deceiving me, that's for sure. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. She pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh noise so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry. Mia was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung my coat atop my pajamas, and threw out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs, although happiness was probably within me. I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a God, I don't think I'd ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house. Yeah. It's been a while. How are you? Been doing alright? It was like how we used to meet every morning. She waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mia. It was the real Mia. Are you alright hanging around this place? I really shouldn't. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, though, I thought was more like Mia, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I thought was satisfied, was trembling slightly. She was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. A pain note was beginning to enter her words as well. As if just smiling was a feat. Are you alright? Are you not feeling well? I've tried so hard until now. But I can tell I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me to take me away. Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something to give you, Mion. This doll. I wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time we had left. But this last thing, what the fuck? My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and What the fuck, Mion? I pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. What about our promise? Hey, what? Come on, it hurts. I made it. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was spewing fire. Mia watched it, took a few steps back, and cackled. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill. Oh, fucking hell, man. The last words Mia left me with that day came back to me. After today, Mia will never come back. Today on even when body is here, body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. Oh, the demon. Me. This can't I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't be on. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought from Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those. My consciousness sucked deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought from Mion, the blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. What? The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. We didn't get a death account last time around because we clawed our throat out in a fucking phone booth. So this is nice and vivid. June 28th, 1983. Violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa village. The victim was Keiichi Mabuto, also victim of the previous string of disappearances. 2 a.m. He was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death! The criminal fled the scene! What the fuck? On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in a apartment complex. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, victim of the previous string of disappearances. Then, the same night, over having a big fight with someone informed the manager. The manager used the master keys to enter the room, discovered the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. Damn! The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor had frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a time, heard what sounded just like 2 sisters, trading insults back and forth. Believed this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day, perpetrated by said incident suspect. He did a thorough search of that room, but could not find any traces that imply anyone but the victim was present. Interesting. The victim fell straight through the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the mental state of the victim. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts. Suicide and homicide. Well! Is that it? Is that all we fucking get? Oh, thank God. Okay. Only for 5 minutes, understand? Please try not to excite him. Well, yeah, I'll be careful. Clack. Door open. As I expected, Oishi-san came in. Hello, my brother-san. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tell me, how have you been? The doctor says my post-op recovery is going smoothly, but I think it got worse when I saw your face. Oh, you wound me. And so Oishi gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, and he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he purchased in the souvenir store on the 1st floor of the hospital. Excuse me, Miss Weber. Would it be possible for me to talk to Keiichi for a few moments? Mom wasn't pleased with the police officer talking to her son without her there. Well, yeah, however I insist. Mom, sorry, just a little while. Just 5 minutes, okay? Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi grinned widely and looked around the room. A room to yourself! How high class! My old lady always gets a shared room, you know. It is quite lively, however. Seems like you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease in places like that. The sicker you are, the prouder you are. Maybe the more arrogant. Oishi-san, we only have 5 minutes. I would like it if these were the last 5 minutes we ever saw each other. I don't have any connection to Hinamizawa anymore, and this isn't in Hinamizawa anymore. Yes, because there aren't any general hospitals in Okinomiya. Mind if I take a seat? Down we go. This is a large university hospital in Shishibone. It's pleasantly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa. It's hard to believe Hinamizawa is part of the same city. When does it look like you'll get transferred? So, ready to go and everything. Our moving plans were delayed a little bit because of my injury. My parents had already left the house, and we're living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be close to the new one once I'd recovered enough to take them. Please don't come to where I'm transferring. I really will get worse. You really do hate me, huh? It may just be my job, but that sticks. That's why I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs and atonement. You didn't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, there aren't actually cookies in there. Look. He pulls open the can of cookies, and what? Ow, I'm stretching my scar. I didn't know what you were into, Maibara, so I brought you all sorts of things. See, all sorts of cute-looking ones from westerns to comic strips. They have a sort of H manga name. What the fuck? I have to say, super in character for Keiichi. Yeah, let's just bring him fucking porn, dude. Take him away! Go home! Ow. I thought for sure a healthy young person like you would be feeling a little needy, cooped up in a place like this for so long. So you're too long the only fetish you'll end up with is the nurse one, you know? There are plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses, after all. Don't decide what to major in now! Keep your options open! You need to be a more all-around type of person. That's my goat right there. That's Oishi. I gave his vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or another, I understood. The fact that he was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. The incident with Shion was unfortunate. The night I was stabbed, Shion fell from her balcony and died. So the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, homicide, but it could only have been Mion. Mion found out where Shion was hiding, pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable. It couldn't have been an accident. It was Mion. It had to be. The criminology guys are saying it had to be suicide, but I'm with the same opinion as you, Maibra. She pushed Shion-chan and also stabbed you in one night. Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you. Yes, we actually did find her. What? Learning that felt rather strange to me. I partly relieved that the incident was over. I was partly sorry that my best friend had been caught. Felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions. That's not all. In the Sonozaki-yo's Kunikumes, we found a hidden well. Just as you said, my brother, we found the remains of all those who disappeared at the bottom. I see. That sliver of hope, that possibility I believed in, that Rika and Sadako were alive. Just from the fact their remains hadn't been found. Gone. Snapped away. It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs. I mean, it was in the blind spot of another blind spot. It was a vertical tunnel dug out like a well. There was a ladder set up there, and we went all the way down. Another tunnel built there going through it. We followed it through 100 meters. We found ourselves in the mouth of an old unused well in the mountains. I wonder if it was a secret escape route previous Sonozaki family leader built. Probably was. Maybe it was made in the Meiji. Still, I'm impressed they built something like that. So everyone remains were at the bottom? Yeah. Even deeper down the escape path, there was a pool of coal tar. They'd been casually thrown into there. They'd fallen from a fairly high spot, so their remains were totally buried in it. It took a lot of time and effort to pull their bodies up. Did you find them all? I'd hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika or Sadako. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye. Yep, all of them. In fact, we also found human bones we think are over a decade old. We think there are at least 3 people. I suppose it's the dark side of Hinamizawa's history. Wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud. It's a scary thought. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Yeah. We've currently identified people who disappeared from Shishibone decades ago. People are talking about how this opportunity might let us resolve the disappearing persons case that had been abandoned. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Uchi-san went for a cigarette to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up, put them back in his shirt pocket. Alright, this is a bit of a detour, but you know Rika Furude-san, right? Of course, she's my friend. Did she ever tell you anything along the lines for regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? What? Rika has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about. Actually, we found it in her skirt pocket, a syringe. It was destroyed, though, so we couldn't actually identify the medicine. What? Hey, Muda, how's it going? Thanks for catching into the end of stream. So crazy shit just went down. Everyone's fucking dead. Man, Higurashi's so fucking baller, dude. If you're not keeping up with these VODs, you have gotta find out what's going on so you can catch up next time. This end of episode 2 is crazy. Do you want me to tell you? Do you like legitimately want me to give you a little hook right here, or maybe just read this little bit here? Like, this is pretty heavy spoilers. This is the end of episode 2 here. We're going to episode 3. I'm just gonna keep going. This is really cool. Go for it again? Gotcha. Right. It was a bit out of place, so I got interested. You really don't know anything? I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her. The Sonozaki family incorporates, the Yakuza people. Anyway, there's rumors they deal in psychostimulants. I was thinking that might have something to do with it too. Are you trying to tell me that Rika is a drug addict? No, not at all. That's not what I'm saying. It just seems strange as you look at it that you would bring a syringe with her in a way to get soy sauce. I have no idea what any of this means. You're chilling? Fair enough. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. What's going on here? Are you alright? Should I call a nurse? I'm fine. Please continue. Well, that's all I had to say about the syringe. It was the only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Rika was sort of like the village mascot, after all. Looks like the village is an uproar right now. Between the older blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her, 3 families effective control of the village is in shambles. If something came up to them with the talk of a dam, this sort of timing, the village would be abandoned for sure this time. Also, if you're finished with episode 2 and still got your game, play some gear. Unfortunately not. I have to take a shower and then I'm going home for the weekend. I have a Middle Ages product where I have to bake bread. I have to bake medieval fucking bread for this research progress and take a fucking video for it. I can't do it in the dorms because one, I can't get the stuff for it. And two, I don't have an oven. So I gotta bake some medieval-ass fucking bread at home. So I'm going home for that tonight. Yeah, dude, I'm fucking drowning in the money. But yeah, I should probably get back into gear, because Cora said she was setting up a tournament, right? So I gotta warm up a little bit so that I can fucking shit stomp it. It's a tradition at this point, you know? What would I be if I didn't show up to this fucking tournament and destroy it? But anyway, yeah, after this, I just gotta take a shower and head straight over. So, yep. Learning Sin right now. Sin is fucking stupid. I hate him, bro. Pot's top 4? Yeah, he is, I heard. It's a shame that I won't be able to play low tier anymore, but it's good that I'll be able to, like, not a joke top 4. Yeah, he's fucking absurd. I've been keeping up with the news, I just haven't been playing. He's fucking absurd. Because they gave him Kara's plus the buffs, dude. Like, what were they thinking? I wouldn't be surprised if he's top 1, realistically. Although, at the end of the day, we all know that the real top 1 has always been Dizzy. Alright, let's keep this going. We have to finish the episode. One taps mostly cast, so counter 6H. Yeah, dude. He's just allowed. Now, the easy solution is just don't give him counter hit 6H. Like, just don't get hit for it. But yep, I gotta end this off. So we'll be finishing the episode, and then there's a tea party at the end where the cast talks about what they think happened. Wonderful Hinamizawa feature. So, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Let's keep it up. Not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant. Wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly. My mom asked me if we were still talking. Whoops, we went off topic, didn't we? What a pickle. Looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. She told my mother there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait just a little bit longer. Is that so? Keep it short, okay? Wasn't it getting around the fact she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about? Maybe we should choose another day for this. Ushi. Mion. How is she right now? Why don't you just hear that answer and then get rid of him? Before I tell you that, I need one thing from you, alright? I just need you to answer something in all honesty. What is it? I want you to take your answer seriously. Got it? We've seen this fucking Uishi sprite like fucking twice. That's great. About to fucking tell everyone that complains about Malia to just block the mix. Well, yeah, I mean, it is that easy at the end of the day. I think I've spoken to you about this story before, but Rose Hashira is the fucking goat at my local. He trends second place. He's one of the best Millies in the world. He did, in fact, tell me, just block the mix. You've never beaten me before. And, I did end up blocking the mix and beating his ass. Sometimes, all you gotta do is block the mix.
Great.
If you say something indiscreet, it can be used as an obstruction of the investigation, and you can prosecute it. Uishi kept threatening me till the end. What the hell do you want? Maibara-san, who do you think the criminal was who pushed Sion from the balcony? There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Then who was the one who stabbed you? Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion Sonozaki. Uishi smiled bitterly, then dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied. She pushed Shion and stabbed me. Didn't you just admit yourself that Mion was the criminal? The evidence we have that Mion killed Shion is based on testimony from the man living next door. This neighbor is actually a member of the organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion's bodyguard. What? It seems he's a veteran leader in that vein. He was like a parent to the Sonozaki sisters growing up. Really? That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters he was used to hearing when they lived together. And no, there's no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest. He claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down when he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Saw that the room was a mess. Since she had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion, and that's how it had happened. In other words, Tsunari, he only heard from the other side of the wall. Plus, because the apartment's complex is connected to the organization, doesn't have any residents. So they were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, there was only one person who witnessed Mion Sonozaki. Even if he did see her, then isn't it obviously Mion? It has to be, yeah. Now, settle down. This is what I'm saying. It means you were the only one who saw Mion for sure last night. Okay, Mion has to have been there because we got fucking stabbed. stabbed. We got stabbed in the fucking stomach, dude. What else could it be? After all, Shion, the other witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? I don't really understand. At that point, Ueshi paused. In fact, this was a no-smoking area. Completely slipped his mind and took out his pack of cigarettes again. Click-clack, he lit one with his lighter and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Were you really stabbed by Mion Sotozaki? Yes. There's no doubt about it. The smoke he breathed out floated away like a thundercloud swept away by the wind. Ueshi, you can't smoke in here. The nurses will get mad. Actually, we found Mion at the bottom of the well, too. What? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, she fell to her death. We believe that she was trying to escape the hidden passage in the well. Her foot slipped while climbing down the ladder. She fell to the bottom, broke her neck, and died. Yep, the same way as Shion-san. She broke her neck. What? After you passed out that day, Mion tried to escape using the hidden well, but her foot slipped, and she died. As if beckoned by the corpses of the other sacrifices, she dropped down there. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? The autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion. She was already dead. What the fuck? My job was... My thoughts exactly! There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion fucking stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else. Okay, so it has to be. It has to be Shion then. But she died, suicide on the other end of the city. What the fuck is going on? Then. Who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? The one who attacked you was someone who was Mion Sonozaki. My mind had become a mess. I was losing my ability to fix her. Do you remember how Mio Takano died? Huh? Takano-san. Yeah. I think I heard that she was burned to death in some distant mountains. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. The Gifu did the autopsy. It's a little strange, though. The results showed that she'd been dead for at least 24 hours. Since that was contradictory, their panic seemed to have rise to say she died earlier that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that? I didn't understand the complex things Oishi was... Wait. She'd been dead for over a day? But no, they found her fucking burned out corpse on the night of the Watsunagashi. We were with her on the night. We were there. What the is everything that happened? What the fuck is happening? The results saying she'd been dead for 24 hours. It's pretty damn reliable. So then, what would that mean? I've asked that question over and over, but on the night of the Watsunagashi, you were with her, weren't you? I was. You also met her on the day before when setting up for the festival, right? I mean, I ran into her too. Yeah, I was with her then. If she'd been dead for 24 hours, then that would mean she was already dead the day before the festival. That can't be! She was alive during the festival preparations. However, when you all slipped in the ritual storehouse, Takano was already dead. The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything. Our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us to the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world? What the fuck? There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. An incident, huh? Caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Also, apparently they're under pressure to revise the time of Mion Sonozaki's death, not to the day, but to right after she stabbed him. Probably pressure from the outside to get this thing wrapped up. So I'd appreciate if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. We should grab his jacket, which was hanging on the chair, put on his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and start pretending to wave away the smoke. I've stayed too long. I come here thinking I can at least have this incident applied to you, but looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eye. If it so happens that something comes up you want to talk to me about in the future, call me anytime. My business card is in the souvenirs. When that time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs. Oishi seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know. Then let us meet again one day. Huh? Take care of yourself. I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Ueshi walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Then slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing. Kei-chan, I told you, remember? I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize it as Mion's. What? Mion. What did you tell me? I warned you on that day. After today, if you see me, it will be the demon that has possessed my body. You did say that, didn't you? Sorry. I guess I wasn't careful enough. That's why I got stabbed. Probably wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mion. I thought of a good joke. Want to hear it? The Mion underneath the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today, but tomorrow I'd still be here, living a normal life. So when I wish you learned about it afterwards, the time of death wouldn't make sense once again. You make a huge deal about how someone who should have died was alive. He'd totally lose his head. Takano, then Mion, and then me, third. So? Funny, right? Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Kei-chan. Laugh? Or was it not that funny? Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard, as if scratching me. Ow! Go easy on me! It hurts. Kei-chan, I've come for you. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held was unbelievable, and I just couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky. Mion's forehead was split open. With a face covered in blood, she smiled and got right up, just behind me. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. Since it was far from being over, it was still going on. Still happening. So, please end this. Please end this. It's my only wish. I granted you one before, remember? You don't get any more. Oh, Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip. And with her other hand, she swung a mallet up into the air and... And that was episode 2! A new scenario's been unlocked! Get an all-cast review session! Glass nail. Well! How was that, huh? I still have 2 viewers, so I'm gonna assume that somebody's stuck around. Huh! How about that one, huh? Fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell. Now, let's see the review session, and then that'll be it for me. So, let's ask the All-Star cast what they think happened. Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi Wasanagashi. How'd you like the story? If you enjoyed even a little, I'm happy. A little? Nothing. Not again. It was a huge bad ending, was it not? It's enough to make me simply furious. Oh, I miss Sadako. I'm furious. Well, good work, everyone. Well, that's how it ended. But don't you think the story was kind of like a Mion chapter? She was kind of... It's so good, dude. I'm telling you. It's fucking incredible. We're 2 episodes in out of 9. There's 7 more of these. It boggles my fucking mind, dude. It's genuinely insane. Is it so good that you think you're gonna tune in next Thursday for the start of episode 3? But yeah, it was a bit of a Mion chapter. I'm extremely satisfied with how big a role I played. You can't call such a thing a success. Rick and I got killed, didn't we? None of this concerns Sadako at all, either. Yeah, that's just unfair. She didn't even do nothing. I don't want to die like that. Can you blame her? Now, don't cry. There's a story centering around Michan, so there will probably be one that centers around Sadako too. Look forward to it. I'm sure then the story Sadako suffers some terrible demise and some slow to the ruin. I don't want that. Poor Sadako. Depends on college shit. I feel you. Orientation. I still can't believe you haven't been yet. I'm actually working for my university doing new student programs. I'm gonna be a summer start mentor. So there's gonna be a setup of people who who live on campus for the summer, doing summer classes, and I'll be side of their group leaders. I actually have a schedule now. Yeah, it feels real at that point, you know? It's so interesting. Mii-chan, if you joke around too much, you'll make me angry too. Damn. Oh, they what the fuck? What are you talking about? Hey everyone. Great work. Sorry, we're late. Tomitake Wishi did a great job as well. Oh, we're talking to Shion. Shion's here. Comment, of course. Thank you for inviting us today. Yeah, go right ahead. Feeling of, oh shit, I'm like 2 months from moving out, starting to hit. All of us here should be the best part. Yeah, it's fun, but it's kind of scary as well. The thing that I'll tell you is try to be very cordial with your roommate, and definitely try to get in touch with the guy. Cause like, you know, one of you might bring a kettle, you don't need 2 kettles. One of you might bring fucking Clorox wipes, you don't need 2 sets of Clorox wipes. And you want to make sure that you, like, you know, get a little cordial with the guy. Because even if you, I don't have a super, like, intimate relationship with my roommate. I talk to him maybe once a week when he's around. But you definitely want to, like, you know, I'll talk to him every once in a while. And he'll be like, hey, you want this pizza that I got left over? Or I'll, like, run out to the store and I'll be like, hey, do you need anything? You know, it's good to have that kind of relationship with a person. Because you're going to be fucking living with them. You want to have that kind of baseline. It's pretty important. That's the best advice I can give. Outside of that, bring a lot of fucking snacks and food, because dining halls close out. Main rule of having a roommate: don't be pretty much, yeah. It's don't be a dick, but also like recognize that some of your habits may be. You need to communicate about your habits, right? My space tends to get very messy. I have 4 water bottles on my desk right now, along with some fucking assignments that are left out, a paper calendar with a bunch of torn up scraps from it, a bunch of plastic bags that I keep around, because there is no reason not to have plastic bags around. They're just so nice to have. A sushi wrapper, some napkins, a binder for my training thing, my sticks on top of my computer. It's all very messy. I had a bit of a conversation with him about that. It's like, hey, just like as long as you know what you're doing, it's nothing to really worry about. As long as you recognize that some of your habits that may seem very normal to you may not be, and even that may be normal to your friends, may be a lot more exacerbated when you're actually living with someone. You know? It gets a lot worse. Cheers. Yes, go easy on me. Then should we get started? Is this everyone? Everyone but Keiichi. Which means my bro is busy as ever recording the script. Has he already recorded the script for the next story? It's diegetic, chat! How unfortunate. It doesn't feel right to leave him out. Mio-san, you don't have to worry about that. At times like these, going all out is a way of showing consideration. That's true, isn't it? We're all here for once. Holding away can be boring. Then sorry, Keiichi, but we'll take things from here. It's decided. Okay, get the cups. Does anyone not like carbonated drinks? There's alcohol for the adults, too. Rika, what will you have? Grape juice? Orange? Meep. Oh, what Tomitake is that? Hey, Rika, you're not allowed. Fair. Do you know if colleges usually have rules about bringing, like, your own desk? Mine provided a desk, actually. And they don't really have a space to put other desks, which is the interesting thing. So you'd have to, like... You should ask. You should, have you taken a tour of this college? You should email their housing or do a virtual tour or whatever to see if they have desks in the rooms that are provided. You should, like, email somebody or call somebody, because if you do need to bring your own desk, then it's good to have one. But if they provide a desk, where are you gonna put a second fucking desk? Like, let's be real here. Where are you gonna fucking shove one of them? Has everyone got their cups? If we don't make it so soon, my juice will get warm. Oh. Who will lead? Me? Reina should do it. Okay, Reina, go ahead. Then, everyone, excellent work. The chapter is now over. Ah, clap, clap, clap. Okay, everyone's here. Shall we debate the story? I've taken a housing tour, but they only tour the housing where I'll be staying for a semester, and that's it. I gotcha, I gotcha. Did that have desks that were shown? Because if they didn't, if there weren't desks in those fucking rooms, then you should try to bring your own. I think I move out to the bigger dorms across. That's interesting that they'd even bother swapping it around like that. Like, that just seems like a lot more of a headache than it's worth. I think so. Then let's get some honest opinions. Does anyone here have something to say? What is there to say? Weren't all of the mysteries solved in this chapter? The criminal was Mion. The root of all the evil was the Sonozakis. UCF campus is the size of a small town. So is mine, dude. Mine stretches out through the whole city. The distance between our West Campus and our fucking Centennial Campus is the size of... It's a good couple miles. It has its own zip code. Damn! Yours is probably larger, though, I will say, yeah. Ours is a lot more spread out. We have a bunch of mini campuses. Ours isn't really like a homogenous whole. But yeah, like, why would they bother moving you out when you're already moved into a space for a semester? I know that just seems like a bit of a headache. Was that not the conclusion? I see. I was so sure that Michan wasn't the criminal. Too naive. This was entirely predictable from the previous chapter, wasn't it? In fact, it's almost shocking how predictable it was. You're right. Probably did align with most of the predictions made by players in the previous scenario. Honestly, yeah, I'll say so. It's like the story went exactly as everyone expected. Then, does that mean the main Higurashi when they cry scenario is pretty much over? UCF is the second or first amount of attendees in the US? We're fact-checking this. 70,000! Oh, second place! That is brutal. By only 3,000 people to Texas A&M. Housing is... Oh, for post-FTS. That makes sense. Yeah, that checks out. It is whack that they fucking, like, section housing off like that. And you can, like, change your stuff and have you swapped around. It's a lot of hassle at the end of the day. So it's a sure thing that the root of everything was Michan's family? I wonder. In fact, I think this all means that the theory of the Sonozakis being the guilty party has been disproven. Texas A&M. I have played against Texas A&M teams in C-Law like 4 or 5 times. They have like 4 of them. It's crazy. They have so many League of Legends teams. And we beat them. We knocked them out. So, all there is to it. Oh, you have the same opinion, Mio. I think the same way. Though I still don't believe in curses. At the very least, I think the chance of the Sonozaki being the true criminals has gone down. Huh? Why is that? Didn't Michan confess that she killed everyone? That's right, she killed Rika and me. So what do you mean she isn't the criminal? I'm not trying to confuse you or anything. It's just that I think there are a lot of things that don't go along with Mio being the one behind everything. If you think about it a little, you get it. I believe the truth to be more or less in line with the Sonozaki family theory, but I'd love to hear your theory, Mio-chan. That's why the campus so often my commutes or school breaks. You spelled breaks wrong. Minor spelling mistake. Your argument is now invalid. Then hear me out. So near the end, I confess that I participated in past incidents, right? I thought something wasn't really right about that, so I guess that's my basis. I mean, think about it. If the incidents of the past were caused by the Sonozakis, that would be crazy. I mean, wouldn't they all be perfect crimes? They were all attributed to other criminals or simple accidents, after all. Well, that's right. The Sonozaki family is very powerful, and they were acting behind the scenes. Wouldn't pulling off perfect crimes be child's play for them? That's just it. That's the weird thing. The Sonozaki family have been killing and erasing people so well for the last 4 years, they didn't even let out a hint that they were behind it, right? It's deserved. Don't you Ariel gun me? That's just how it be. Those are some good-ass emotes. I cannot wait to hit affiliate so I can get my own emotes up and running. But the incident in the 5th year, now that was real cheap. They were killing and erasing people at pure random. Any idiot could have seen the connection with their Sonozakis. Now that I think about it, you're right. Yeah, if you spin the chessboard around, you see that things are different. The incidents in the past were almost serious, and no one could tell if they were because of the curse or just simple crimes. But then in the 5th year, they got all around real violent. I do not understand what you were saying. Rika, do you? She means that if the Sonozaki family were the real criminals, they would have done a much better job with the incident. Sick-ass VTubers. There are some sick-ass VTubers in this world, I will say. So, what does that mean? Mion wasn't the one who killed Rika, but was the work of the demon who possessed her? Come on, just like I thought last time, Mion wasn't a bad person after all. That's right. Sadako and I both thought that she was doing bad things, so she was possessed by something. Then does that mean our theory was right? You're streaming Final Fantasy 14 right now? Is that good, like, streaming content, though? I feel like MMO grinding isn't very viewer-friendly. Although neither is the fucking visual novel, so who am I saying? I will say, the next big MMO that comes out, I'm going to get fucking obsessed. Oh, shit. No! What the fuck? Raids are good content? Yeah. I accidentally pressed the swap art style button, chat. What the fuck? Grinding would be boring. Yeah. Unless it's like you have a really good... Unless you're like a really good conversationalist. I saw that. Yep. Okay. So these are the remake sprites, and they're very good. These are the PS3 sprites, and they're pretty off-putting, I have to say. And these are the original sprites. These are the sprites that the writer made himself back when he wrote this online and self-published it in 2007. He's gotten better at art since then, but these are the originals. I never get over the meat hands. It is absolutely foul. God, these keep a bit of soul, I will say. In fact, revealed at the very end, the information regarding how Mion and Takano had died days before, which may be witnessed, seems to support the theory. Oh my! I see the curse believers who seemed unconfident last time have grown quite a bit more self-assured. Do any of those who think it was a human have any objections? Last time, Michan and Rika were the ones who thought it was the work of a person. Samatake did too, didn't he? Okay, let's hear what you have to say then. Got me there. Okay, well now I gotta know. Interesting, he looks so much older. I can't quite find the right words. One of the pieces of evidence for the curse theory is the mismatch in times of death, right? So if I can disprove that theory, it would disprove that a human did it. Oh, Shion, do you have a good objection? Okay, how are these people different in this version? They're not! They have the same outline, they just wear different clothes. Well, I suppose. I have the same opinion as you, Mion, that it was a human, but I don't think the Sonozaki family were the culprits either. Grandma Monster will kill 10 more rifle loads! For their scalps. Yeah, I feel you. It's okay with you, I'll offer my objections. Yeah, Monster Hunter never really gripped me. Which is a shame, it is really cool. I like the spectacle. It's just not my thing. Well, now I'm curious. Show us what you got. If you say it wasn't the curse, then let's hear your evidence. Okay, Shia, that last trick we've been talking about. Despite Mion having died the day of the incident from falling the well, how'd she appear days later to kill you? Here it is, my Sonozaki's sister's conspiracy theory. My reason is simple. If Mion was dead, then the only one who could have stabbed Keishan was me! I disguised myself as Mion and stabbed him. Then I went back to my room, pretended to have a tussle with a ghost, then jumped right down and killed myself. So when you get down to it, Mion-chan, in this case, would be the one to take the blame. She would take care of the mayor in person, then Shion would be made into merely a victim. If she hid herself in the well, the disguised Shion could show up where she pleased and murder whoever she wanted, all planned from the start. See the monster get bagged by my hammer, run away so concussed that are running into walls. That does sound like it has some appeal. It's like spinning someone around so far they like don't know where they're going. I get it. Then Mion made two mistakes. First, that a corpse was found. The second was dying when she only planned to hide. That's what it would mean. Oh, well now. You're right. There is something logical about that. However, I'm still not convinced. It was too different from the magnificent perfect crimes in the past. Even if their plan was, well, Mion would end up the bad guy, wouldn't she? She would either have to hide the rest of her life or live pretending to be Shion, wouldn't she? That would be too constrained. You can't call that a perfect crime. In other words, whether by dying or disappearing, me would have to go away. Rika-chan, that's a good thought. That means we should consider that Mion leaving the stage was part of their plan. That's why at the end, Mion took the blame for all the incidents. She took responsibility for all of them herself, and then left. By doing that, she could cover the true culprit behind the past incidents. Which means this incident wasn't shabby. Its purpose was to cement all the past incidents as perfect crimes. I suppose that's what it comes down to, huh? The young leader of the Sonozaki, who was the biggest suspect, confessed to everything and disappeared. Perhaps a nice little bow and everything, huh? For her, or for the non-Sonozaki true culprit, there's no more favorable outcome. I don't understand even an inch of your conversation. I feel bad for Sadako. She's a bit of an idiot. What do you mean by Mion taking the blame? Is she not the culprit? Let me put it this way. The true culprit behind the serial freak deaths was somebody else. Mion gave a fake confession that she caused all of them to protect the person. Or, I'm sorry, what's that? My, said this during the story, but it seems like an incredible detective on our hands. Yes, does seem a bit persuasive. And instant started to throw the scent off the true culprit. That's my reasoning. Though if I go further, I think the true culprit isn't part of the family. So is Mion disrupting the instant to further protect the mystery person who pulled off perfect crimes 4 years ago? That's right! The director who only appeared by name in the last story is pretty suspicious if you ask me. Amazing. It really does all add up. Have I read or watched Sakamoto Days? Yes, I have. I caught up 8 months ago, I believe, and now I'm gonna wait for it to finish. I hate the weekly grind. I will catch up to a series, and then I will ignore it until it either finishes or it's been like 2 years. It is very, very good. I'll wait until it's done. Speaking of, my current reading project is My Hero Academia, actually. I caught up 100 chapters ago. Back in 2 years ago at this point. And I heard that it finished, and people didn't like the ending. So I was like, okay, I'll read it now that's finished and see where it's gone. It does all add up. I still think the Sonozaki family of the sisters is the culprits. And Instant and Cosmo sisters sever their old fetters to the three families to clear away the past. That's my theory. Clearing away the past? Do you mean that they placed the blame for the three families' crimes in their final year, Mion, to put an end to the dark history? And then the two of them left? So I wait until the egghead for One Piece. It's just done for the enemy. I feel you. I'm not... There we go. Gotta make sure I'm still a viewer. It's just done for the enemy. I feel you. So that you can actually watch. You don't have to get stuck in cliffhangers every single day. They make for a sad story where the sisters choose to end it after a lot of worry. We went a little too far. Amazing. It really does all add up. Stop clapping, Rika. Wait, what? It looks like Rika has an opinion too. Go ahead, Rika. I have a question for all of you. Why did Keiichi need to get stabbed? We already know why that is, Rika. It's obvious because he went in the Forbidden Storehouse without asking. Thinking back on it now, Tomotaki and Takano probably died in the previous story because they stuck in the storehouse, eh? That is rather strange indeed. Huh? What is that strange? Deal with Mappa showing the same fucking scene 5 times in a row and calling that episode. Yeah, that's why I'm a manga only at this point. Although I have been meaning to go back on that because ReZero Season 4 is coming out and my buddies have shown an interest and I stopped watching it Season 2. 4 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago at this point, actually. So I'm gonna watch Season 3 and Season 4 when it comes out. Because it doesn't have a manga. It has a light novel instead. So if it does have a manga adaptation, it is shit. It's like the Umineko manga adaptation. It will be shit by design. Because it's not the original medium. That is strange. Ah! Reina, that's right! Won't you think back, please? Yeah, you were dead! That's right. In the previous scenario, they were killed. They were after Keiichi's life, even though he didn't sneak into the storehouse. That's the idea. Yeah, that's a good call. Remember. Well, that's because, yeah, you know, Izawa hates outsiders, right? That's why they tried to kill Keiichi last time around. That would be strange, though. They should have attacked Kei's parents, too, in that case. No matter how you look at it, though, his parents never seem to be in much danger. Either this time or the last. Hear that? Everyone thinks it was a human's doing. Unless you can probably explain the reasons Keiichi's life was threatened. You can't prove the criminal is human, can you? Or don't higurashi you should do Fate, become a visual novel streamer. Now, the problem is I can't do Fate because I would have to start from the beginning. And the beginning of Fate is porn. It is just porn. Tsukihime is porn. And wouldn't it be unjust to start a series midway through? I just couldn't do that. I did a poll and people were saying Class of 09 next, but I've been leaning towards doing something different instead. Maybe, The House of Fata Morgana, or Steins Gate, actually, was a big one. That's had a lot of pull. But I'll do a big poll when Higurashi's actually done. Which at this rate, considering I started episode 1 in February and it is now going towards the end of April, maybe the end of this year is when I finally finish? Steins Gate would go very crazy. Even with the curse theory, we don't know why my bro was attacked this time or last time. With a little more, we would have had it. There are still a lot of mysteries remaining. It's the end of March. Beginning of April, end of March, same thing. We can find some kind of reason for everyone but Keiichi to die, but for some reason, Keiichi's death is always so vague. But this time and last time, he's being targeted regardless of whether he went to the storehouse or not. Then does that not mean he was doing something that got him killed both last time and this time? I see. If we can find something in common about his actions between last time and this time, it could be the key to unraveling the incidents. I skimmed through the stories again, but I think he's going about his life in his own way. Though aside from his part with the storehouse, I didn't spot any suspicions about his daily lifestyle. Keiichi, what did you do last time and this time? Something bad that would cause you to be killed. It's best to ask the person himself when you're unsure. Let's call his ass up! That was the same thing that works at the end of May. Did I say end of May? Jesus Christ, bro. It's been a long day, that's for sure. So, while I was reading the script for the next game all by myself, you were all talking behind my back, huh? I see. Well, that's that. Anyway, Keiichi, you should try asking your own heart. Kei-chan, so what bad thing did you do that would get you killed? I might be cooked? Yeah, I mean, it's in the stream title, isn't it? I'm fucking sick. That's just how it is. I'm ill today. There's no debating it. There's no crossing it. I get to blame that on everything. Yeah, 'tis the season. Yeah, is it pollen season for you too? Ah, the flu. That'd do it. Yeah, I got some cold on top of all my stuff. It's just making my head not work so well. Must be all the violent things he does towards me. The way he sometimes directs a dangerous gaze my way and makes strange, deluded expressions is surely a criminal act. Yeah. Be happy all day surrounded by girls around his age. It's a crime in the first place. A grave crime indeed. Mybra is truly an envious main character, isn't it? Got from your stepdad. That's a no. Switch out with me once in a while, would you? Well, with all those perks, getting stabbed at the end really isn't much of a price to pay, huh? Well, there you go, Keiichi. Have you remembered the crimes you committed? Both this time and last time, I live a proper and just life, and I was being a terrible fucking fate. What was that about? Ask my own heart. I'm the one who wants to know. This is bullying. Hop on a stream, do Chrono Trigger? That sounds fucking awesome, dude. I would be so down. Make that like a weekly series. I am completely unopposed. That sounds like a great time. Chrono Trigger is also just fucking fun. I know nothing about Chrono Trigger, but I've heard that it's fucking legit. So yeah, just hit me up with the deets on that whenever, and just know that I'm always available. That's a lie. I'm not always available at all. Just hit me up, and we can talk specifics. DM me to schedule time and day. Sounds good, sounds good, sounds good. We can get that rocking and rolling. Alright. How's that? I'll pet your head next time for you. I wonder if we should go back and read Onikakushi again after reading this one. I'm not doing that! I'm gonna put myself in Mion shoes and read back over Watson Nagashi. Maybe I'll find something different compared to when I read it from Kei-chan's point of view. I will always think it was the doing of a demon. All the events and tricks can be explained with a demon. It's kind of like plasma. What did you do? What did you, the reader, think? We'd certainly like to hear your thoughts and opinions. There's still a way to go, but do your best! With that, please look forward to the rest of the Higurashi series. I will! I'll download episode 3 later. I'll hit you up and see what days work for you. Fridays, at the moment, work for me very well. Tuesdays work for me very well. Mondays won't work for very long. Outside of that, Saturdays, Sundays work very well. Wednesdays I can make work later in the day. I'll have to see, though. And that's Watson Nagashi. That's done. So, it took us 5 hours to get through 3 episodes, partially because I kept having to fucking piss. Speaking of, I have to piss right now, so we'll do some closing thoughts, and then we will end it for today. So, episode 2 was fucking awesome. That was really legit and really different from episode 1. Episode 1 had a lot of mysteries in its own way, but it was left very ambiguous. Episode 2 has a lot more concrete answers, but also more questions. It gave more questions than it solved, you know? I have no idea where episode 3 is gonna go. This shit's gonna take me by fucking surprise. I think Ryukishi's my fucking goat, and I will bow down to this man for the rest of my fucking life. This dude is my king! I just don't get it, man. Just the best it's ever been. All right, and with that, those are my closing thoughts. This VOD will be up on YouTube, so if you're on the YouTube squad, I'll see y'all next week for Higurashi. And hopefully with this new live series of Chrono Trigger. Sounds like a great time. I'll see y'all next time. End this off, and I ended too early, chat. Don't worry about it.